Welcome to Mr. Sleep Story. Close your eyes, relax your mind, and let the rhythm of my voice carry you to a faraway lands. Today's story begins in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The sun hung low on the horizon, painting the sky in strokes of gold and crimson as the day yielded to the quiet embrace of twilight. In a meadow untouched by time, where wildflowers swayed to the gentle rhythm of the evening breeze, a mysterious stone archway stood alone, shrouded in an air of ancient wonder. Its weathered surface bore intricate carvings, swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer faintly, catching the light of the first emerging stars. No one knew who had built it, nor how long it had stood there, but the archway radiated a quiet power, as if it held secrets that stretched beyond the reach of human imagination. The traveler paused at the edge of the meadow, their breath catching at the sight before them. They were a seeker, though of what they could not yet say. A worn leather journal rested in their hands, its pages filled with sketches of constellations, musings on life, and questions scrawled in restless ink. They had come here following rumors, stories whispered by wanderers and dreamers, of a place where the veil between the earth and the heavens was thin, where one could step through and find something greater than themselves. The meadow exuded an almost sacred stillness, broken only by the soft chirping of crickets and the distant call of a night owl. The air was cool, carrying the faint scent of wild lavender and the rich earth beneath. As the traveler approached the archway, their steps slowed, the weight of the moment pressing gently against their chest. The closer they came, the more vivid the carvings seemed to grow, their curves and lines almost alive with a subtle glow. The archway stood taller than the tallest trees around it, its edges softened by moss and lichen. Yet, the light emanating from its carvings was not of this world. It pulsed faintly, like the rhythm of a heartbeat, inviting but not demanding. Above it, the evening sky deepened into a canvas of indigo, speckled with the first scattered stars. The traveler tilted their head back, marveling at the vast expanse overhead, where constellations began to emerge in quiet glory. It was as if the stars themselves were waiting, watching, and welcoming. Drawing closer, the traveler reached out a tentative hand, their fingers brushing the cool, textured surface of the archway. A tingling sensation shot up their arm, not unpleasant, but startling, as if the archway recognized their touch. The glow of the carvings brightened momentarily, casting soft light across the meadow. Startled, they pulled their hand back, their heart pounding. But curiosity soon overcame fear, and they ran their fingers over the symbols again, this time with reverence, tracing the ancient patterns with a sense of wonder. "Why does this feel familiar?" the traveler murmured, their voice barely audible above the whispering breeze. They had felt this pull before, not here, not in this meadow, but in moments throughout their life. The pull to gaze at the stars, to ponder their place in the universe, to seek something more. It was the same pull that had guided them here, to this forgotten place on this quiet evening. It was a yearning as vast and endless as the sky above, and they could feel it in the marrow of their bones, a call to something beyond. The first full star emerged from the darkening sky, shining with an almost unnatural brilliance. It hung directly above the archway, its light cascading down like a spotlight, illuminating the carvings with an ethereal glow. The traveler gasped softly, their hand falling to their side. this was no coincidence. This was an invitation. The meadow seemed to hold its breath. The crickets silenced their song, and even the breeze stilled, as if the earth itself was waiting for what would come next. The traveler felt a surge of something deep within. Anticipation, trepidation, hope. The archway was no longer just a structure. It was a threshold, a bridge between worlds, a gateway to the unknown. Stepping closer, they hesitated. Their journal clutched tightly to their chest. They opened it briefly, scanning the pages filled with their sketches and writings. It was their lifeline, their attempt to make sense of a world they often found overwhelming. But now, staring at the glowing archway, they realized that no amount of words or drawings could capture what lay ahead. They closed the journal softly, tucking it into their satchel. This journey, they knew, could not be confined to the pages of a book. The light from the archway began to pulse more steadily, a rhythm that matched the beating of their heart. It was hypnotic, soothing yet exhilarating, as though the universe itself was breathing. The traveler took a deep breath, their eyes fixed on the swirling glow within the archway's frame. Beyond it, the air shimmered faintly, like heat rising from a summer road, but instead of distortion, it revealed glimpses of stars, nebulae, and galaxies spinning in quiet harmony. With one final glance at the meadow, the world they had known, they stepped forward. The moment their foot crossed the threshold, a wave of warmth and light enveloped them, and the meadow fell away, replaced by an expanse so vast, so breathtaking, it defied comprehension. Stars danced around them, close enough to touch, their light gentle and inviting. Nebulae unfurled like cosmic flowers, their colors swirling in hues of violet, gold, and azure. Comets streaked across the void, leaving trails of silver light that lingered like whispers. The air, if it could be called air, was alive with a faint hum, a soundless song that resonated in the traveler's very soul. They floated now, weightless, suspended in a realm where time and space seemed irrelevant. The path they had seen from the meadow stretched ahead of them, a glowing ribbon of light that wound its way through the celestial wonderland. The traveler's heart swelled with awe, their earlier fears melting away. This was what they had sought. Not answers, not destinations, but the experience of being a part of something infinite, something beautiful. The gateway had brought them here, to this place where the universe revealed its secrets not in words, but in wonder. And as the traveler began their walk through the stars, they felt, for the first time, truly at peace. This opening sets a tranquil yet vivid tone, immersing readers in the celestial beauty and the protagonist's journey into the unknown. It blends introspection with rich, evocative descriptions to create a meditative and captivating introduction. The moment the traveler stepped fully through the archway, the world seemed to dissolve into pure light. It was not a blinding brightness, but rather a gentle, enveloping glow that seeped into their very being. For a moment, there was no ground beneath their feet, no sky above, only the sensation of floating in an infinite ocean of luminescence. The traveler felt neither fear nor confusion, only a profound sense of surrender, as if they were being cradled by the universe itself. As their senses adjusted, the light began to shift, taking on form and texture. The endless glow condensed into a luminous silver path that stretched out before them, suspended in a vast expanse of cosmic beauty. Stars dotted the infinite space around them, not as distant pinpricks of light, but as vibrant, living entities pulsating with energy. Nebulae swirled in slow, majestic dances, their colors richer and deeper than anything the traveler had ever seen. Brilliant purples, fiery oranges, and soft blues blending together like a living watercolor painting. The path beneath their feet was unlike anything they had ever encountered. It was smooth, yet radiant, as if made of compressed starlight. Every step they took sent ripples of light cascading outward, echoing through the void. The sensation was both grounding and surreal, as though they were tethered to the path but free to float at the same time. The air, or whatever surrounded them in this realm, was alive with sound. It wasn't the kind of sound they were used to hearing. It was a hum that resonated directly within their soul, a melody that seemed to shift and change with each movement of the stars. It was the sound of creation itself, a cosmic symphony that filled the traveler with a deep, indescribable joy. They paused to take it all in, turning in slow circles. Everywhere they looked, the universe stretched endlessly, a living tapestry of light and color. Clusters of stars sparkled like scattered diamonds, their light forming intricate patterns that felt deliberate, as though each constellation was placed with care. The traveler's heart swelled with wonder as they recognized some of the shapes, figures they had once sketched in their journal. Here, the constellations felt alive, their stories not just imagined, but real, their energy palpable. Far in the distance, the traveler caught sight of something extraordinary. A spiral galaxy slowly spinning, its arms stretched wide like a cosmic embrace. The galaxy's center glowed with an intense golden light that radiated outward, illuminating the surrounding stars. It was a sight so magnificent that tears welled in the traveler's eyes, unbidden. They had dreamed of such beauty, but dreams had never come close to capturing the raw, overwhelming majesty of this place. The silver path seemed to pulse gently beneath their feet, as though urging them forward. The traveler hesitated, still overwhelmed by the sheer enormity of what they were experiencing. But then they took a step, and then another, their movements cautious at first, then more confident as they began to trust the path. Each step brought new marvels into view, glowing streams of light that flowed like rivers across the expanse, and great crystalline formations suspended in the void, refracting starlight into a kaleidoscope of colors. As they walked, they noticed the sensation of weightlessness growing stronger. It wasn't the disorienting kind of weightlessness they might have imagined, but rather a feeling of complete freedom, as if they were no longer bound by the limitations of their earthly body. They found themselves rising slightly off the path, their feet no longer touching the glowing surface but floating just above it. For a moment they panicked, flailing instinctively, but then the melody in the air shifted, soothing, reassuring. The universe seemed to be whispering, "Trust," and so they did. The traveler relaxed, allowing themselves to drift gently upward. The silver path remained below, still visible, a reassuring presence in this boundless space. They experimented with their newfound freedom, extending a hand toward a nearby cluster of stars. As their fingers brushed the glowing orbs, they felt a warmth that spread through their entire being. The stars responded to their touch, vibrating softly and changing color in a playful display of recognition. It was as though the stars themselves were alive, sentient, welcoming. Above them, a great arch of light began to form, stretching across the sky like a bridge connecting two realms. The arch shimmered with every color of the spectrum, its surface rippling like water in the wind. The traveler watched in awe as the arch grew brighter, illuminating the space around them in radiant hues. It felt like a gateway within a gateway, a portal leading deeper into this celestial wonderland. Curiosity propelled them forward, their movements now fluid and effortless. The closer they came to the arch, the more they felt its energy, a pulsing rhythm that resonated with the hum of the universe. As they passed beneath it, the traveler was enveloped in a cascade of starlight, each droplet shimmering with the essence of countless galaxies. The sensation was indescribable, a mix of warmth, peace, and exhilaration that filled them to the brim. On the other side of the arch, the landscape shifted once more. The traveler now found themselves in a vast, open expanse where the stars seemed to cluster together in intricate patterns. These patterns formed something that resembled a city, but it was no city they had ever known. Towers of light spiraled upward, their surfaces adorned with celestial carvings that glowed softly. Bridges of starlight connected the towers, and orbs of energy floated gently between them, casting a warm, golden glow. The traveler floated into this cosmic city, their eyes wide with wonder. They could feel the presence of others, not in a physical sense, but as an energy that moved around them, weaving through the structures like a living current. It was a community, a gathering of souls or beings that existed in harmony with the stars. For a moment, the traveler hesitated, feeling small and unworthy in the face of such magnificence. But then the melody of the universe grew louder, more insistent, and they understood. This was not a place of judgment. It was a place of belonging, a realm where every soul, every fragment of light, had a purpose and a place. They drifted through the city, marveling at the details, the swirling patterns etched into the towers, the gentle hum of the energy orbs as they floated by, the way the bridges of light seemed to hum beneath their touch. Everything in this place was alive, connected, and filled with a quiet, enduring joy. As the traveler continued their journey, they realized something profound. The universe was not a cold, empty void. It was alive, vibrant, and filled with infinite beauty. And here, in this place of light and wonder, they felt not just like an observer, but like a part of it all. A thread in the vast, intricate tapestry of existence. With this realization, they turned their gaze back to the silver path. It stretched onward, disappearing into the horizon of stars. The journey was far from over, and the traveler felt a thrill of anticipation. Whatever lay ahead, they were ready to embrace it, to walk further into the light, and to uncover the secrets that awaited them among the stars. As the traveler continued along the silver path, the stars around them grew brighter and closer, their light casting soft, shifting patterns across their face. It was as though the universe was leaning in, curious about this solitary wanderer. The melody of the cosmos, the hum they had heard since crossing the threshold, began to change. It grew richer, more complex, like an orchestra of celestial tones welcoming them into something new. Ahead, the path widened, leading to a place that shimmered with an otherworldly glow. Suspended in the void, a great dome of light floated serenely, its surface rippling like liquid starlight. It was massive, spanning what seemed like miles, and its architecture defied earthly comprehension. Spirals of glowing filigree arced across its surface, forming intricate patterns that pulsed in rhythm with the universal melody. Inside, faint figures moved, their luminous forms flickering like distant flames. The traveler felt an irresistible pull toward the dome, their movements becoming fluid, as if carried by an unseen current. As they approached, a portion of the dome's surface began to part, peeling away like petals of a celestial flower. What lay beyond took their breath away. Inside was a workshop unlike any they had ever seen. It was a vast expanse filled with stars in every stage of creation. Streams of light and energy twisted and swirled around the space, forming glowing threads that floated weightlessly in the air. Each thread was alive with motion and color, shifting between hues of gold, silver, and deep sapphire. The walls of the dome seemed infinite, their surfaces adorned with countless constellations that flickered and rearranged themselves as though in conversation. At the center of it all was Celestara. She stood on a platform of radiant light, her form luminous and ever-changing. Her hair cascaded down her back in waves of shimmering stardust, flowing and sparkling as if it held the secrets of the galaxies themselves. Her gown was a masterpiece of the cosmos, adorned with constellations that shifted and danced with every movement she made. Her eyes, two orbs of deep, endless blue, seemed to contain entire universes, glinting with wisdom and warmth. Celestara's hands moved with purpose, weaving the threads of light into intricate patterns. Each movement was deliberate, yet graceful, like a dance performed to the rhythm of the universe. As the traveler watched, she wove a brilliant tapestry, its threads intertwining to form a new star. When it was complete, she lifted it gently, holding it aloft. The star pulsed with a newborn glow, its light bright yet tender, as though still finding its place in the cosmos. With a flick of her hand, Celestara released it, and the star floated upward, joining the countless others that adorned the dome's ceiling. The traveler stood in awe, their heart pounding with a mix of wonder and curiosity. They had never seen anything so beautiful, so purposeful. Celestara turned toward them, her gaze meeting theirs. Her smile was warm, like the gentle light of dawn breaking over a quiet landscape. "Welcome, Seeker," she said, her voice a melody that seemed to resonate directly within the traveler's soul. "You have come far to be here." The traveler hesitated, unsure how to respond. They finally managed a soft, "I don't know where I am." "You are where you are meant to be," Celestara replied, stepping down from her platform with an elegance that seemed almost otherworldly. "This is my workshop, where stars are born and given their purpose." Her words hung in the air, profound yet comforting. The traveler glanced around, taking in the endless threads of light and the stars waiting to be woven. "You make stars?" they asked, their voice tinged with disbelief. Celestara smiled again. "I am a star weaver. I take the threads of the universe, the hopes, dreams, and stories of countless souls, and weave them into stars. Each one is unique, a reflection of the light within those who dream them into existence." The traveler's breath caught. "Dreams become stars?" "Yes," Celestara said, her gaze steady and kind. "Every dream, every wish cast into the cosmos carries a spark of light. It is my role to nurture that light, to weave it into the tapestry of the universe." She gestured to the threads floating around them, their colors shifting in harmony with her movements. Each thread represents a fragment of a soul's journey. Some are bright and vibrant, filled with hope and love. Others are dimmer, carrying sorrow and loss. but all are necessary. Together, they create the balance that sustains the cosmos. The traveler stepped closer, their fingers brushing against one of the threads. It felt warm and alive, humming faintly with energy. Images flickered through their mind. A child's laughter, a field of wildflowers, a hand reaching out in comfort. They pulled their hand back, overwhelmed. Every thread has a story, Celestara said, her tone gentle. And every story has its place. She returned to her platform, motioning for the traveler to follow. Would you like to see how a star is made? The traveler nodded, their curiosity outweighing their uncertainty. Celestara extended her hand, and a thread of light floated toward her, glowing with a soft, golden hue. She held it delicately, as one might hold a fragile flower. This thread belongs to someone who dared to dream of love, she said, her voice tinged with reverence. A dream so pure it shines brighter than most. With practiced grace, she began to weave the thread, her hands moving in fluid, intricate patterns. More threads floated toward her, drawn by an unseen force, each one adding its unique color and texture to the tapestry. The traveler watched, mesmerized, as the threads came together to form a sphere of light that pulsed gently, as if alive. When the star was complete, Celestara held it up, her face radiant with joy. Another light to guide the way, she said softly, releasing the star into the air. It rose slowly, joining the others in the dome's endless expanse. The traveler felt a lump in their throat, their chest tight with emotion. It's beautiful, they whispered. It is, Celestara agreed, turning to face them. And so are you. The words caught the traveler off guard. Me? Every soul is a star in its own right, Celestara said, stepping closer. You carry light within you, even if you do not yet see it. Your journey is not just to walk among the stars, but to find your place among them. The traveler felt tears prick their eyes, the weight of her words settling deep within. I've spent so long searching, they admitted, but I don't even know what I'm searching for. Celestara placed a hand gently on their shoulder. Sometimes the search is the answer. Each step you take, each question you ask, brings you closer to the light within yourself. Her touch was warm, her presence calming. The traveler felt a spark of hope, faint but real, stirring within them. They glanced around the workshop, taking in the endless threads, the glowing stars, the infinite possibilities. Will I ever understand it all? They asked. Celestara's smile was knowing, her eyes shimmering with the light of countless galaxies. Understanding is not the goal. The journey is. And along the way, you will find moments of clarity, moments of beauty that make it all worthwhile. The traveler nodded, their heart lighter than it had been in a long time. Celestara returned to her weaving, her hands moving with the grace of a composer crafting a symphony. The traveler watched for a while, then turned back to the silver path. It stretched onward, inviting them to continue their journey. Before they stepped away, Celestara called out to them, her voice a gentle melody. Remember, Seeker, the stars are not just above you. They are within you. Carry your light forward, and you will find your way. With those words echoing in their heart, the traveler turned and resumed their walk, the glow of Celestara's workshop fading into the distance. But the warmth of her words and the knowledge of the star's creation stayed with them. a guiding light in the vast expanse of the cosmos. The silver path guided the traveler deeper into the celestial expanse, where the stars seemed to hum with a softer, more intimate melody. The void around them grew warmer, as though the universe itself was preparing them for something gentler, more nurturing. Ahead, the path curved toward a glowing horizon, a realm of color and light that shimmered like the first blush of dawn. As the traveler approached, the hum of the cosmos shifted, transforming into a melody laced with whispers and laughter, as if the stars themselves were rejoicing in anticipation. Through the shimmering haze, the traveler saw it, the Astral Garden. The garden unfolded before them in a symphony of light and beauty, a landscape that defied earthly imagination. Here, the ground was not solid earth, but a radiant tapestry of luminous grasses that glowed softly underfoot, their hues shifting with each step. Flowers of every conceivable color and shape bloomed in abundance, their petals made of pure light that pulsed gently as if breathing. Some blossoms emitted a soft, chiming sound, while others released trails of sparkling dust that floated lazily through the air. Towering trees, their trunks made of crystalline starlight, reached toward the heavens. Their branches stretched outward in graceful arcs, adorned with leaves that shimmered like molten silver. When the traveler gazed upward, they noticed that the canopy was not a barrier but a window to the cosmos. Between the branches, constellations glittered, their positions subtly shifting as if to greet this newfound visitor. The air was thick with a sense of life, but not the kind that buzzes or chatters. Instead, it was the quiet, profound life of things in harmony. Each element of the garden perfectly balanced, perfectly attuned. A gentle breeze flowed through, carrying with it a fragrance unlike anything the traveler had ever known. A blend of starlight and the sweet, ethereal scent of the flowers. It was a smell that evoked both longing and comfort, as though it held the memory of every cherished moment from a lifetime. The traveler stepped cautiously into the garden, their heart swelling with wonder. Each movement felt reverent, as if they were trespassing into a sacred sanctuary. Beneath their feet, the radiant grasses rippled like liquid light, and the chiming of the flowers grew more pronounced, forming a delicate harmony that seemed to welcome them. As they ventured further, they encountered streams of liquid light that meandered through the garden like glowing ribbons. The streams shimmered with shifting hues, deep sapphire, warm amber, and soft lavender, casting dancing reflections onto the surrounding flora. The traveler knelt by one of the streams, dipping their hand into the liquid. It was cool to the touch, yet it sent a warmth coursing through their veins, a feeling of peace and vitality that made them smile despite themselves. Looking closer, they noticed small, luminous creatures darting beneath the surface of the liquid light. They moved like fish, but shimmered like stars, their translucent forms leaving trails of brightness in their wake. The traveler marveled at their beauty, their laughter escaping in a soft, incredulous sound. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" came a voice, melodic and gentle, yet unmistakably real. The traveler turned, startled, to see a figure standing nearby. It was a woman, or something like a woman, with a presence so radiant it seemed to blend seamlessly with the garden itself. Her skin glowed with a soft, golden light, and her hair flowed like a cascade of pure stardust. Her gown was made of delicate, luminous petals that shifted color with every movement, mirroring the hues of the flowers around her. Her eyes, deep and knowing, sparkled with the light of countless stars. The travelers stood, words escaping them as they gazed at this being of beauty and grace. "Welcome to the Astral Garden," the figure said, her smile warm and inviting. "I am Leora, the keeper of this realm." The traveler found their voice, though it trembled slightly. "It's unlike anything I've ever seen." Leora's smile deepened. "This garden is a reflection of the universe's most gentle dreams. Every flower, every stream, every leaf is born from a dream of beauty, love, or hope. It is a place of creation, of renewal." The traveler looked around, their gaze sweeping over the luminous landscape. "It feels alive." "Because it is," Leora replied. "The garden is connected to all who dream, all who hope. It is nurtured by their light, and in turn, it gives that light back to the cosmos." She gestured for the traveler to follow, and they walked together through the garden. As they moved, the traveler noticed more details. Small, glowing creatures resembling fireflies flitting among the flowers, their light adding to the garden's symphony. Spectral animals roamed the pathways. A translucent deer with antlers made of starlight. A fox whose tail left trails of glowing mist, and birds with feathers that sparkled like constellations. Each creature moved with a quiet grace, as if aware of the sanctity of their surroundings. Leora led the traveler to a large, open glade, where a single, massive tree stood at its center. Its trunk was wide and strong, its bark shimmering like polished silver. The branches stretched high and far, adorned with blossoms that glowed softly, casting a warm, golden light over the glade. At the base of the tree, a pool of liquid light reflected its brilliance, creating an almost mirror-like effect. "This is the heart tree," Leora said, her voice reverent. "It is the source of the garden's life, the wellspring of all its beauty." The traveler approached the tree cautiously, their awe growing with every step. The air around it was warm and filled with a subtle vibration, as though the tree itself was breathing. They knelt by the pool, staring into its shimmering depths. Their reflection stared back at them, but it was different. Brighter, fuller, as though their true self was being shown to them. "Every soul who visits the Astral Garden leaves a piece of themselves behind," Leora explained. "A dream, a hope, a memory of beauty. In return, the garden gifts them something precious: renewal, clarity, or peace." The traveler glanced at her. "What do I leave behind?" Leora's gaze was kind. "That is for you to decide." For a moment, the traveler hesitated, unsure of what to do. But then they reached into their satchel and pulled out their journal. It was the one thing they had carried with them on their journey. The one thing that held their thoughts, their dreams, their questions. They opened it, flipping through pages filled with sketches of stars and constellations, with scribbled words of wonder and longing. Carefully, they tore out a single page, a sketch of a star they had imagined but never seen. It was imperfect, hastily drawn, but it held meaning. They placed the page gently into the pool, watching as it dissolved into light, its energy joining the shimmering depths. The heart tree seemed to respond, its blossoms glowing brighter for a moment. A wave of warmth washed over the traveler, filling them with a profound sense of peace. They stood, their eyes meeting Leora's. "Thank you," they said softly. Leora inclined her head. "Your light has strengthened the garden, and the garden, in turn, will guide you on your journey." As the traveler turned to leave, they felt a renewed sense of purpose. The garden had given them more than peace. It had reminded them of their own capacity for beauty, for creation. The silver path awaited them, glowing softly in the distance, and the traveler knew they were ready to continue. As they walked away, the Astral Garden faded gently from view, its beauty imprinted forever in their heart. They carried its light with them, a constant reminder of the universe's capacity for wonder, and their own. The silver path stretched onward, its glow soft and inviting, but the traveler noticed a subtle change in the surrounding starscape. The stars grew denser, clustering together like whispers converging into a single thought. The air, if it could be called air, hummed with a deeper resonance, a sound that seemed to carry the weight of knowledge and memory. Ahead, the path led to what appeared to be a massive structure floating in the void, its silhouette shimmering with light and shadow. As the traveler drew closer, the structure resolved into a library of incomprehensible scale. Towering shelves spiraled upward, vanishing into an unseen height, while others stretched outward into the infinite expanse, forming an intricate labyrinth. The shelves glowed faintly, their surfaces adorned with luminous etchings that shifted and rearranged themselves like living constellations. Between the shelves floated glowing orbs, each pulsating with a unique rhythm and color. The traveler paused at the threshold, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the place. The hum of the universe grew louder here, its melody interwoven with soft murmurs, as if the library itself was alive and whispering its secrets. A wide, glowing staircase extended before them, leading into the heart of the structure. Taking a deep breath, they stepped inside. The first thing the traveler noticed was the warmth. Despite the library's vast, otherworldly nature, it radiated a comforting energy, like stepping into a familiar sanctuary. The orbs floating between the shelves pulsed softly, and as the traveler moved closer to one, it drifted toward them, as though recognizing their presence. The orb was no larger than an apple, its surface swirling with shifting light. When they touched it, the light grew brighter, and images began to form within. Scenes of a life, moments of joy, sorrow, love, and loss. "This is a memory," the traveler murmured, their voice barely audible. "A fragment of a soul's story," came a deep, resonant voice behind them. The traveler turned quickly to see a figure standing nearby. The Cosmic Librarian was unlike anything they had imagined. Tall and regal, their form seemed to be carved from crystal, their translucent skin refracting light into a spectrum of colors. Their eyes were twin galaxies, swirling with endless stars, and their robe shimmered like the surface of a calm sea under moonlight. In their hands, they held a staff of light, its tip glowing with a gentle golden radiance. "Welcome, Seeker," the librarian said, their voice resonating like a deep, harmonious chord. "You have entered the library of memory, a repository of all that has been and all that will be." The traveler's voice caught in their throat, but they managed to say, It's beautiful." The librarian inclined their head. "Beauty lies in the stories contained within. Each orb holds the memories of a life lived, a soul's journey through the tapestry of existence." They gestured toward the endless shelves. "This library is not bound by time or space. It exists to preserve the essence of all who have ever been, and even those who have yet to come. Every joy, every sorrow, every triumph, and every regret. They are all here, waiting to be remembered." The traveler's heart swelled with awe and curiosity. Can anyone see these memories? Only those who are called to this place, the librarian replied. The library reveals what the seeker needs to see. With a flick of their staff, the librarian summoned an orb from a nearby shelf. It floated toward them, its glow intensifying as it neared. The librarian held it delicately, their crystalline fingers refracting its light into shimmering patterns. This one, they said, belongs to a soul who dared to dream of unity among a divided people. Their story is one of perseverance and hope. They held the orb out to the traveler. Would you like to see? The traveler hesitated for a moment before nodding. When they touched the orb, it flared with light, and a vision unfolded before them. They saw a vast sunlit plain where people of different shapes, colors, and forms worked together, building something grand. They felt the emotions of the soul, hope, determination, fear, and saw the challenges they faced. The vision ended with the completion of a great tower that shone like a beacon, a symbol of unity. When the vision faded, the traveler found themselves trembling, tears in their eyes. It was so vivid, so real. Because it was, the librarian said gently. Memories are not just echoes. They are the essence of life itself, preserved for eternity. The librarian turned, their robe glowing like liquid light, and beckoned the traveler to follow. They walked deeper into the library, passing shelves filled with orbs that glowed in every imaginable color. Some pulsed softly, while others shone brightly, their light casting intricate patterns on the walls. The traveler noticed that the murmurs grew louder in certain areas, as though the memories themselves were speaking. What happens to these memories? The traveler asked. Do they stay here forever? The librarian paused, their gaze turning thoughtful. Memories are eternal, but their purpose varies. Some are meant to guide, others to inspire. Some remain here, waiting for the right soul to discover them, while others return to the cosmos, becoming stars or whispers in the wind. They gestured toward a particularly vibrant orb, its light flickering like a flame. This one, for example, became a guiding star for a lost traveler. Its story inspired them to find their way home. The traveler stared at the orb, marveling at the idea that memories could shape the universe in such profound ways. Can I see one of my own memories? The librarian studied them for a moment, their galaxy-filled eyes unreadable. If you are ready. The traveler nodded, their heart pounding. With another flick of their staff, the librarian summoned an orb that drifted toward them. Its light was soft, almost hesitant, as though it carried something fragile. When the traveler touched it, they were instantly transported. They saw themselves as a child, lying in a field under a star-filled sky. Beside them sat an older figure, a parent perhaps, pointing out constellations and telling stories of the universe. They felt the warmth of their presence, the joy of that moment, and the wonder that had filled their young heart. It was a memory they had long forgotten, buried under the weight of years, but now it returned with crystal clarity. When the vision ended, the traveler's eyes brimmed with tears. I'd forgotten how much that moment meant to me. The librarian placed a hand on their shoulder, their touch cool yet comforting. The past has a way of slipping from our grasp, but it is never truly lost. Here, in the Library of Memory, it is preserved, waiting to remind us of who we are. The traveler wiped their eyes, a mixture of gratitude and longing filling their heart. "Thank you," they said softly, "for keeping these memories safe." "It is my purpose," the librarian said. "But remember, the memories are not meant to hold you in the past. They are here to guide you forward." The traveler nodded, understanding dawning within them. The library was not just a place of preservation, but of transformation, a space where the threads of the past could weave into the fabric of the future. As they prepared to leave, the librarian bowed slightly. "Your journey is far from over, Seeker, but take this with you." They extended their staff, and a small orb of light detached from its tip, floating toward the traveler. When it touched their chest, it sank into them, filling them with a warmth that spread through their entire being. "It is a piece of this place," the librarian said, "a reminder that the stories of the universe are not just around you, but within you." The traveler placed a hand over their heart, the light still resonating softly inside them. "I won't forget." With one last, lingering look at the endless shelves and glowing orbs, the traveler stepped back onto the silver path. The library faded behind them, but its warmth and wisdom remained, a beacon guiding them forward into the infinite expanse of the cosmos. The silver path wound its way deeper into the celestial realm, where the stars seemed to cluster more tightly together, their brilliance forming a luminous canopy. The traveler's steps echoed softly in the vast stillness, the hum of the universe ever present and soothing. As they moved forward, the hum began to shift, growing richer and more intricate. It was no longer a simple melody, but a symphony of sounds, a layered, harmonious composition that resonated in the very marrow of their being. Ahead, the path widened into a grand expanse, an amphitheater carved from the cosmos itself. The stars here shone brighter, casting their light downward in cascading beams that illuminated the stage-like space. Great arches of golden light framed the edges, their curves graceful and elegant, forming an ethereal dome that seemed to embrace the heavens. Nebulae swirled in the background, their colors vibrant and alive, as though they too were part of this unfolding masterpiece. At the center of the amphitheater stood a constellation of luminous figures, each shimmering with a unique light. Some were tall and regal, their forms radiating strength and wisdom, while others were delicate and graceful, their movements fluid like dancers in a dream. Each figure held an instrument, though none resembled those of the earthly world. Instead, they were crafted from light and energy. Harps strung with beams of starlight, flutes shaped from crystallized air, and drums that pulsed like the heartbeat of the cosmos. The traveler stepped forward, their breath catching as the symphony swelled in response to their presence. The figures turned to acknowledge them, their glowing forms bowing slightly in welcome. The music grew softer, as if waiting for something or someone to guide it forward. A single figure stepped out from the constellation, their light a soft gold that radiated warmth and kindness. They approached the traveler with a gentle grace, their instrument, a small glowing sphere, hovering above their hands. When they spoke, their voice was a melody, a blend of notes and words that filled the traveler's heart with a quiet joy. "Welcome, Seeker," they said. "You have arrived at the Celestial Symphony, where the music of the stars is woven into the fabric of existence." The traveler's voice was barely a whisper. "It's beautiful." The figure smiled, their light growing brighter for a moment. "The universe itself is a symphony. every star and every soul contributing a note to the grand composition. Here, we play its melody, a reflection of the harmony that binds all things. They gestured to the amphitheater around them. Would you like to join us? The traveler blinked in surprise. Me? I don't know how. The golden figure extended their hand, their gaze steady and encouraging. You do not need to know. The music is already within you. You simply need to listen. Hesitantly, the traveler took their hand. The moment their fingers touched, a warmth spread through them, and they felt as though a door within their soul had opened. The golden figure led them toward the center of the amphitheater, where the other luminous beings waited. The symphony began to rise again, a gentle crescendo that wrapped around the traveler like a comforting embrace. As they stood among the constellation of musicians, the traveler felt a strange yet exhilarating sensation. It was as though their very essence was being attuned to the music, each note resonating within them. The golden figure handed them the glowing sphere, which vibrated faintly as it rested in their palms. This is your instrument, the figure said. It reflects your light, your voice, your contribution to the symphony. The traveler stared at the sphere, unsure of what to do. But as they held it, the vibrations grew stronger, and a soft, melodious tone emerged, a sound that felt uniquely theirs. The other musicians began to play, their instruments creating a tapestry of sound that filled the amphitheater. The traveler closed their eyes, letting the music guide them. They tilted the sphere slightly, and its tone shifted, blending seamlessly with the others. The traveler's heart swelled as they realized they were part of something much greater than themselves. Each note they played seemed to carry a piece of their story, their joys, their fears, their dreams. The sphere responded to their emotions, its melody weaving into the symphony with a beauty that brought tears to their eyes. As the music swelled, the amphitheater itself seemed to come alive. The arches of light pulsed in time with the rhythm, and the stars above shimmered more brightly as though singing along. The nebulae in the background shifted and swirled, their colors deepening with the intensity of the music. The traveler felt a profound connection to everything around them, as if the boundaries between themselves and the universe had dissolved. The golden figure stepped beside them, their own instrument adding a rich, resonant tone to the symphony. Do you feel it? They asked, their voice a melody within the music. The traveler nodded, their eyes still closed. It's like I'm part of everything. Because you are, the figure replied. Every soul, every star, every particle of light contributes to the harmony of existence. Even in moments of silence, your presence creates a note, a vibration that echoes through the cosmos. The traveler opened their eyes, their gaze meeting the golden figures. But what if my note is out of tune? What if it doesn't belong? The figure's light grew warmer, more comforting. There is no wrong note in the universe's symphony. Even dissonance has its place, creating contrast and depth. Your light, your voice is unique, and the symphony would be incomplete without it. The traveler felt a wave of reassurance wash over them. They closed their eyes again, letting their melody flow freely. The sphere in their hands responded, its tones blending and harmonizing with the others. The music grew more intricate, more powerful, until it felt as though the entire universe was resonating with their collective song. As the symphony reached its crescendo, the traveler saw visions unfold within the music. They saw galaxies forming, stars being born and worlds teeming with life. They saw moments of joy and sorrow, triumph and struggle, each one a vital part of the cosmic tapestry. And they saw themselves, not as a solitary figure, but as a thread woven into the grand design, their light shining brightly among the stars. When the final note of the symphony rang out, the amphitheater fell silent, the echoes of the music lingering in the air like a gentle afterglow. The traveler opened their eyes, their heart full and their soul at peace. The golden figure smiled, their gaze filled with quiet pride. "You have played your part beautifully," they said. The traveler looked down at the glowing sphere in their hands, its light now steady and calm. "I didn't know I had it in me." The figure placed a hand on their shoulder. "The music has always been within you, waiting for the moment you were ready to let it out." As the other musicians bowed and returned to their places, the golden figure led the traveler back to the edge of the amphitheater. The silver path awaited them, glowing softly in the distance. "Your journey continues," the figure said, their voice filled with warmth. "But remember this, the symphony is never truly over. Its melody lives on in you, and every step you take adds to its beauty." The traveler nodded, their heart lighter than it had ever been. With one last look at the radiant amphitheater and the constellation of luminous musicians, they stepped back onto the path, carrying the music of the stars within them. The traveler walked along the silver path, which had begun to narrow, its glow dimming slightly. The stars overhead, so vibrant and comforting before, now seemed farther away, their light subdued. The air grew cooler, heavier, as though the universe itself were holding its breath. The hum of the cosmos softened into a low, almost imperceptible vibration. Ahead, the path dipped into a vast valley cloaked in both light and shadow, its contours veiled in a shimmering, dreamlike mist. As the traveler descended into the valley, they were struck by its surreal beauty. On one side, the landscape was bathed in radiant starlight, every detail illuminated with a soft, golden glow. The grass here shimmered as though made of liquid sunlight, and crystalline flowers bloomed in dazzling hues, their petals reflecting the light like tiny mirrors. Streams of luminescent water meandered through the terrain, their surfaces rippling with patterns of light that danced like fireflies. On the other side, a quiet darkness prevailed. The grass was deep indigo, blending seamlessly into the shadows that blanketed the ground. Trees with ebony trunks stretched their gnarled branches skyward, their outlines stark against the twilight backdrop. The darkness was not menacing, however. It was calming, like the comforting embrace of night. The shadows seemed to move gently, their edges blurring as if alive, whispering secrets that only the stillness could hear. The valley was divided perfectly down the middle, a glowing river serving as the boundary between light and shadow. The river's surface reflected both sides of the valley, creating a surreal mirror effect that seemed to stretch into infinity. The traveler stood at its edge, mesmerized by the duality of the scene. The two realms were so distinct yet so harmonious, as though they were two halves of the same whole. A soft voice broke the silence, resonating like the first note of a forgotten melody. "You stand at the crossroads of balance." Startled, the traveler turned to see a figure emerging from the mist. They were neither entirely of the light nor entirely of the shadow. Instead, they seemed to embody both. Their left side glowed softly, their form radiating warmth and light, while their right side was veiled in shadow. their features indistinct yet no less captivating. Their eyes, however, were the most striking. A pair of twin galaxies, one shining brightly, the other swirling with quiet darkness. "I am Kale, the keeper of balance," the figure said, their voice a blend of light and shadow, resonating in perfect harmony. "You have entered the Valley of Shadows and Light, a place where all things converge and find their equilibrium." The traveler felt a shiver run down their spine, though not from fear. "Why am I here?" Kyle gestured toward the valley. "Because your journey is one of discovery, not just of the universe, but of yourself. Here, you must confront what lies within, the light that guides you and the shadows that you hide from." The traveler hesitated, their gaze shifting between the radiant beauty of the light-filled side and the serene mystery of the shadowed side. "I don't understand. Why both?" Kyle's expression was kind yet inscrutable. "Because to understand the fullness of who you are, you must embrace both. Light and shadow are not enemies, but partners in the dance of existence. One cannot exist without the other." The traveler's chest tightened with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. "What do I need to do?" Kyle extended a hand, their palm open and inviting. "Step into the valley. Let it reveal what you need to see." The traveler took a deep breath and nodded, stepping forward. The moment they crossed the river's edge, the air seemed to shift, becoming heavier and more charged. The landscape around them seemed to ripple, and the boundaries between light and shadow blurred slightly, as though responding to their presence. As they ventured further, the traveler found themselves drawn first to the light-filled side. They walked among the crystalline flowers and shimmering streams, their heart swelling with warmth and joy. Memories began to surface, moments of kindness, laughter, and triumph. They saw themselves as a child, gazing at the stars with unbridled wonder. They saw the love they had given and received, the dreams they had dared to chase. The light seemed to embrace them, filling them with a sense of pride and gratitude. But even as they basked in its glow, they felt an unease stirring within, a whisper that something was missing. Reluctantly, the traveler turned toward the shadowed side of the valley. The air grew cooler as they stepped into the twilight, the soft murmurs of the shadows brushing against their skin. Here, the memories were different. They saw moments of fear, anger, and regret. Times when they had faltered, when their light had dimmed. They saw the faces of those they had hurt, the opportunities they had lost. The shadows pressed closer, their presence heavy but not oppressive. The traveler's instinct was to recoil, but Kyle's words echoed in their mind. Light and shadow are partners. Taking a steadying breath, they allowed themselves to face the darkness. To their surprise, the shadows began to shift, their edges softening. They no longer felt like burdens but lessons, experiences that had shaped the traveler, scars that had strengthened their resolve. As they stood there, straddling the line between light and shadow, Kyle appeared beside them, their dual form glowing softly. "Do you see now?" they asked. The traveler nodded slowly. "The light is beautiful, but it's not the whole story. The shadows, they're a part of me too." Kyle smiled, their eyes shimmering with approval. "Exactly. The light reveals your potential, your joys, and your strengths. The shadows show your depth, your resilience, and your capacity for growth. Together, they create the fullness of who you are. The traveler looked around the valley, seeing it now with new eyes. The river no longer felt like a dividing line, but a thread weaving the two realms together. The light and shadow were not in opposition, but in harmony, each enhancing the other's beauty. "What happens now?" the traveler asked, their voice steady. Kyle gestured toward the glowing river. "The valley has shown you its truth. Carry it with you as you continue your journey. Remember, Seeker, that balance is not a destination but a practice, a choice you make in every moment." The traveler gazed at the river one last time, their reflection shimmering on its surface. They saw themselves not as one thing or another, but as a whole, a being of light and shadow, strength and vulnerability, joy and sorrow. And for the first time, they felt at peace with it all. As they stepped back onto the silver path, the valley began to fade, its dual beauty lingering in their mind like a melody that could never be forgotten. The traveler walked on, their heart lighter, their soul brighter, and the balance of shadows and light guiding their every step. The silver path began to incline gently, its radiant glow intensifying with each step. The traveler's heart quickened as they sensed they were approaching something extraordinary. The stars above shifted, their patterns forming intricate arcs that seemed to guide the way. The melody of the cosmos, ever present since the beginning of the journey, grew richer and more vibrant, as if the universe itself was preparing for a grand revelation. Ahead, the summit rose like a crown in the heavens, its peak wreathed in cascading auroras that shimmered in every imaginable hue. The auroras danced slowly, their movements hypnotic, as though conducting the symphony that filled the air. The summit was unlike any mountain the traveler had ever seen. Its surface was not stone or earth, but a substance that glowed with an inner light, smooth yet textured like polished crystal. The entire formation seemed to pulse faintly, as if alive, its rhythm aligned with the beating heart of the cosmos. As the traveler ascended, the air grew thinner but not uncomfortable. It carried a purity that invigorated their senses, each breath filling them with a sense of clarity and purpose. The path became narrower, winding through formations of crystalline spires that jutted out like the fingers of some ancient celestial hand. Each spire refracted the light of the surrounding stars, scattering rainbows across the pathway in a dazzling display. Finally, the traveler reached a plateau near the summit, a vast and open space that seemed to hover between the stars and infinity. The view was breathtaking. From this vantage point, they could see the endless expanse of the cosmos stretching in every direction. Galaxies spiraled gracefully in the distance, their glowing arms cradling nebulae that pulsed with the soft light of creation. Closer, comets streaked across the void, leaving trails of shimmering silver that lingered like the brush strokes of a cosmic artist. At the center of the plateau stood an altar-like structure, its surface carved with patterns that glowed faintly, as if etched by starlight itself. Surrounding it were orbs of light, floating in a gentle orbit, each one radiating a unique hue and vibration. The traveler approached cautiously, their footsteps silent on the smooth, glowing ground. As they neared the altar, a gentle warmth enveloped them, soothing and welcoming. "It is beautiful, isn't it?" came a familiar voice. The traveler turned to see Kyle, the keeper of balance, standing nearby. They appeared as they had before, a perfect embodiment of light and shadow, their presence both grounding and inspiring. Beside them was another figure, a luminous being with wings that shimmered like the auroras above. This new figure radiated an undeniable sense of majesty, their form both delicate and powerful. "I am Arian," the being said, their voice a symphony of light and sound. "Welcome to the Celestial Summit, the meeting place of the infinite and the eternal." The traveler's voice trembled with awe. "It's more beautiful than I could have imagined." Arian smiled, their wings extending slightly, sending ripples of light across the plateau. "This is the heart of the cosmos, where all things converge. From here, you can see not just the stars, but the threads that connect them, the fabric of existence itself." They gestured toward the altar. "Step closer. It will show you what you seek." The traveler hesitated, their gaze shifting between the radiant figures and the glowing altar. Finally, they stepped forward, their heart pounding with anticipation. As they placed their hands on the altar, the orbs surrounding it began to hum softly, their light intensifying. Suddenly, a vision unfolded before them. It was as if the universe itself had been laid bare, its infinite complexity revealed in a single, breathtaking moment. They saw the birth of stars, their fiery cores igniting with a brilliance that lit the void. They saw planets forming, their surfaces sculpted by time and gravity. They witnessed life emerging, delicate and tenacious, in countless forms and colors. And then they saw the threads, the invisible connections that bound everything together. They wove through the stars, the planets, and the living beings, creating a tapestry of light and energy that pulsed with harmony. The traveler's breath caught as they realized that these threads extended to them as well, connecting their soul to every corner of the cosmos. "You are part of this," Arian said softly, their voice echoing in the traveler's mind. "Your light, your choices, your very existence contribute to the symphony of the universe." Tears filled the traveler's eyes as they stepped back from the altar, their chest tight with emotion. I never realized how much I mattered." Kyle stepped forward, their dual form glowing softly. "Every soul matters, Seeker. The smallest light can illuminate the deepest darkness. The quietest note can complete the grandest melody." The traveler wiped their eyes, their heart swelling with a sense of purpose. "What am I supposed to do with this? How do I carry it forward?" Arian's gaze was kind but firm. "You carry it by living fully, by embracing both the light and the shadow within you. Share your light with others, and let their light guide you in return. Trust the threads that connect you to the universe. They will show you the way." The traveler nodded, their resolve solidifying like crystal. They turned to look out over the edge of the plateau, their eyes sweeping across the boundless cosmos. The summit had given them more than a view. It had given them a sense of belonging, a reminder that they were both a single thread and an integral part of the tapestry. As they prepared to leave, Arian stepped closer, their wings folding gracefully. "Take this with you," they said, extending a hand. A small orb of light appeared, glowing softly with a warm, golden hue. "It is a fragment of the summit, a reminder of what you have seen and felt here." The traveler accepted the orb, feeling its warmth radiate through their hands. "Thank you," they said, their voice filled with gratitude. Kyle and Arian both inclined their heads. "Your journey is not over," Kyle said, "but you are ready for what lies ahead." With one last look at the summit and its radiant beauty, the traveler turned and began their descent. The silver path awaited them, glowing more brightly now, as if energized by their presence. The music of the cosmos swelled once more, a triumphant melody that echoed in their heart. As they walked away from the celestial summit, the traveler felt lighter, stronger, and more connected than ever before. They carried the summit's light within them, a beacon to guide them through the infinite expanse of the stars and beyond. The silver path stretched before the traveler, its soft glow steady and reassuring, but this time it felt different. It no longer beckoned with mystery or whispered of the unknown. Instead, it radiated a quiet sense of completion, as though it knew the journey was nearing its end. The traveler took a deep breath, the cool, crisp air filling their lungs and invigorating their spirit. The summit was behind them now, its grandeur imprinted on their soul, yet the warmth of its revelations lingered in their heart, like the fading notes of a beautiful symphony. As the traveler stepped forward, the universe seemed to shift around them. The stars above, once distant and scattered, now glimmered in intricate patterns, their positions forming constellations that felt deeply familiar. It was as if the cosmos was mapping out a path home, weaving the heavens into a tapestry of guidance and memory. The hum of the universe was still there, softer now, a melody that carried echoes of every place they had visited and every lesson they had learned. The path began to wind gently downward, leading the traveler through landscapes that seemed to flow seamlessly from one to the next. The first was a field of starlight, where silken grasses shimmered with hues of silver and gold. As the traveler walked, the grasses swayed gently, their movement creating a soft, tinkling sound, like wind chimes in the breeze. The air was fragrant with the scent of celestial blooms, their petals glowing faintly in the starlight. The traveler paused to run their fingers through the grasses, marveling at the way the light danced across their surface. "This place feels so familiar," they murmured to themselves. And indeed, it did. The field was a reflection of their own memories, a place they had dreamed of but never thought they would see. It reminded them of quiet moments from their life, the stillness of a summer evening, the warmth of a loved one's touch, the feeling of being perfectly at peace. The traveler smiled, their heart swelling with gratitude for the memories that had shaped them. Further along, the field gave way to a shimmering forest, its trees unlike anything on earth. Their trunks were made of crystalline light, their branches stretching high into the sky, adorned with leaves that glowed like tiny stars. The forest pulsed with life, its energy palpable. As the traveler walked beneath the canopy, they noticed streams of light flowing between the trees, their currents carrying fragments of images and sounds, memories, dreams, and whispers from the universe itself. One of the streams drifted closer, its light brushing against the traveler's hand. Instantly, a vision unfolded before them. They saw a younger version of themselves, gazing up at the night sky with wide-eyed wonder. The memory was so vivid they could almost feel the cool grass beneath them and hear the crickets chirping in the distance. Tears welled in their eyes as they realized how far they had come since that moment, how much they had grown and changed. The forest seemed to sense their emotions, its light growing warmer, more comforting. It was as if the universe itself was offering them solace, reminding them that every step of their journey, both the joyful and the difficult, had brought them to this place. The traveler nodded silently, their resolve strengthened. As they continued, the forest thinned, and the silver path led them to the banks of a vast, glowing river. Its surface shimmered like liquid moonlight, reflecting the stars above with perfect clarity. The river stretched far into the distance, its gentle currents carrying orbs of light that glowed softly, each one a tiny, self-contained universe. The traveler knelt by the water's edge, dipping their fingers into its cool, silky surface. A sense of calm washed over them, as though the river itself carried the peace of the cosmos. One of the orbs floated closer, its light pulsing faintly. When the traveler reached out to touch it, a soft hum resonated through the air, and another vision appeared. This time, it was not a memory, but a glimpse of the future. A path yet to be walked, filled with new challenges and new wonders. The vision was fleeting, like a single note in a grand symphony, but it left the traveler feeling inspired and hopeful. The river seemed to sing as the traveler rose and continued their journey, its melody blending with the ever-present hum of the universe. The silver path climbed gently upward once more, leading them out of the valley and into an open expanse where the sky seemed closer, the stars brighter. It was as if the universe was drawing them into a final embrace, a farewell filled with light and love. Ahead, the travelers saw a familiar sight, the archway they had stepped through at the beginning of their journey. It stood alone in the starlit meadow, its carvings glowing softly, their patterns more intricate than the traveler remembered. The archway seemed to pulse with a quiet energy, as though it recognized the traveler and welcomed their return. As they approached, the meadow around them came alive. The grasses swayed gently in a non-existent breeze, their silvery hues glinting in the starlight. The wildflowers, previously delicate and subdued, now bloomed with vibrant colors, their petals glowing as though lit from within. The air was filled with the soft hum of life, a melody that resonated with the traveler's heart. The traveler stopped before the archway, their hand brushing its cool, textured surface. They felt a surge of emotion, gratitude for the journey they had undertaken, awe at the wonders they had witnessed, and a quiet sadness at the thought of leaving this celestial realm. But above all, they felt a sense of completion, a deep understanding that they had found what they had been seeking. "You are ready," a voice said, gentle and familiar. The traveler turned to see Kale and Arian standing nearby, their forms radiant with light and shadow. They both smiled, their expressions filled with pride and warmth. "The journey you have taken has changed you," Arian said, their wings shimmering in the starlight. "You have seen the beauty of the cosmos and the strength within yourself." Kyle stepped closer, their dual form glowing softly. "And now, you carry both the light and the shadow within you, in perfect harmony. Remember this balance, for it is your greatest strength." The traveler nodded, their voice steady. "Thank you for everything. I'll never forget what I've seen, what I've learned." Arian extended their hand, and a small orb of light appeared, glowing softly. "Take this with you, a gift from the stars. It will guide you when you feel lost and remind you of the infinite beauty that lies within and around you." The traveler accepted the orb, its warmth filling their palm, and placed it close to their heart. With one last look at the radiant beings who had guided them, they stepped through the archway. The light enveloped them once more, gentle and warm, and the celestial realm faded. When the light receded, they found themselves back in the meadow, the night sky spread out above them like a familiar friend. The stars seemed to shine more brightly now, their patterns clearer, their presence more intimate. The traveler sat in the grass, their heart full, their soul at peace. The journey had brought them back to where they started, but they were no longer the same. They were connected now, to the stars, to the universe, to themselves. As they gazed up at the sky, the melody of the cosmos still resonating in their heart, the traveler smiled. They knew that the journey was not truly over. It had only just begun. The traveler lay on their back in the meadow, the cool grass beneath them soft as silk. Above, the night sky stretched endlessly, a canvas of stars painted in infinite hues. The constellations that once seemed distant now glimmered with a newfound intimacy, as though each star held a piece of the journey they had undertaken. The air was crisp and clean, carrying the faint fragrance of wildflowers and earth, a grounding reminder of the world they had returned to. They closed their eyes, letting the memory of the celestial realm wash over them. Each moment of the journey unfolded in their mind like a vivid dream. The radiant Astral Garden, the infinite library of memory, the symphony played among the stars, and the summit where they glimpsed the threads connecting all things. The emotions of those moments were still fresh. Wonder, awe, humility, and a profound sense of belonging. Yet now, lying under the familiar sky, the traveler felt a different kind of peace. The journey had been one of discovery and transformation, but its greatest gift was the ability to find meaning and connection here, in the quiet beauty of the world they had always known. The traveler sat up slowly, their gaze drawn to the horizon where the first blush of dawn began to soften the edges of the night. The stars faded one by one, their light yielding to the warmth of the rising sun. It was a transition so subtle, so natural, that it felt like part of the symphony they had heard among the stars. Reaching into their satchel, the traveler retrieved their journal, its leather cover worn and familiar. They opened it, the pages filled with sketches of constellations, hurried notes, and scattered reflections from before the journey began. It seemed like a relic from another life, a life defined by searching and questioning, by an endless longing for something more. Turning to a blank page, they hesitated, unsure of how to begin. What words could capture the immensity of what they had experienced? What sketches could do justice to the beauty they had seen? The traveler placed the pen to the paper, letting the silence guide them. The first words came slowly, tentatively, like the first rays of sunlight breaking through the darkness. The universe is alive, and so am I. They paused, the simplicity of the statement surprising them, yet it felt true, resonating in a way that was both profound and comforting. The traveler continued, their pen moving steadily now, words flowing like the streams of light in the Astral Garden. I am not separate from the stars. I am part of their song, their light, their dance. Every breath I take, every thought I have, ripples through the cosmos, just as the stars ripple through me. They stopped to sketch the silver path, winding its way through fields of starlight and forests of crystalline trees. Each line brought the memory into sharper focus, the act of creation grounding them in the present, even as it honored the past. As they worked, the sun rose higher, bathing the meadow in golden light. The wildflowers glowed softly, their colors vibrant and alive. The traveler looked up, their pen still in hand, and marveled at the scene. It was not the celestial garden, but it held its own beauty, its own light. they realized that the wonders of the universe were not confined to distant realms. They were here, in every blade of grass, every petal, every whisper of the wind. The realization stirred something deep within them, a memory of Hale's words. Balance is not a destination, but a practice, a choice you make in every moment. The traveler turned to a fresh page, their hand moving with quiet purpose. The journey does not end. It changes shape, becomes part of the everyday. The light and shadow within me are not separate. They are threads of the same tapestry, woven together to create something whole. They sketched the valley of shadows and light, the glowing river that divided and united the two realms. The memory of that place was vivid, the lessons it had taught them enduring. They had learned to see beauty not just in their joys and triumphs, but in their fears and flaws. They had learned that every part of themselves had value, that the shadows were not to be feared, but embraced. The journal began to fill with more reflections, more sketches. The traveler wrote of the symphony among the stars, the way its melody had resonated in their soul, showing them the power of connection and harmony. They wrote of the Cosmic Librarian, the infinite shelves of memories and stories that had reminded them of the enduring significance of every life, every moment. But as they wrote, they felt a quiet pull, a need to look forward, not just back. They turned to the small orb of light resting in their satchel, the gift from Arian at the summit. Its glow was soft and steady, a tangible reminder of the infinite beauty they had witnessed. Holding it in their hands, they closed their eyes and let its warmth fill them. Visions began to form, not of the past, but of the future. They saw themselves walking new paths, meeting new faces, sharing the light they carried. They saw moments of challenge and growth, of giving and receiving, of joy and sorrow. They saw their life unfolding as part of the grand symphony, their unique note blending with countless others to create something greater than themselves. The traveler opened their eyes, the vision fading, but its message clear. The journey was not over. It had only shifted, transforming into something quieter, but no less profound. They placed the orb carefully back into their satchel, its glow a steady presence at their side. The sun was high now, the meadow alive with light and sound. Birds sang in the trees at the edge of the clearing, their melodies weaving effortlessly into the symphony of the morning. The traveler closed their journal, the pages filled with words and sketches that felt like pieces of their soul. They stood, brushing the grass from their clothes, and looked toward the horizon. The silver path was gone, its glow replaced by the simple beauty of the earth. But the traveler knew that it had not truly disappeared. It was still there, woven into their heart, guiding them with every step they took. They smiled, a sense of quiet certainty settling over them. Turning toward the rising sun, the traveler began to walk, their steps steady and sure. The reflection of their journey shone brightly within them, a light that would never fade. And as they moved forward, the melody of the cosmos hummed softly in their heart, a reminder that they were never alone, that they were, and always would be, a part of the infinite dance of the stars. The golden halls of Asgard gleamed beneath the eternal light of the Bifrost, a celestial bridge arching like a rainbow across the heavens. Its shimmering colors reflected in the polished shields and spears of the Aesir, the gods of Norse legend. Here, among the towering spires and endless feasts, The air crackled with power, laughter, and the clang of weapons. Yet, within the heart of this divine realm, Thor, the god of thunder, sat restless. Thor's powerful frame, broad as a mountain and unyielding as the iron of his hammer Mjolnir, was a paradox of strength and unease. His crimson cape flowed behind him as he paced the grand hall, his golden hair a cascade of restless energy. His hammer, forged in the heart of a dying star, rested nearby, a constant reminder of his might. But even the unparalleled weapon could not quell the fire that burned within him, a thirst for action, for conquest, and above all, for glory. Thor, you wear the floor thinner than Skidbladnir's sails in a storm, came a sharp voice. Loki, the trickster, lounged upon a gilded bench, his sly smile as sharp as a blade. His green eyes gleamed with mischief, and his dark hair framed a face both beguiling and dangerous. Thor stopped pacing and turned his stormy gaze upon his brother, though the two shared no blood beyond the bonds of adoption. Loki, while you sit weaving lies and tricks, I grow weary of idleness. The halls of Asgard feel too small, the air too thin. I crave the taste of adventure. Loki arched an eyebrow and chuckled, his voice smooth as silk. Adventure, brother? You long to swing your hammer at foes unworthy of your strength. Is that it? Another giant to fell, another skull to split? Thor's lips curled into a grin, revealing the predatory edge that had made him the terror of the giants. Yes, Loki, but not just any giant. I've heard whispers of Utgard Loki, a ruler among their kind, whose cunning rivals even your own. They say his fortress is a realm of enchantment and deceit, a place where strength alone cannot prevail. Perhaps it is there I'll find a challenge worthy of my might. At the mention of Utgard Loki, a ripple of tension passed through the hall. Even the warriors who had faced Jotunheim's icy horrors fell silent, their gazes turning toward Thor with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Loki's smile faltered for a brief moment, but he recovered quickly, his voice laced with mockery. And you think yourself prepared, do you, to face a king of giants in his own domain? Very well, Thor. If you seek glory, I'll not let you go alone. I'll accompany you, for amusement, if nothing else. Thor threw his head back and laughed, the sound reverberating like thunder. Amusement, Loki? You may find it less amusing when the frost giants send you running for shelter. Loki smirked. Oh, I think you'll find I'm quite resourceful, brother. With their decision made, Thor and Loki prepared to set out. The All-Father, Odin, watched from his high seat, his one eye gleaming with both pride and worry. He called the brothers to his side before they left. Thor, my son, Odin said, his voice heavy with the weight of countless ages. The path to Utgard is fraught with peril. It is a place where even the gods may falter. Utgard Loki is not to be underestimated. His strength lies not only in might, but in guile. Remember this, strength alone does not make a hero. Wisdom and humility will serve you better than the sharpest weapon. Thor nodded, though his pride burned brighter than Odin's warnings. Loki, meanwhile, bowed low, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Fear not, All-Father, Loki said with a theatrical flourish. I shall keep our dear Thor from walking headlong into disaster. Odin's gaze lingered on them, and he sighed. Then go, but tread carefully. The giants do not play fair. The gods of Asgard gathered to bid them farewell. Frigga, the queen, placed a hand on Thor's shoulder, her eyes soft with maternal worry. "Take care, my son," she whispered, "and return to us whole." With that, Thor and Loki stepped onto the Bifrost, its rainbow hues shimmering beneath their feet. Heimdall, the ever-vigilant guardian of the bridge, stood at its entrance, his sword and horn gleaming in the light. His gaze, sharper than the edge of a blade, studied them. "To Jotunheim?" Heimdall asked, his voice a low rumble. "To Utgard," Thor declared, his voice echoing with the promise of thunder. Heimdall hesitated, then nodded. "Very well, but be warned. Jotunheim is a realm where the rules of Asgard hold no sway. Keep your wits about you." With a nod of gratitude, Thor and Loki crossed the bridge, leaving behind the golden spires of Asgard for the cold, forbidding expanse of Jotunheim. As they descended into the realm of giants, the air grew colder, the skies darker. The lush greenery of Asgard gave way to jagged peaks and frozen wastelands. The howling wind carried with it whispers of ancient power and long-forgotten threats. Thor strode confidently, Mjolnir swinging at his side, while Loki followed with a more measured step, his sharp eyes scanning the horizon for signs of danger or opportunity. They were an unlikely pair, the god of thunder and the master of mischief, united by blood yet divided by nature. Together they ventured into the unknown, where strength and cunning would both be tested. Ahead lay the fortress of Utgard-Loki, hidden deep within the icy mountains. Its gates were said to be impenetrable, its halls filled with illusions and traps. But for Thor, it was a promise of glory. For Loki, it was a stage on which to perform his greatest tricks. The journey had begun. The Bifrost shimmered like a living ribbon of light as Thor and Loki stepped off its celestial path, leaving behind the safety of Asgard and descending into the frigid desolation of Jotunheim. The air was colder here, biting at their faces like 1,000 tiny knives. Snow swirled in the relentless wind, obscuring the jagged peaks that pierced the iron-gray sky. Thor inhaled deeply, his breath forming clouds that vanished almost instantly in the frost. His heart raced, not with fear, but with anticipation. This was a land where his strength would find its purpose. Loki, ever the observer, pulled his green cloak tighter around his lean frame, his sharp eyes scanning the horizon. "Well, Thor," he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm, "welcome to the land of giants. I trust your hammer is eager to meet them." Thor grinned, his teeth gleaming like a wolf's in the dim light. "Mjolnir has long awaited this day. Let the giants come. They'll fall like trees before the storm." The landscape before them was both haunting and majestic. Towering glaciers reflected the dim light of the overcast sky, their crystalline surfaces glinting like shards of broken glass. Valleys carved by ancient rivers stretched endlessly, their silence broken only by the occasional groan of shifting ice. In the distance, dark forests loomed, their twisted trees clawing at the heavens like the hands of forgotten souls. The two gods began their trek, their footsteps crunching in the deep snow. Each step felt heavier than the last, as if the very ground resented their intrusion. Thor's heavy boots left deep impressions, while Loki's lighter steps seemed to glide over the surface. It was clear that, despite their differences, both were out of place in this harsh, untamed realm. As the hours passed, the sun dipped lower, its feeble light casting long shadows across the frozen wasteland. Thor's powerful frame remained unyielding, his hammer resting comfortably in his grip. Loki, on the other hand, seemed to grow more irritable with each passing moment, his muttered complaints lost to the wind. "Tell me, brother," Loki finally said, breaking the silence. "How do you intend to find this Utgard Loki? Jotunheim is vast, and its denizens are hardly the welcoming sort." Thor paused, his piercing blue eyes scanning the horizon. "Giants are not known for their subtlety, Loki. We'll find them soon enough, or they'll find us." As if summoned by Thor's words, the ground beneath them trembled. A deep rumble echoed through the air, followed by a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Loki's hand instinctively moved to the dagger at his side, while Thor gripped Mjolnir with a warrior's readiness. From behind a nearby ridge, a figure emerged, its massive silhouette cutting through the swirling snow. The giant was enormous, even by Jotunheim standards, his hulking form clad in crude armor made of iron and bone. His skin was as pale as the glaciers around him, and his eyes glowed with an unnatural blue light. In his hand, he carried a club fashioned from a tree trunk, its surface studded with jagged stones. "Well," Loki murmured, his voice tinged with both awe and apprehension, "it seems you've got your wish, Thor." The giant let out a bellowing roar, his voice shaking the very air. "Who dares trespass in Jotunheim?" Thor stepped forward, his presence a defiant beacon of strength in the shadow of the giant. "I am Thor, son of Odin, god of thunder. I seek Utgard Loki." The giant laughed, a deep rumbling sound that echoed through the valley. "Thor, the mighty god, you'll find no welcome here, Asgardian. Turn back now or face your doom." Thor's grip on Mjolnir tightened, lightning crackling faintly along its surface. "I do not fear you, giant. Stand aside or feel the wrath of the storm." The giant raised his club, its sheer size casting a shadow over Thor and Loki. But before the blow could fall, Thor lunged forward, his hammer streaking through the air like a bolt of lightning. The impact was deafening, a thunderclap that shook the earth. The giant staggered, his roar of pain echoing across the wasteland. Loki, ever the opportunist, took advantage of the distraction. With a flick of his wrist, he sent a blade of shimmering energy hurtling toward the giant's exposed side. It struck true, eliciting another howl of rage. The brothers worked in tandem, Thor's raw power and Loki's cunning creating a deadly combination. After a fierce battle, the giant finally fell, his massive form collapsing into the snow with a resounding crash. Thor rested Mjolnir on his shoulder, his breath coming in heavy clouds. "Another foe defeated," he said, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. Loki approached, his sharp features unreadable. "Impressive, brother. But if every step of this journey is to be met with such hospitality, we may need to reconsider our pace." Thor chuckled. "Let them come. Each battle brings us closer to Utgard Loki." As they pressed on, the landscape grew even more hostile. The wind howled like a living thing, its icy breath clawing at their faces. Shadows danced in the periphery of their vision, fleeting glimpses of movement that vanished as quickly as they appeared. It was as if the very realm conspired against them, testing their resolve at every turn. Night fell, bringing with it an oppressive darkness. Thor and Loki found shelter beneath a rocky overhang, a small fire providing little warmth against the encroaching cold. The stars above seemed distant and indifferent, their faint light swallowed by the vast emptiness of the land. As they sat by the fire, Loki spoke, his voice low and contemplative. "Do you ever wonder, Thor, why we do this? why we seek out danger and glory, knowing full well the cost. Thor glanced at his brother, his expression thoughtful. Because it is our nature, Loki. We are gods, born to face what others cannot. If we do not fight, who will? Loki's lips curled into a faint smile, though it did not reach his eyes. Perhaps we are fools, chasing illusions of greatness in a world that cares little for our deeds. Thor laughed, the sound echoing in the stillness. Fools or not, brother, we will face whatever comes together. That is enough. The fire crackled softly, its light casting flickering shadows on the rocky walls. For a moment, the two gods sat in silence, united by the unspoken bond of their shared journey. As dawn broke, they rose and continued their trek, the shadows of Jotunheim ever pressing closer. The wilderness stretched endlessly before them, a vast, untamed expanse that seemed determined to test their every step. But Thor and Loki pressed on, their resolve unshaken. For in the heart of this frozen land lay their destiny, and the promise of a challenge unlike any they had ever faced. The icy wilderness of Jotunheim stretched endlessly before Thor and Loki, a desolate expanse of frost and shadow. Days turned to nights, and nights to days, the boundaries between them blurred beneath the perpetual gray skies. Yet even in this unforgiving realm, the gods pressed forward, their resolve unbroken. It was on the morning of their 5th day in the wilderness that the landscape began to change. The towering glaciers gave way to vast, snow-covered plains, their surface unmarred by footprints. The air grew heavier, laced with a strange electric tension that set Thor's muscles on edge and made Loki's keen eyes dart suspiciously from side to side. Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir as he glanced at Loki. "You feel it, brother? The air here. There's something unnatural about it." Loki nodded, his expression unreadable. "Indeed, this is no ordinary place. We are drawing closer to something significant." As they trudged onward, the plains began to slope upward, leading to a massive ridge that loomed like a fortress wall. When they reached the top, the sight before them took their breath away. Nestled in a deep valley was Utgard, the legendary castle of giants. Its walls were impossibly high, carved from black stone that seemed to absorb the dim light rather than reflect it. The fortress shimmered faintly, as if cloaked in an ethereal veil, and its towering gates were adorned with intricate carvings of ancient battles and monstrous figures. Spires pierced the clouds, their tops shrouded in mist, and a strange, haunting melody echoed faintly in the air, as though the very stones of the castle sang of its power. "This," Thor muttered, his voice low and reverent, "is a fortress worthy of legend." Loki's lips curled into a faint smile. "And you intend to march through those gates as though you belong? The giants do not take kindly to uninvited guests, Thor." Thor's blue eyes burned with determination. "Let them try to stop me." As they descended the ridge, the air seemed to grow thicker, pressing against them like an invisible force. Even Thor, with his boundless strength, found his steps heavier, as though the very ground resisted their approach. Loki moved with caution, his every sense attuned to the strange energy that surrounded them. When they reached the gates, they found no guards, no signs of life. The massive doors, carved from ancient wood and bound with iron, loomed before them, their surface etched with runes that pulsed faintly with a blue glow. Thor raised Mjolnir, his intention clear, but Loki placed a hand on his arm. "Patience, brother. A fortress like this is not defended by mere locks and keys. Let me see if these runes speak of their secrets. Loki stepped closer, his fingers tracing the glowing symbols. He murmured under his breath, his words weaving a spell of unraveling. For a moment, the runes flared brighter, as if resisting his touch, but then they dimmed, and with a deep, resonant groan, the gates swung inward. Thor grinned. Well done, Loki. Perhaps your tricks have their uses after all. Loki's smirk was sharp. I live to serve, dear brother. Inside, the castle was even more magnificent and unsettling than they had imagined. The vast entrance hall stretched into darkness, its vaulted ceiling held aloft by colossal pillars carved into the shapes of twisting serpents and roaring beasts. The air was cool and carried the faint scent of ancient stone. Torches flickered along the walls, their flames a ghostly blue, casting eerie shadows that seemed to dance of their own accord. As Thor and Loki stepped forward, their footsteps echoed ominously. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional creak of unseen movement. It felt as though the castle itself was alive, watching, waiting. Then, from the shadows at the far end of the hall, a figure emerged. He was tall, even by giant standards, his form radiating power and authority. His skin was pale as moonlight, his hair dark as the abyss. His piercing eyes, glowing with an unnatural light, seemed to see straight into their souls. He wore a cloak of deep blue, trimmed with silver, and his voice, when he spoke, was deep and resonant, filling the hall like the toll of a great bell. Thor, god of thunder, Loki, the trickster, I have been expecting you. Thor stepped forward, his presence as commanding as the giant's. Are you Utgard Loki? The giant inclined his head. Indeed, I am, and you have ventured far to reach me. Tell me, what brings the gods of Asgard to my hall? Thor's voice was steady, his tone defiant. We seek challenge and glory. I have heard of your strength and cunning, Utgard Loki. I wish to test myself against them. A slow smile spread across Utgard Loki's face, revealing teeth sharp as daggers. You wish to test yourself? Very well, Thor, but know this. In my hall, strength alone will not suffice. Here, the rules are different, and the challenges unique. Thor's grip on Mjolnir tightened, but Loki stepped forward, his expression unreadable. And what of me, Utgard Loki? I am no mere warrior. Do you have challenges fit for one of my particular talents? Utgard Loki chuckled, a deep, rumbling sound that echoed through the hall. Oh, I have challenges for both of you, trickster. But first, let us not be poor hosts. You have traveled far and faced many dangers to reach this place. Come, let us feast. The night is long, and the games can wait until dawn. With a wave of his hand, Utgard Loki summoned an entourage of giants who appeared from the shadows as though conjured by magic. They carried trays laden with food and drink, roasted meats, loaves of dark bread, goblets of spiced mead. The hall transformed before their eyes, tables and chairs appearing as if from nowhere, their surfaces gleaming with gold and silver. Thor and Loki sat among the giants, their smaller forms dwarfed by the massive beings around them. Thor ate heartily, tearing into the food with gusto, while Loki sipped his mead with measured elegance, his sharp eyes taking in every detail of their surroundings. The giants laughed and jeered, their voices booming, but Thor was unfazed. He matched their roars with his own, his presence a storm in the midst of their revelry. Loki, meanwhile, engaged in a different game, his words sharp as blades as he exchanged barbs and riddles with the cunning Utgard Loki. When the feast ended, Utgard Loki rose, his towering form casting a long shadow across the hall. Now, my guests, the time has come. Tomorrow you shall face the challenges of Utgard. Prepare yourselves, for the games of giants are not for the faint of heart. Thor met the giant's gaze, his blue eyes blazing. I am ready. Loki inclined his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. As am I. Utgard Loki's smile was enigmatic, his glowing eyes betraying nothing. Very well. Rest now, for the dawn brings trials that will test your strength, your cunning, and your resolve. With that, the giants led Thor and Loki to chambers deep within the castle. The rooms were vast, their walls adorned with tapestries depicting ancient battles and strange, otherworldly creatures. Thor's room was austere, its furnishings simple but sturdy, reflecting his warrior's nature. Loki's, in contrast, was opulent, its rich fabrics and gilded mirrors a fitting match for his refined tastes. As Thor lay on the massive bed, his mind churned with anticipation. He relished the thought of the challenges to come, confident in his strength and the power of Mjolnir. In the next room, Loki sat by the window, his sharp mind working through the possibilities. He knew that in Utgard, nothing was as it seemed, and that the greatest weapon here would be not strength, but wit. The castle of Utgard was a place of mystery and magic, its halls filled with ancient power and hidden dangers. As the night wore on, the gods prepared themselves for the trials ahead, knowing that the dawn would bring challenges unlike any they had ever faced. In the land of giants, even the gods were mere mortals, and the path to glory was shrouded in shadows. The golden light of dawn filtered dimly through the mist that shrouded Utgard's towering spires. The vast hall of the castle, where giants feasted and roared with laughter the night before, was now transformed into a place of trials. Tables had been cleared, torches flickered with a pale blue light, and the air hummed with an unspoken challenge. Thor and Loki stood at the center of the hall, flanked by giants whose laughter was edged with cruel anticipation. Utgard Loki, seated on his grand throne of black stone and ivory, clapped his massive hands, and the hall fell silent. His glowing eyes swept over the assembly before settling on Loki, the god of mischief. You, Loki, are known for your clever tongue and your cunning tricks, he said, his deep voice resonating through the hall. But here in Utgard, words will not suffice. Let us see if your appetite matches your wit. Loki's lips curled into a sly smile. A contest of eating, then. Very well. I've dined in Asgard and beyond. Bring forth your champion, Utgard Loki, and let us see whose hunger reigns supreme. At the giant's command, the hall erupted with movement. From the shadows emerged a figure unlike any other. He was tall and gaunt, his skin the ashen gray of smoldering embers. His eyes burned like twin coals, and his presence carried the oppressive heat of a roaring fire. This was Logi, a personification of wildfire, a being whose hunger was as boundless as it was destructive. Logi stepped forward, his movements fluid yet predatory, and his thin lips twisted into a feral grin. The giants cheered and pounded their fists against the tables, the noise like rolling thunder. Loki raised an eyebrow, his expression one of amused curiosity. A worthy opponent, he said, his voice calm despite the murmurs of unease that rippled through even the gods. Utgard Loki raised his hand, silencing the crowd. "The rules are simple," he declared. "Before you lies the table of plenty. You must eat everything placed before you, faster and more completely than your opponent. There will be no magic, no tricks, only appetite and determination. Do you accept, Loki?" Loki glanced at the table. It groaned under the weight of roasted meats, wheels of cheese, towering loaves of bread, and overflowing bowls of stew. The sight of the feast, though overwhelming, only fueled his confidence. He inclined his head. "I accept." Utgard Loki gestured for them to begin. Loki and Logi took their places at the table, their eyes locked in mutual challenge. The giants leaned in, their anticipation palpable, while Thor crossed his arms and watched with a mix of amusement and curiosity. The first platter was set before them, a mountain of roasted venison, glistening with fat and seasoned with fragrant herbs. At Utgard Loki's signal, the contest began. Loki attacked the food with surprising ferocity, tearing into the meat with his bare hands. He ate quickly, each piece vanishing down his throat in rapid succession. The hall echoed with the sounds of his chewing and the scraping of bones against his plate. The giants cheered, impressed by the god's determination. But Logi was no ordinary opponent. His approach was monstrous, almost otherworldly. Where Loki tore and chewed, Logi devoured. His jaw unhinged like a snake's, and the meat disappeared in enormous chunks, his fiery aura intensifying with each bite. The table beneath him scorched and smoked as he worked, the heat of his presence searing the air. As the platters emptied, more were brought forward. Whole boars, steaming loaves, vats of mead. Loki pressed on, his strategy shifting to smaller, quicker bites as he sought to maintain his speed. His sharp mind worked furiously, calculating how best to pace himself against his inhuman opponent. Logi, however, showed no sign of slowing. He consumed not just the food, but the very vessels in which they were served. Goblets, plates, and even the wooden trenchers. His fiery presence grew hotter, forcing the closest giants to retreat, their cheers turning to murmurs of concern. Sweat beaded on Loki's brow as he reached for another piece of bread. He could feel the heat emanating from Loki, a furnace-like presence that made the air difficult to breathe. His stomach churned, but he forced himself to keep going, refusing to concede defeat. When the final platter was set before them, a massive cauldron of stew, the tension in the hall was palpable. Loki and Logi both dove in, their hands and faces slick with the oily broth. Loki felt his strength waning, his body protesting against the sheer volume he had consumed. But he gritted his teeth, determined to see the contest through. Loki, meanwhile, was relentless. As the last scraps of food disappeared into his gaping maw, he leaned forward and inhaled deeply. The table before him burst into flames, the wood reduced to ash in an instant. The giants erupted into cheers, their laughter shaking the very walls of the hall. Loki sat back, his face pale but his pride intact. He wiped his hands on his cloak and offered a wry smile. "Well, it seems your champion has a rather unique appetite, Utgard Loki." The giant king rose from his throne, his smile as enigmatic as ever. "Indeed, Loki. You have done well to match Logi for as long as you did. Few have the stomach to face such a force, but here in Utgard there are powers beyond the mortal or divine. Logi is no mere giant. He is the living embodiment of wildfire, a hunger that consumes all in its path. Against such a foe, even the cleverest among us cannot prevail. Thor stepped forward, his expression grim. You set my brother against a force of nature disguised as a giant. What honor is there in such deceit? Utgard Loki's laughter filled the hall, a deep, resonant sound that carried both amusement and menace. Honor, Thor? You are in the land of giants. Here, the rules of Asgard mean nothing. Did your brother not accept the challenge willingly? And did he not perform admirably, even against impossible odds? Thor's jaw tightened, but Loki placed a hand on his arm. Enough, brother, he said softly, his voice tinged with both exhaustion and resignation. The game was theirs, and I played it. Let us see what trials await you. The giants roared with approval, their voices echoing long after the contest ended. Loki, though defeated, carried himself with the grace of a god who had faced fire itself and survived. And as the hall prepared for the next trial, Thor and Loki exchanged a glance, their unspoken bond of brotherhood stronger than any victory or defeat. The contest of eating had ended, but the games of Utgard were far from over. For in this enchanted castle, every challenge was a test not just of strength or skill, but of resolve. And the gods of Asgard were far from finished. The echoes of roaring giants still reverberated through Utgard's grand hall as the next challenge was announced. Loki, having endured the insatiable hunger of wildfire itself, returned to Thor's side, his sly smirk masking his exhaustion. Utgard Loki, seated high upon his obsidian throne, rose once more, his towering form casting a long shadow across the gathered assembly. And now, Utgard Loki proclaimed, his voice booming like a storm across the mountains, we shall test the swiftness of your mortal companion, Thjalfi. A contest of speed, unmatched in all the 9 realms, awaits. Thjalfi, Thor's mortal servant, stepped forward with quiet determination. Though smaller and less imposing than the gods, Thjalfi's wiry frame and sharp features exuded a confidence born of years of running across the rugged terrains of Midgard. His loyalty to Thor burned like a flame within him, and he vowed to prove himself worthy of the gods. Utgard Loki gestured toward the end of the hall, where a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Hugi, a lithe and ethereal being, his form almost translucent, as if he were a part of the air itself. His eyes gleamed with an otherworldly intelligence, and he moved with a grace that suggested he was not bound by the same laws of nature as others. This is Hugi, Utgard Loki said, a sly grin tugging at his lips. He is the personification of thought itself, swift and fleeting. Do you dare to race him, mortal? Thjalfi stood tall, meeting Hugi's piercing gaze without flinching. I do, he replied, his voice steady. For my master and the glory of Asgard, I will run as no mortal has ever run before. The giants laughed, their deep voices echoing with derision. Even Thor's brow furrowed with concern. Thjalfi, are you certain? Thor asked, his tone low. This is no ordinary opponent. Thjalfi turned to his master, a faint smile on his lips. I may be but a mortal, my lord, but I have trained under your watchful eye. With your strength in my heart, I will not falter. Thor nodded solemnly, his respect for the young man evident. Loki, meanwhile, whispered with a smirk, he'll need more than courage to best a foe like that. The hall shifted, the giants clearing the space to create a vast, open course. The ground was uneven and treacherous, littered with jagged stones and icy patches that would challenge even the fleetest of foot. At the far end, a distant pillar marked the finish line, its base illuminated by flickering blue torches. Thialfi and Hugi took their places at the starting line. The mortal stretched his legs, his muscles coiled like springs, while Hugi stood still, his movements as imperceptible as the breeze. Utgard Loki raised a hand, his booming voice silencing the crowd. "When the torch is dropped," he declared, "the race shall begin." A giant servant approached, holding a torch of blue flame. The tension in the hall was palpable as the torch was raised high, its flickering light casting strange shadows across the competitors' faces. The flame dropped, and in an instant they were off. Thialfi surged forward, his legs pumping like the pistons of a great machine. Each stride ate up the ground beneath him, his footfalls light and precise despite the treacherous terrain. The crowd gasped at his speed, marveling at the mortal's sheer determination. But Hugi was unlike anything Thialfi had ever faced. He did not run so much as glide, his form a blur that seemed to defy the very fabric of reality. No matter how fast Thialfi pushed himself, Hugi was always ahead, his pace effortless and unrelenting. The first stretch of the course led them through a narrow ravine, its walls slick with frost. Thialfi's sharp reflexes allowed him to dodge the jagged rocks that jutted from the ground, his every movement precise and efficient. Hugi, however, seemed unaffected by the obstacles, his form flickering like a shadow across the uneven terrain. As they emerged from the ravine, the path opened into a vast plain, its surface coated in a thin layer of ice. Thialfi's feet skidded for a moment, but he quickly adjusted, leaning forward to maintain his balance. His breaths came in sharp, measured bursts, each one a testament to his endurance. Behind him, the giants roared with excitement, their cheers mixing with laughter. Loki leaned toward Thor, his voice low and mocking. "Your mortal friend is impressive, I'll admit, but he races not against flesh and blood, but against thought itself. He cannot win." Thor's eyes remained fixed on Thialfi. "He races for honor, Loki. That is victory enough." Thialfi pushed harder, his muscles screaming in protest as he strained to close the gap between himself and Hugi. His heart pounded like a drum, each beat driving him forward. The finish line loomed in the distance, its flickering torches a beacon of hope. But Hugi was relentless. As Thialfi drew closer, Hugi seemed to vanish entirely, reappearing an impossible distance ahead in the blink of an eye. It was as if the very concept of speed mocked Thialfi's every effort. Finally, with a burst of energy that defied mortal limits, Thialfi crossed the finish line, his chest heaving and his legs trembling beneath him. He collapsed to the ground, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Hugi, of course, had already arrived, standing calmly as if the race had never begun. Utgard Loki stood, his expression unreadable as he addressed the crowd. "It is as I predicted. Hugi is unmatched, for thought always outpaces even the swiftest runner. But Thialfi, mortal though he is, has shown remarkable courage and skill. Let none here question his worth." The giants cheered, their thunderous applause shaking the hall. Thor stepped forward, kneeling beside Thialfi and placing a hand on his shoulder. "You have done well, Thialfi. Your spirit is stronger than any victory." Loki smirked, his tone laced with mockery. A noble effort, to be sure, but in Utgard, nobility does not win races. Thialfi, still gasping for breath, managed a weak smile. "I may not have won, but I have given all that I am. That is enough." Utgard Loki approached, his towering form casting a shadow over the exhausted mortal. Indeed, Yalfi. In this hall, we value more than just victory. You have earned our respect, and for that, I commend you. As the giants prepared for the next challenge, Yalfi returned to Thor's side, his head held high despite his defeat. For in the heart of Utgard, where strength and cunning were tested to their limits, the measure of a man was not in his triumphs, but in the unyielding courage with which he faced the impossible. The boisterous laughter of the giants echoed through the grand hall of Utgard, as Thor, god of thunder, stood tall amidst their mocking cheers. His grip tightened around the handle of Mjolnir, though he refrained from swinging it, knowing that in this hall of illusions and cunning, brute force alone would not suffice. His jaw clenched as Utgard Loki rose once more from his throne, his towering figure bathed in the flickering blue light of the hall's ethereal torches. Thor, Utgard Loki began, his voice dripping with the kind of confidence that only someone who held all the cards could possess. You have come to Utgard seeking glory, to test your strength against the might of giants. Let us see if your thirst matches your reputation. With a wave of his massive hand, Utgard Loki summoned two giants who carried forward a long, ornately crafted drinking horn. It was no ordinary vessel. Its surface was etched with intricate runes that shimmered faintly, pulsing like a heartbeat. The mouth of the horn was wide, and it curved elegantly downward, its tip tapering into a sharp point. A liquid of unknown origin sloshed within, dark and mysterious, with a faint luminescence that hinted at its otherworldly nature. The giants placed the horn before Thor, its sheer size and weight a challenge in itself. Utgard Loki smiled, his sharp teeth gleaming. This, he said, gesturing to the horn, is one of our simplest challenges. All you must do, mighty Thor, is drain it in one go. Surely, this is no feat for the god of thunder. The hall erupted into laughter, the giants reveling in the spectacle that was about to unfold. Thor glanced at Loki, whose expression betrayed a mix of amusement and concern. Thor stepped forward, his towering presence commanding silence. A simple challenge indeed, he said, his voice low but steady, like the distant rumble of a gathering storm. Bring me the horn. The giants snickered as they pushed the enormous vessel closer. Thor lifted it with both hands, its weight a minor inconvenience to his godly strength. The liquid inside seemed to shift unnaturally, as though it were alive, resisting his movements. Thor raised the horn to his lips, its wide rim engulfing his face. The liquid was cool and heavy as it flowed into his mouth, its taste sharp and strange, unlike anything he had ever consumed. He swallowed deeply, his throat working with the force of a man determined to prove his might. The hall fell silent as the giants watched, their mocking smiles fading to expressions of anticipation. But as Thor lowered the horn to inspect his progress, his eyes narrowed in disbelief. The level of liquid had barely moved, a mere inch lower than before. The giants erupted into laughter once more, their booming voices echoing through the cavernous hall. "Is that all, Thunderer?" one giant jeered. "Perhaps you are not as mighty as you claim." Thor's jaw tightened, his pride stung. Without a word, he raised the horn again and drank deeply, his powerful throat swallowing in great gulps. His muscles strained as he held the massive vessel aloft, determined to empty it. When he lowered it again, the level had dropped only slightly more. His breath came in heavy bursts, his chest heaving from the effort. Sweat glistened on his brow, a rare sight for the mighty god. Utgard Loki's grin widened. Perhaps the god of thunder is unaccustomed to the drinks of giants, or perhaps his reputation outpaces his abilities. Thor growled low in his throat, his pride refusing to accept defeat. He raised the horn a third time, his hands gripping it tightly, his arms burning with the effort. This time, he poured every ounce of his strength into the task, his determination unshakable. The liquid seemed endless, a torrent that defied the laws of nature. As Thor drank, he felt a strange resistance, as though the liquid were not merely liquid but a force, an entity unto itself, pushing back against him. His vision blurred, and his arms trembled, but he refused to relent. When at last he lowered the horn, gasping for air, the giants roared with laughter. The liquid had dropped no more than a hand's width, its level still frustratingly high. Thor slammed the horn down onto the table, his frustration palpable. "What sorcery is this?" he demanded, his voice thundering through the hall. "This is no ordinary drink." Utgard Loki rose, his expression smug. "Indeed, Thor, you are perceptive, as I would expect from one of your renown. This is no ordinary horn, and its contents are no ordinary drink. What you have attempted to empty is the ocean itself." Thor's eyes widened as the truth sank in. The horn had been enchanted, its liquid connected to the vast seas of Midgard. No matter how much he drank, it would never be enough to empty it. Utgard Loki continued, his tone almost mocking. "You see, Thor, even the greatest strength has its limits. But do not despair. Your efforts have not been in vain. Few could achieve what you have done. Though you did not empty the horn, you drank enough to lower the ocean itself. When you return to Midgard, you will find that the tides have receded because of your might." The giants erupted into cheers, their laughter filled with a mixture of admiration and mockery. Thor stood silent, his pride bruised but his resolve unbroken. He met Utgard Loki's gaze, his blue eyes burning with defiance. "This is but one trial," Thor said, his voice steady despite the anger simmering beneath it. "You may laugh now, but the games are far from over." Utgard Loki inclined his head, a hint of respect flickering in his gaze. "Indeed, Thor, and it is for that reason that you are welcome in my hall. You are a god of strength, and strength is valued here, even when it is not enough." As the giants reveled in Thor's struggle, Loki approached his brother, his expression unreadable. "You've managed to make the oceans tremble, Thor," he said with a smirk. "Not a bad day's work, even if the giants have their laugh." Thor glanced at Loki, his lips curving into a faint smile. "Let them laugh, Loki. The storms will come, and they will remember my name." The hall of Utgard returned to its revelry, the giants raising their goblets in celebration. But beneath their laughter, there was an undercurrent of respect for the god of thunder, who had faced an impossible challenge and emerged undaunted. Though the contest of the drinking horn had not ended in victory, Thor's strength and resolve had been tested and proven. And in the enchanted halls of Utgard, where nothing was as it seemed, the true measure of a god was yet to be revealed. The laughter of the giants still echoed through the grand hall of Utgard, as Thor stood resolute, his broad shoulders squared and his jaw set in defiance. Despite the impossible nature of the drinking horn challenge, his pride as the god of thunder had not faltered. His mighty hammer, Mjolnir, hung at his side, its weight a comforting reminder of his unyielding power. Utgard Loki rose from his black throne, his towering form cloaked in an aura of smug satisfaction. His piercing gaze met Thor's, and a sly smile played upon his lips. "Thor," he said, his voice a deep rumble that silenced the revelry of the giants. "Your strength is legendary, sung of across all the 9 realms. But here in Utgard, we measure strength not in tales, but in deeds." Thor's fists clenched as he stepped forward, his blue eyes blazing. "Speak your challenge, giant. I will not falter." Utgard Loki's grin widened. With a wave of his hand, he gestured to the far side of the hall. From the shadows, a creature emerged, silent, graceful, and completely unassuming. At first, Thor thought it was merely a large house cat, its gray fur sleek and its eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. Yet, as it padded forward, there was an eerie stillness to its movements, as if it carried a hidden weight far greater than its appearance suggested. The giants erupted into laughter at the sight of the unremarkable creature, their booming voices shaking the walls. One bellowed, "What will you do, Thor? Will you tremble before a kitten?" Another chimed in, "Perhaps the god of thunder's strength is only for hammers and drinking horns." Thor's expression hardened, and his grip on Mjolnir tightened. "You mock me with this child's game, Utgard Loki? Lifting a cat is a task unworthy of my strength." Utgard Loki chuckled, his deep voice tinged with mischief. "Perhaps, but if it is so unworthy, then surely you will succeed with ease. Lift the cat, Thor, and prove your might." The cat gazed up at Thor, its glowing eyes unblinking, as if it understood the stakes. Thor approached it, towering over the creature, his massive frame a stark contrast to its diminutive size. He crouched, reaching out with one hand to grasp the cat's sleek body. Its fur was cool beneath his touch, and as he began to lift, he felt an unexpected resistance. Thor frowned, gripping the cat with both hands now, his powerful arms flexing as he heaved. The cat's body refused to rise as it should. Instead, its back arched slowly, its legs stretching impossibly long, its spine curving in defiance of Thor's efforts. The more Thor pulled, the more the cat seemed to grow, its weight increasing until it felt as though he were lifting the very earth itself. The hall erupted with laughter once more, the giants pounding their fists on the tables in delight. Loki, standing to the side, watched with a mixture of amusement and concern, his sharp eyes studying the creature. "Careful, brother," he murmured under his breath. "This is no ordinary cat." Thor's pride burned like a forge as he tightened his grip, his biceps bulging and veins straining against his skin. With a roar that shook the hall, he poured every ounce of his strength into the task. The cat's body lifted slightly, one paw leaving the ground, but no more. The giants howled with laughter, their jeers echoing in Thor's ears. "Behold the might of Thor," one shouted. "He cannot even lift a house cat." Another bellowed. "Perhaps the god of thunder needs help from a mortal to lift his burden." Thor released the cat, his chest heaving as he straightened, his pride stinging from the humiliation. He turned to Utgard Loki, his blue eyes blazing with fury. "What trickery is this? This creature defies the laws of nature." Utgard Loki rose from his throne, his expression unreadable. He gestured for the cat to return to his side, and it obeyed, shrinking back to its original size as it padded silently across the hall. The smug satisfaction in Utgard Loki's gaze was unmistakable. "This is no ordinary cat, Thor," he said, his voice calm but laced with condescension. What you attempted to lift was not a mere creature of fur and bone, but a manifestation of Jormungandr, the Midgard serpent. Its body encircles the world, its weight unfathomable. Even you, mighty as you are, could not hope to lift such a burden. The hall fell silent as the revelation sank in. Thor's breath caught in his throat as he realized the enormity of the challenge he had faced. Jormungandr, his destined enemy, the serpent foretold to rise against him in the final battle of Ragnarok, had been before him, disguised as a harmless cat. The giants erupted into cheers and laughter once more, their voices a cacophony of mockery and admiration. Thor stood silent, his pride battered but his resolve unbroken. He turned to Loki, who offered a faint, sardonic smile. "Well, brother, it seems the giants have a knack for creative challenges." Thor's lips twitched into a faint smirk, his fury tempered by his understanding of the giant's cunning. "Let them laugh, Loki. The storm is patient, but it comes all the same." Utgard Loki approached Thor, his massive form imposing but his gaze tinged with a hint of respect. "You see now, God of Thunder, that even your might has its limits, but do not despair. Few would have managed even what you did. To lift a paw of the serpent that encircles Midgard is no small feat." Thor met his gaze, his voice steady and unyielding. "Your tricks may wound my pride, giant, but they do not break my spirit. I have faced your challenges and will face whatever comes next." The giants roared their approval, their laughter tinged with respect for the god who had dared to challenge their illusions. Thor's humiliation was undeniable, but in the eyes of the giants, it was a humiliation born with honor. For even in defeat, Thor had shown his indomitable will, a force as unyielding as the storms he commanded. As the hall settled into a tense quiet, Thor and Loki stood side by side, the bond of brotherhood between them unbroken. The games of Utgard were far from over, and Thor's resolve burned brighter than ever. Whatever trials lay ahead, he would face them not as a god diminished by humiliation, but as a warrior determined to prove his worth in a land where strength alone was never enough. The hall of Utgard fell silent once more as Utgard Loki, the cunning king of giants, rose from his dark throne. The laughter from Thor's failed attempt to lift the cat had subsided, replaced by a growing sense of anticipation. The god of thunder stood tall, his pride battered, but his resolve unshaken. His muscles ached from the relentless challenges, but his spirit burned with the fire of a storm yet to be unleashed. Utgard Loki's gaze swept across the hall, his sharp eyes gleaming with mischief. "Thor," he called, his deep voice echoing off the towering walls. "You have shown strength and determination, but the greatest challenge still lies ahead. For this final trial, you shall wrestle an opponent of my choosing. Should you prevail, you will have earned the respect of Utgard. But beware, this foe is not one to be taken lightly." Thor's grip on Mjolnir tightened, his blue eyes narrowing as he stepped forward. "Bring forth your champion," he said, his voice steady like the calm before a thunderclap. "I will face whatever test you lay before me." The giants stirred, their massive forms shifting as they whispered among themselves. Who could this opponent be? What terror awaited Thor in this final trial? Utgard Loki raised his hand, silencing the murmurs. "Your foe is Ellie," he said, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "An opponent whose strength has bested the mightiest warriors." From the shadows, a figure emerged. A frail old woman, bent with age, her wrinkled hands clutching a simple wooden cane. Her face was lined with deep creases, her hair a silver-white veil that fell to her shoulders. She moved slowly, each step deliberate, her eyes clouded but sharp with an ancient wisdom. The hall erupted into laughter. Giants slammed their fists on the tables, their booming voices filling the air with derision. Thor, the mighty god of thunder, to wrestle an old crone, one bellowed. Will he need help from his hammer? Another roared. Perhaps he will lose to her as he lost to the cat. Even Loki smirked, leaning toward Thor and whispering, Careful, brother. She looks formidable. Thor ignored the jests, his pride compelling him forward. He studied Ellie, his brow furrowed. She seemed fragile, almost pitiful. Yet there was something about her presence, a quiet strength, an aura of inevitability that set his instincts on edge. I will face her, Thor declared, stepping into the center of the hall. And I will prevail. Ellie moved forward, her steps slow but steady. When she reached the center of the hall, she handed her cane to Utgard Loki and turned to face Thor. Her frail form seemed dwarfed by the towering god, but her expression remained calm, unshaken. Utgard Loki raised his hand. Let the trial begin. Thor lunged first, his powerful arms reaching to grapple the old woman. He intended to end the contest quickly, confident that his strength would overwhelm her. But as his hands closed around her shoulders, he felt a weight beyond comprehension, a force that seemed to press back against him with the inevitability of time itself. Ellie did not move quickly, nor did she resist with visible effort. Yet Thor found himself unable to budge her. He gritted his teeth, his muscles bulging as he strained against her immovable form. The giants watched in stunned silence, their jeers replaced by murmurs of disbelief. Thor tried again, shifting his grip and digging his heels into the stone floor. He pulled, twisted, and pushed, pouring all his strength into the effort. Sweat beaded on his brow and his breath came in ragged gasps. Still, Ellie stood firm, her expression unchanged. What is this sorcery? Thor growled, his frustration mounting. You are no ordinary foe. Ellie finally moved, her wrinkled hands reaching up to grasp Thor's shoulders. Her touch was light, almost gentle, but it carried with it an overwhelming force. Thor staggered, his knees buckling as she pressed him downward. He fought back with everything he had, his pride refusing to allow him to fall. The struggle continued, Thor's strength pitted against Ellie's quiet, unyielding power. The giants leaned forward, their massive forms tense as they watched the spectacle unfold. Even Loki, usually quick with a jest, stood silent, his sharp mind working furiously to understand the nature of this foe. Ellie's pressure increased, slow and steady, like the passage of time itself. Thor's knees bent further, his mighty frame trembling as he struggled to remain upright. His vision blurred, and the roar of blood in his ears drowned out the whispers of the giants. Finally, with a cry of effort and frustration, Thor fell to one knee. The hall erupted into cheers, the giants roaring their approval as Ellie stepped back, her victory clear. Utgard Loki rose from his throne, his expression triumphant. Thor, he said, his voice carrying both mockery and respect. You have wrestled valiantly, but this was a trial beyond even your strength. Ellie is not merely an old woman. She is old age itself, the force that none can defeat. In her grasp, all must eventually bow. Thor rose to his feet, his body trembling but his pride unbroken. He met Utgard Loki's gaze, his blue eyes blazing with defiance. "Even old age," he said, his voice steady despite his exhaustion, "will not break the spirit of the god of thunder." The hall fell silent at Thor's words. For a moment, even the giants seemed to respect the resilience of the Asgardian god. Utgard Loki nodded slowly, his smile tinged with something almost like admiration. "You have faced the trials of Utgard and endured," he said. "Though you have not triumphed, you have proven your strength, your courage, and your resolve. Few have done as much." Thor returned to Loki's side, his pride bruised but his determination undiminished. The two gods exchanged a glance, their bond unshaken by the trials they had faced. As the giants celebrated Elli's victory, Thor and Loki prepared for their departure. The trials of Utgard had tested their strength, wit, and spirit, revealing both their limits and their resilience. And though the god of thunder had knelt before the inevitability of time, he did so with the unyielding resolve of a warrior who would never stop fighting. The air in Utgard's grand hall was heavy with the echoes of the god's trials. Thor and Loki stood together, their breaths steadying as the last of the challenges came to a close. Around them, the giants reveled in laughter, their booming voices shaking the very stones of the castle. The great hall's eerie blue torches flickered, their cold light casting strange shadows on the towering walls. Utgard Loki, the cunning king of giants, sat upon his obsidian throne, his sharp eyes gleaming with triumph. Thor's fists clenched at his sides, his broad shoulders rising and falling as he worked to calm the storm raging within him. Though his body bore no wounds, his pride was bruised from the unrelenting trials. Loki, ever the observer, stood beside him, his lips curved in a faint, unreadable smile. "Utgard Loki," Thor said, his voice like distant thunder, low and menacing. "The trials are done, and the games complete. You have tested our strength, our wit, and our endurance. Now speak plainly. What was the purpose of these challenges?" The hall quieted as the giants turned their attention to their king. Utgard Loki rose from his throne, his imposing figure casting a long shadow across the hall. He descended the steps with a slow, deliberate pace, his hands clasped behind his back. When he stood before Thor and Loki, his expression was one of smug satisfaction. "You demand answers, Thor, son of Odin?" Utgard Loki's voice was calm, but his words carried a sharp edge. "Very well. You have faced trials that no ordinary being could endure, and for that, you deserve to know the truth." Thor's grip on Mjolnir tightened as he stared down the giant king. "Speak your truth, then, and let us see if it is as impressive as your illusions." Utgard Loki chuckled, the sound deep and resonant, like the rumble of shifting earth. "Illusions, you say? Perhaps. But what is strength without the wisdom to see through deceit? What is power without understanding its limits?" The king turned, gesturing toward the great hall, its walls adorned with carvings of ancient battles and towering figures. "Every challenge you faced here was crafted not to test your strength, but to reveal its boundaries." Thor's eyes narrowed as Utgard Loki began to recount the trials. "First, the drinking horn," the giant said, his voice steady and measured. A simple vessel, it seemed, yet its contents were drawn from the ocean itself. No matter how mighty your strength, Thor, you could never drain the sea. And yet, your effort was not in vain. You drank enough to lower the ocean's tides, a feat that no mortal or god has ever accomplished. Thor's jaw tightened, his mind racing as the revelation took hold. He remembered the unnatural weight of the liquid, the way it resisted his every effort. What had seemed a simple challenge had been a contest against the very forces of nature. And then, Utgard Loki continued, the cat, an unassuming creature, yes? But what you sought to lift was no mere feline. That cat was Jormungandr, the Midgard serpent, whose body encircles your world. To lift even a single paw was a testament to your strength, Thor, though you did not see it at the time. The hall erupted into murmurs as the giants whispered among themselves. Even Loki, who rarely showed surprise, raised an eyebrow at the admission. And finally, Utgard Loki said, his voice softening, Heli, the old woman. A foe so frail in appearance, yet so impossible to defeat. She is old age itself, Thor, the force that claims all, mortal and god alike. To wrestle her was to fight the inevitable, and though you fell, your resistance was greater than any before you. Thor's breath came in slow, measured bursts as he processed the giant king's words. Each trial had been a test of more than just strength. It had been a confrontation with forces beyond his control, forces that even the gods could not master. Loki stepped forward, his sharp eyes fixed on Utgard Loki. Clever tricks, he said, his voice laced with both admiration and disdain. You hid the true nature of these challenges, knowing full well that even gods would falter. But tell me, King of Giants, why? What purpose does this serve? Utgard Loki turned to Loki, his expression thoughtful. Because, trickster, the gods of Asgard are known for their pride. Thor's strength is unmatched, your cunning unparalleled. Yet, in your hearts, you believe yourselves invincible. Here in Utgard, we remind even the mightiest of their limitations. Thor's voice cut through the air like a blade. You call it a lesson, but it feels more like mockery. Utgard Loki met Thor's gaze, unflinching. Perhaps it is both. Yet, even in mockery, there is truth. You see, Thor, your strength is not diminished by these trials. If anything, it is magnified. To have drunk the ocean, to have lifted a fragment of Jormungandr, to have resisted the grasp of old age. These are feats that no other could accomplish. The giants murmured their agreement, their mocking laughter replaced by a grudging respect. Even Utgard Loki's tone shifted, his words now carrying a weight of sincerity. Thor, son of Odin, he said, his voice steady. You have faced the might of Utgard and endured. Few leave these halls with their pride intact, yet you stand unbroken. That is why I offer you and your companion safe passage back to Asgard. You have earned it. Thor's grip on Mjolnir loosened, his anger giving way to a contemplative silence. He turned to Loki, who gave a faint shrug, his smirk returning. Well, brother, Loki said, it seems the giants have a knack for teaching lessons. Shall we take their leave before they decide on more games? Thor nodded, his stormy gaze meeting Utgard Loki's once more. We will take your offer, giant. But know this, the strength of Asgard is not so easily diminished. Your tricks may reveal our limits, but they do not define us. Utgard Loki inclined his head, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Spoken like a true god. Go now, Thor, and carry with you the lessons of Utgard. They will serve you well in the days to come. As Thor and Loki left the great hall, the giants parted to let them pass, their gazes filled with a mixture of awe and respect. The echoes of the trials lingered in the air, a reminder of the challenges they had faced and the truths they had uncovered. When they stepped into the cold, open air of Jotunheim, Thor paused, his eyes scanning the vast, frozen expanse before them. Loki watched him, his sharp features softened by a rare moment of camaraderie. "Do not let their laughter linger, brother," Loki said, "for even in their tricks you have proven what we already knew. You are Thor, the unyielding storm, the god of thunder." Thor's lips curled into a faint smile as he adjusted Mjolnir on his belt. "And you, Loki, remain the cleverest of us all. Together we are a force no giant can withstand." The two gods set out across the icy wasteland, the fortress of Utgard fading into the distance behind them. Though the trials had tested them to their limits, they left with their heads high, their bond unbroken, and the unshakable resolve to face whatever lay ahead. The frozen winds of Jotunheim howled around Thor and Loki as they trudged away from the towering fortress of Utgard. Behind them, the grand castle stood like a dark phantom against the endless expanse of ice, its spires cloaked in mist, and its halls echoing with the laughter of giants. Yet, for all its imposing power, it now seemed smaller, diminished by the lessons learned and the trials endured within its walls. Thor's mighty frame moved with purpose, his every step a reminder of his unyielding resolve. The weight of Mjolnir at his side was comforting, a tangible symbol of his strength and his identity as the god of thunder. His blue eyes, bright as lightning, scanned the icy horizon ahead, where the distant shimmer of the Bifrost Bridge awaited to carry them home. Beside him walked Loki, the trickster, his sharp features calm and contemplative. The usual smirk that played on his lips was subdued, replaced by a thoughtful expression. Loki's green cloak billowed in the wind, his steps light and measured, as though each carried him closer to some private revelation. For a time, neither spoke, the silence between them heavy with the weight of their experiences. At last, it was Loki who broke the quiet, his voice laced with its usual sardonic edge, but tinged with something deeper. "Well, brother," Loki began, his tone light, "it seems the mighty god of thunder has had his limits tested. I must say, watching you wrestle that old crone was a sight I won't soon forget." Thor turned his gaze to Loki, his lips twitching into a faint smile. "Laugh all you like, Loki. You were there to witness it, and to learn from it. Each trial, though cunningly devised, showed us the strength we possess, even when faced with forces beyond our control." Loki arched an eyebrow, his sharp wit ready. "Strength, yes, but also humility, a lesson you've long needed. Admit it, Thor. For once, your brawn was not enough." Thor chuckled, the sound deep and resonant, like distant thunder. "Perhaps you're right, brother. Even the strongest storm must bow to the tide or the passage of time. But what of you? Did the trickster learn anything from this land of illusions?" Loki's expression shifted, his gaze turning toward the horizon. "I learned that even the cleverest plans can be outmatched by forces unseen. Utgard Loki's tricks were masterful, I'll grant him that. But in the end, we walk away stronger and wiser." The Bifrost shimmered in the distance, a radiant bridge of light that connected the realms. Its colors danced across the frozen landscape, a stark contrast to the harsh grays and whites of Jotunheim. As they approached, the winds seemed to soften, as though the land itself recognized their departure. Standing at the bridge's entrance was Heimdall, the ever-vigilant guardian of the Bifrost. His golden armor gleamed in the ethereal light, and his watchful eyes, sharper than any mortal's, regarded them with a mix of curiosity and concern. Thor, Loki, Heimdall greeted, his voice steady and commanding. You return from Utgard. What news do you bring? Thor stepped forward, his powerful frame towering over even the stoic guardian. We bring lessons hard-earned, Heimdall. The giants of Utgard tested us not with strength alone, but with their cunning. They sought to show us our limits, to humble us before their illusions. Heimdall's piercing gaze studied Thor, then shifted to Loki. And did they succeed? Loki's smirk returned, though it was softer than usual. In part, he admitted. But even in defeat, we found victories of our own. We saw the breadth of our strength, the depth of our endurance, and we leave Utgard with our heads high. Heimdall nodded, a faint glimmer of respect in his eyes. Then the trials were not in vain. The gods of Asgard do not return unchanged from such a journey. With a solemn nod, Heimdall raised his sword, the great blade Hofund, and struck it against the base of the Bifrost. The shimmering bridge sprang to life, its radiant colors swirling in an intricate dance of light. Thor and Loki stepped onto the bridge, the weight of Jotunheim's trials falling away with each step, as the warmth of Asgard called them home. As they traversed the bridge, the golden spires of Asgard came into view, their brilliance unmatched by any realm. The sight filled Thor's heart with a renewed sense of purpose. He had been tested and humbled, but his resolve burned brighter than ever, a storm ready to be unleashed when the time came. When they reached the gates of Asgard, the gods were waiting. Frigga, her serene beauty unmarred by worry, stood at the forefront, her arms open in welcome. Odin, the All-Father, sat upon his throne, his one eye gleaming with wisdom and silent questions. The assembled gods, their faces a mix of relief and curiosity, awaited the tale of their journey. Thor and Loki approached the All-Father, bowing their heads in respect. Odin's voice, calm and commanding, filled the hall. You have returned, my sons. What did you find in Utgard? Thor stepped forward, his voice steady and proud. We found trials beyond imagining, Father. They sought to humble us, to reveal our limits, and though they may have succeeded, they also showed us our strength. We faced the ocean, the Midgard serpent, and old age itself. And we endured. Odin nodded, his expression unreadable but his voice filled with approval. You have done well, Thor. To know one's limits is not weakness, but wisdom. And you, Loki, he added, turning his gaze to the trickster. What have you learned? Loki met Odin's gaze, his smirk returning in full force. I've learned that even the cleverest schemes can be outdone by those who think farther ahead. Utgard Loki is a worthy rival, but his games have only sharpened my own wit. The gods murmured among themselves, their admiration for Thor and Loki's resolve evident. As the All-Father raised his hand for silence, his voice carried the weight of prophecy. The trials of Utgard are but a shadow of what is to come. The lessons you have learned will serve you well, for the end is always closer than it seems. Thor and Loki exchanged a glance, the unspoken bond of their brotherhood stronger than ever. They had faced the cunning of Utgard Loki, the mockery of the giants, and the trials of the unknown. And though they had been humbled, they had emerged stronger, their resolve unbroken. As the sun set over Asgard, its golden light bathing the realm in warmth, Thor stood atop the halls of Valhalla, Mjolnir in hand. The wind carried with it the whispers of storms yet to come, and Thor knew that whatever lay ahead, he would face it with the strength of a god and the wisdom hard-won in the land of giants. Deep in the heart of an ancient forest untouched by time, where sunlight filtered through a canopy of leaves in golden streams, there lived a dryad named Silvara. Her world was one of beauty and wonder, where the whisper of the wind carried stories of centuries past, and the songs of birds harmonized with the rustling of leaves. This forest was no ordinary place. It was alive with a magic that pulsed through every root and branch. Trees stood as proud sentinels, their bark etched with patterns as intricate as the stars above, and beneath their shade, a carpet of moss and wildflowers spread like a living tapestry. Silvara, the guardian spirit of this enchanted realm, was as much a part of the forest as the ancient oak she called home. Her hair, a cascade of verdant green, shimmered like dew-kissed leaves in the morning sun, and her skin carried the warm, earthen hue of tree bark. Eyes the color of springtime leaves sparkled with the wisdom of countless seasons, yet they also held a hint of sadness, a reflection of the fragility of the world she had sworn to protect. She was a being of grace and quiet strength, her presence a balm to every living creature in the forest. As the forest thrived under her watchful care, Silvara had grown accustomed to its rhythms. She knew the playful antics of the squirrels who chattered from the treetops, the solemn marches of beetles in the undergrowth, and the melancholy cries of owls echoing through the night. Every dawn brought a renewal of her bond with the land, and every dusk deepened her connection to the life that surrounded her. This harmony was her joy, her purpose, and her solace. But one morning, as the mist clung to the forest floor and the sun's rays began to pierce through the veil, Silvara sensed a disturbance. It was subtle at first, a ripple in the energy that coursed through the forest, like the faint tremor of an unseen predator stalking its prey. Rising from the heart of her ancient oak, Silvara extended her senses, feeling the pulse of every root, every stream, and every creature. Something was wrong. She moved gracefully through the forest, her bare feet leaving no mark on the soft earth. Animals paused in their morning routines to watch her, their gazes filled with trust and curiosity. Birds fluttered from branch to branch, following her progress as if they, too, felt the unease that had unsettled the dryad. The forest seemed to hold its breath as Silvara approached the source of the disturbance, a clearing where the undergrowth had been trampled and branches broken. There, huddled against the roots of a toppled tree, was a child. Silvara froze, her emerald eyes widening in surprise. The child, a girl no older than 8, was an anomaly in this sacred place. Human children did not venture so deep into the forest, and yet here she was, her small frame trembling, and her face streaked with dirt and tears. Her clothes were torn, and her bare feet were scraped and bloodied, hinting at a harrowing journey. Silvara's first instinct was caution. Humans, she knew, were unpredictable creatures. They revered nature one moment and sought to conquer it the next. Yet, as she watched the child, her heart softened. The girl's eyes, wide with fear, darted around the clearing as if searching for something, or someone. Her chest heaved with uneven breaths, and a soft whimper escaped her lips, pulling at the dryad's heartstrings. Silvara stepped closer, her movements as silent as a shadow. The girl flinched and shrank back, her gaze locking onto the dryad. For a moment, they stared at each other. One, a creature of ancient magic, the other, a fragile being of flesh and blood. Silvara crouched down, her ethereal presence radiating calm. She extended a hand, her fingers slender and adorned with tiny, glowing leaves. The girl hesitated, her small hand hovering in the air before finally reaching out. When their fingers touched, a spark of connection passed between them, an unspoken understanding that transcended words. The girl's trembling eased, and she allowed Silvara to pull her to her feet. The dryad noticed the dark smudges under her eyes and the faint red marks on her wrists, as though she had escaped some unseen torment. "What is your name, little one?" Silvara's voice was soft, melodic, carrying the soothing cadence of a lullaby. "Aaron," the girl whispered, her voice barely audible. "Aaron," Silvara repeated, her lips curving into a gentle smile. "You are safe now." Guiding the child through the forest, Silvara led her to a glade bathed in golden light, where the ground was blanketed with moss and the air was perfumed with the scent of wildflowers. A crystal-clear stream wound its way through the glade, its gentle babble a comforting melody. Silvara knelt by the stream, cupping her hands to gather water, which she offered to Aaron. The girl drank greedily, her parched throat soothed by the cool liquid. As Aaron's strength returned, she began to speak in fragmented sentences, her words tumbling out like a stream breaking free of a dam. She spoke of a journey through the woods with her parents, a broken cartwheel, and a desperate attempt to find help. Her voice quavered as she described becoming separated from her family and wandering aimlessly, driven by fear and hunger. Silvara listened intently, her heart aching for the child's plight. In that moment, Silvara made a decision that would change both their lives. Though her role as a dryad was to protect the forest, she could not ignore the vulnerability of the child before her. The forest was her home, her sanctuary, and her duty, but so too was compassion. And so, Silvara resolved to care for Aaron, to shelter her and nurture her as if she were one of the forest's own. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow, Silvara and Aaron began to forge a bond. The dryad taught the girl the names of the plants and animals that shared their world, while Aaron shared stories of the human villages beyond the forest's edge. Their connection grew with each passing day, and the forest itself seemed to embrace the child, its magic wrapping around her like a protective cocoon. But Silvara knew that this newfound harmony was fragile. The disturbance she had felt earlier was no coincidence, and Aaron's presence in the forest was only the beginning of a larger story. The dryad could sense the storm on the horizon, a storm that threatened not only the forest, but the delicate balance of life within it. And as Silvara looked into Aaron's wide, trusting eyes, she realized that their fates were now intertwined. Together, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead, united by a bond as unbreakable as the roots of the ancient trees. The first morning, after Silvara brought Aaron into the safety of the glade, was a revelation for both of them. The girl stirred from her makeshift bed of moss and leaves, blinking in the dappled sunlight that filtered through the towering canopy. For a brief moment, she seemed confused, her small body stiff with uncertainty. But when she turned her head and saw Silvara sitting serenely beside her, weaving a garland of wildflowers with deft fingers, a sense of calm washed over her. Silvara smiled softly. You slept well, little one. The forest kept its watch over you. Erin rubbed her eyes and sat up, the previous day's fear still lingering in her expression. It's so quiet here, she murmured, glancing around at the tranquil glade, but not in a scary way. It is the song of the forest, Silvara explained, her voice like a gentle breeze. If you listen closely, you will hear it. The hum of the leaves, the murmur of the stream, the whispers of the roots. Everything here is alive and speaks to those who care to listen. Erin tilted her head, her brows furrowing in concentration as she strained to hear the sounds Silvara described. A faint smile began to form on her lips as she caught the rhythmic chirping of birds, the rustle of leaves swaying in the wind, and the melodic burble of the nearby stream. It's beautiful, she whispered. Silvara nodded. It is the heartbeat of life itself. Over the next few days, Silvara dedicated herself to introducing Erin to the wonders of the forest. At first, the child was hesitant, sticking close to Silvara's side and flinching at the unfamiliar sounds of rustling bushes or distant animal calls. But the dryad's patient guidance soon worked its magic. One morning, Silvara led Erin to a grove where the ground sparkled with bioluminescent mushrooms, their glow a soft blue even in daylight. These are mooncaps, Silvara said, crouching beside the delicate fungi. They bloom in places where the forest's magic is strongest. Touch one, and it will hum for you. Erin hesitated, looking to Silvara for reassurance before reaching out with a trembling hand. The moment her fingers brushed the mushroom's velvety cap, a soft, resonant hum filled the air. Erin gasped in delight, her fear momentarily forgotten. It's like it's alive. Silvara chuckled. It is. Every part of this forest has its own voice, its own purpose. Even the smallest creatures are part of the great tapestry. As the days turned into weeks, Erin began to explore the forest with growing confidence. Silvara showed her how to identify edible berries and roots, how to follow the paths of the forest creatures without disturbing them, and how to listen for the subtle warnings that signaled danger. In turn, Erin shared stories of the human world, of bustling villages, market days, and festivals where children danced around bonfires. Humans sound so busy, Silvara remarked one evening as they sat by the stream watching fireflies flit through the twilight. Do they ever pause to simply be? Erin thought for a moment, her small face serious. Not really. Everyone's always doing something. Working, building, fixing. My dad says people have to keep moving to get ahead. Silvara's gaze grew distant, her fingers trailing through the water. That is why they so often lose their way. In their haste to move forward, they forget the beauty of the present. Despite their differences, the bond between Silvara and Erin deepened with each passing day. Silvara marveled at the resilience and curiosity of the human child, while Erin found comfort and wonder in the dryad's wisdom and the forest's magic. They became an inseparable pair, moving through the woods like two halves of the same soul. One pivotal moment in their growing relationship came when they encountered a wounded fox. Erin spotted the creature first, its reddish fur matted with blood as it limped through the underbrush. "Silvara, look!" she cried, pointing to the fox. "It's hurt." Silvara knelt beside the animal, her hands glowing faintly as she assessed its injuries. "It was caught in a snare," she said, her voice tinged with sadness. "A cruel device of humans." Erin's eyes widened. "Humans did this?" But why? To trap animals for food or sport, Silvara replied. They do not always see the lives they take as precious. Erin's lower lip quivered as she knelt beside Silvara. Can we help it? Silvara hesitated for only a moment before nodding. Yes, but it will not be easy. You must be brave and gentle, little one. Guided by Silvara, Erin helped tend to the fox's wounds, her small hands steady despite her nervousness. She held the animal as Silvara whispered an incantation, her magic weaving through the air like a golden thread. When the fox's injuries began to mend, Erin's face lit up with joy. You did well, Silvara said, placing a hand on Erin's shoulder. Compassion is the greatest strength of all. Erin beamed, her fear of the forest's mysteries fading as she realized her own capacity to make a difference. The Dryad also learned much from the child. Erin's perspective on the human world, its struggles, joys, and complexities, opened Silvara's eyes to a side of humanity she had never understood. One evening, as they sat by the fire sharing stories, Erin spoke of her family, her voice tinged with both fondness and sorrow. My mom loves to bake, Erin said, her eyes shining with memory. She makes the best honey cakes, and she always saves the first one for me. And my dad, he's really strong. He says he'll teach me to fish when I'm older. Silvara listened intently, her heart aching for the child's separation from her family. They must miss you dearly, she said softly. Erin nodded, a tear slipping down her cheek. I miss them too, but I don't know if they're even looking for me anymore. Silvara reached out, brushing the tear away with a tender touch. Do not lose hope, little one. The forest has a way of bringing lost things back to where they belong. As their bond deepened, Silvara began to share more of herself with Erin. She revealed the stories of the forest, the great storms that had shaped its valleys, the ancient creatures that had once roamed its depths, and the magic that wove it all together. She taught Erin to respect and cherish the balance of nature, to see the interconnectedness of all life. One night, as they lay beneath the stars, Erin turned to Silvara with a thoughtful expression. Do you ever get lonely, Silvara, watching over the forest all by yourself? Silvara was silent for a moment, her gaze fixed on the twinkling constellations. The forest has always been my family, she said at last, but it is nice to have someone to share it with. Erin smiled, reaching out to take Silvara's hand. You're not alone anymore. We're family now, right? The Dryad's heart swelled with warmth at the child's words. Yes, Erin, we are family. In the weeks that followed, the forest itself seemed to reflect their growing bond. Trees bloomed with vibrant flowers, animals ventured closer to the glade, and the air thrummed with a sense of harmony. Yet even as they reveled in their newfound connection, Silvara could not ignore the shadow that lingered at the edge of her awareness. A foreboding sense that the peace they had found was fragile. For now, however, she chose to focus on the joy of the present. Together, Silvara and Erin had created a sanctuary within the forest, a place where magic and humanity could coexist, where love and trust could flourish. They were an unlikely pair, but in each other they had found something rare and precious, a bond strong enough to weather any storm. The tranquility of the forest was a fragile thread, stretched thin over the chaos that lurked beyond its borders. Silvara could feel it before she saw or heard anything, a growing disturbance in the balance of life that she had tended for centuries. It started subtly, with fewer birdsong melodies greeting the morning and small creatures scurrying through the undergrowth in restless patterns. The wind carried an unfamiliar tang, sharp and metallic, cutting through the earthy sense of moss and leaves. Silvara stood at the edge of a ridge, her emerald eyes scanning the horizon. From this vantage point, she could see the sprawling expanse of her beloved forest, a sea of green rippling under the sunlight. But in the distance, faint trails of smoke spiraled into the sky, dark and ominous. The sight sent a chill through her, as if the very roots of her soul had been disturbed. "What's that?" Aaron asked, tugging at Silvara's hand. The child had grown more confident in the forest, her face now marked with curiosity rather than fear. Silvara's expression was grim. "It is a warning. Something unnatural is nearing." Over the next few days, the signs of encroachment became undeniable. Trees along the forest's perimeter were found felled, their ancient trunks left to rot where they had fallen. Tracks of heavy machinery scarred the earth, cutting deep wounds into the once pristine soil. Silvara followed these trails with a growing sense of dread, her fingers brushing the bark of injured trees as she whispered words of comfort and apology. Aaron, too, noticed the changes. One afternoon, while exploring near the edge of the glade, she stumbled upon a patch of trampled wildflowers, their delicate blooms crushed beneath heavy boots. She knelt beside them, her small hands trembling as she tried to prop them back up. "Who would do this?" she asked, her voice quivering with anger and sadness. Silvara knelt beside her, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. "Not who, but what? It is the hand of man, driven by greed and ignorance." Aaron looked up at her, confusion and guilt warring in her eyes. "But I'm human too. Does that mean I'm like them?" Silvara's gaze softened. "No, little one. You are different. You see the forest not as something to be used, but as something to be cherished. That is what sets you apart." Despite Silvara's reassurances, Aaron felt a growing responsibility to protect the forest that had become her home. Together, she and Silvara ventured deeper into the woods, seeking answers and allies. They followed the mechanical tracks to a clearing where the forest had been brutally cut away. The sight was devastating. Trees lay in piles, their branches stripped and their roots exposed. The air was thick with the acrid smell of oil and sawdust, a stark contrast to the fragrant freshness of the untouched forest. At the center of the destruction was a group of men clad in rugged work clothes, their faces obscured by dust and sweat. They operated monstrous machines, mechanical beasts with spinning blades that devoured trees whole. The ground shook with their movements, and the sound of grinding metal echoed through the forest like a death knell. Silvara clenched her fists, her usual calm replaced by a simmering fury. "They do not see the life they destroy," she said, her voice trembling with emotion. "To them, these trees are nothing more than timber, the land a resource to exploit." Erin stared at the scene, her heart pounding. She had heard her father speak of logging companies before, about how they provided wood for homes and fuel for fires. But seeing the devastation firsthand was something entirely different. It wasn't just trees they were cutting down. It was homes, habitats, and the very soul of the forest. As they watched, one of the men stepped forward, barking orders to the others. He was tall and broad-shouldered, his presence commanding. His voice carried over the noise, sharp and authoritative. "Keep it moving, boys. We've got quotas to meet. and the boss doesn't pay for delays. Silvara's sharp hearing caught his words, and her eyes narrowed. "That must be their leader," she said, "but he is not the one pulling the strings." "Who is?" Aaron asked, her voice barely audible over the cacophony. "Their master lies beyond this place, in the world of men," Silvara replied. "A man whose greed knows no bounds." Aaron thought of her own father, who worked tirelessly to provide for their family, and a pang of anger and sadness twisted in her chest. How could someone value money over life itself? That night, Silvara called a council of the forest's creatures. By the light of a crescent moon, animals of all shapes and sizes gathered in the glade, their eyes reflecting the moonlight like tiny stars. Silvara stood at the center, her presence commanding yet compassionate. "The forest is under siege," she began, her voice carrying to every corner of the assembly. "The humans who destroy our trees and pollute our waters will not stop unless we make them. But I cannot do this alone. I need all of you, every claw, wing, and paw, to stand with me." The animals stirred, their voices rising in a cacophony of concern. A large bear named Bran lumbered forward, his deep growl silencing the crowd. "We are strong," he rumbled, "but their machines are stronger. How can we fight such power?" Silvara nodded, acknowledging the truth of his words. "Strength alone will not save us. We must be clever, united, and resourceful. The forest's magic is ancient and powerful, but it needs all of us to wield it." Erin, sitting on a mossy log at the edge of the gathering, raised her hand hesitantly. "I want to help too," she said, her voice small but determined. "I'm not like those men. I want to stop them." The animals turned to look at her, their expressions ranging from skepticism to curiosity. Silvara smiled gently. "Erin has the heart of the forest," she said. "Though she is human, she has proven herself a friend to all who dwell here. Her knowledge of the world beyond will be invaluable." The council ended with a renewed sense of purpose, but Silvara knew the battle ahead would be unlike anything the forest had faced before. The loggers were relentless, and their machines were designed to conquer even the mightiest trees. Still, she held on to hope, drawing strength from the bond she had forged with Aaron and the unity of the forest's inhabitants. In the days that followed, Aaron took on the role of a scout, sneaking close to the logging camp to gather information. She learned the name of the company, Grimes Timber, and the man behind it, Victor Grimes, a wealthy industrialist known for his ruthless business practices. Aaron also overheard plans to expand the operation, cutting deeper into the forest to meet growing demand. When she returned to Silvara with the news, the Dryad's expression darkened. "Victor Grimes," she murmured. "His name is known even to the trees. His greed has left scars on forests far from here." Aaron clenched her fists, her small frame trembling with determination. "We have to stop him." Silvara placed a hand on her shoulder, her gaze filled with a mixture of sorrow and resolve. "We will, little one, but this will not be an easy fight. It will take everything we have." As the loggers continued their assault on the forest, Silvara and Aaron worked tirelessly to prepare. They strengthened their bonds with the forest's creatures, forging alliances with owls, foxes, deer, and even the smallest insects. Together, they began to devise a plan, a way to turn the forest's magic and its inhabitants' ingenuity against the machines. Though fear loomed large, so too did hope. Silvara and Aaron knew they were fighting not just for the forest, but for the soul of a world that was forgetting its connection to nature. And, as they stood together beneath the ancient trees, their resolve burned brighter than ever. The fight to save the forest had only just begun. As the days turned into nights and back again, the sense of urgency grew like a shadow over the forest. The constant hum of machinery and the occasional echo of falling trees served as grim reminders of the relentless advance of the loggers. Silvara and Aaron knew that time was running out. If they didn't act soon, the forest and everything within it would succumb to the devastation. Silvara stood at the heart of the glade, her hand resting on the bark of her ancient oak tree, seeking its wisdom and strength. She closed her eyes, letting the whispers of the forest fill her mind. The trees, the streams, the creatures, they all spoke to her in their own ways, offering warnings, ideas, and encouragement. She opened her eyes with renewed determination. "We must prepare," Silvara said to Aaron, who sat cross-legged nearby, drawing patterns in the dirt with a stick. The child looked up, her face a mixture of fear and resolve. "Prepare how?" Aaron asked, standing up and brushing the dirt from her hands. "We can't stop those machines with just animals and magic, can we?" Silvara smiled faintly. "We may not be able to stop them with force alone, but the forest has more power than even I can fully understand. We will use its magic, its creatures, and even your knowledge of humans to protect this place." Aaron's brow furrowed as she considered this. "But the humans have guns and saws and fire. How can we fight against all of that?" "With unity," Silvara said firmly. "The forest is a single, living entity, and its strength lies in its connections. When every creature, plant, and spirit works together, we are unstoppable. You, Aaron, are part of that connection now." Aaron nodded, her heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. "Okay, tell me what to do." The first step in their plan was to rally the forest's inhabitants. Silvara called another council, this time under the towering canopy of the oldest trees in the forest. The gathering was even larger than the first, with creatures of all kinds coming to lend their ears and voices to the cause. Deer stood shoulder to shoulder with foxes, bears lumbered into the clearing with heavy steps, and flocks of birds perched on branches above, their eyes glinting in the moonlight. Silvara stood in the center, her presence commanding yet soothing. She raised her arms, and the murmurs of the crowd fell silent. "My friends," she began, her voice carrying over the assembly like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Our home is under threat. The humans seek to destroy what they do not understand, to take without giving. But we will not stand by and let them tear our world apart. Together we will fight, not with hatred, but with the strength of unity and the wisdom of the forest." The animals responded with a chorus of growls, chirps, and calls, their spirits bolstered by Silvara's words. Aaron stepped forward, her small figure dwarfed by the creatures around her. "I know I'm just a kid," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "But I want to help too. I know things about the humans, what scares them, what they care about. Maybe I can help figure out how to stop them." The animals regarded her with a mixture of curiosity and respect. Bran, the gruff bear who had questioned her presence before, nodded slowly. "The child has courage," he rumbled. "Perhaps she does belong here after all." Over the next few days, Silvara, Aaron, and the forest's wisest creatures worked together to devise a plan. It was a delicate balance of magic, cunning, and direct action. Silvara used her powers to create enchantments around the forest's core, weaving protective spells into the roots and branches. These barriers would confuse the loggers, leading them in circles and preventing them from venturing too far. Aaron watched in awe as Silvara worked, her hands glowing with a soft green light as she murmured ancient incantations. "Will it really work?" she asked. Silvara nodded. "It will buy us time, but it won't hold forever. That's why we need the others." The creatures of the forest were tasked with subtle acts of sabotage. The foxes, led by the clever Zyric, were to sneak into the logging camp at night, gnawing through ropes and wires. Birds would carry away small tools and scatter them across the forest. Even the squirrels played a role, dropping acorns onto the heads of unsuspecting loggers, creating distractions. Aaron couldn't help but giggle at the sight of a group of squirrels practicing their aim under Zyric's watchful eye. "You're like a little army," she said, earning a cheeky grin from the fox. Erin's most important contribution was her knowledge of human behavior. She explained how humans responded to fear and how they could be persuaded to leave without escalating the conflict. If they think this place is cursed or dangerous, they might leave on their own, she suggested. Silvara considered this. A clever idea. The forest has ways of appearing, unwelcoming. I will call upon the shadows and the winds to create an aura of foreboding. The first phase of their plan began on a moonless night. The loggers, tired from a long day of work, returned to their camp to find chaos waiting for them. Ropes were frayed, machines sputtered and refused to start, and tools had vanished without a trace. Strange sounds echoed through the forest. Low growls, eerie whispers, and the rustling of unseen figures in the underbrush. One of the loggers, a burly man with a scruffy beard, shivered as he stared into the darkness. "This place gives me the creeps," he muttered to a colleague. "Feels like something's watching us." "Don't be ridiculous," the other man replied, though his voice wavered. "It's just animals. Nothing we can't handle." But as the days passed, their unease grew. Birds circled overhead, their cries sharp and relentless. The shadows seemed to stretch longer, and the wind carried whispers that sent chills down their spines. Even Victor Grimes, who arrived to oversee the operation personally, began to feel the weight of the forest's silent resistance. When sabotage and fear tactics proved insufficient to halt the loggers entirely, Silvara and Aaron decided it was time for a direct confrontation. Aaron, her heart pounding with both fear and determination, approached the edge of the logging camp under the cover of twilight. She wore a cloak woven from leaves and vines, a gift from Silvara that shimmered faintly with magic. "Are you sure about this?" Silvara asked, her voice filled with concern. She had hidden herself in the shadows, ready to intervene if things went wrong. Aaron nodded. "I have to try. If they see me, if they see a human, they might listen." Taking a deep breath, Aaron stepped into the clearing. The loggers turned at the sound of her footsteps, their expressions shifting from surprise to suspicion. "What are you doing here, kid?" one of them demanded. "It's dangerous out here." Erin straightened her shoulders, her voice steady despite her fear. "You need to leave," she said. "This forest isn't just trees. It's alive, and it doesn't want you here." The men exchanged uneasy glances, but Victor Grimes stepped forward, his cold eyes narrowing as he studied her. "And who are you to tell us what to do?" he sneered. "This land belongs to my company. We have every right to be here." "It doesn't belong to you," Aaron shot back. "It belongs to the forest, and it belongs to everyone who loves it. You're destroying something beautiful, and you don't even care." Victor smirked. "And what's a little girl going to do about it?" Erin held her ground, her voice rising with emotion. "I'm not alone. The forest is watching, and it won't let you win." At that moment, Silvara stepped into the clearing, her presence radiating power and grace. The loggers froze, their eyes wide with fear and awe as they took in the sight of the dryad. Her hair shimmered like moonlight, and her eyes glowed with the wisdom of the ages. "You were warned," Silvara said, her voice echoing like thunder through the clearing. "Leave this place, or face the wrath of the forest." The ground beneath their feet trembled, roots snaking out of the soil as if to underscore her words. The loggers scrambled back, their bravado crumbling in the face of the forest's magic. Even Victor Grimes, usually unshakable, took a step back, his face pale. "This isn't over," he growled, but his voice lacked its usual conviction. Silvara's eyes bore into his. "Yes, it is. Take your machines and your greed elsewhere. You will not find victory here." As the loggers retreated, the forest seemed to exhale in relief. Silvara and Aaron returned to the glade, their bond stronger than ever. Though the battle was far from over, they had taken the first steps toward saving their home. Together, they had proven that unity, courage, and the magic of the natural world could stand against even the most formidable of foes. And in the heart of the forest, hope began to bloom. The air in the forest was electric, heavy with anticipation and fear. The loggers had retreated for a time, their machinery silent, but Silvara and Aaron knew it was only a temporary reprieve. Victor Grimes was not the kind of man to abandon a lucrative operation without a fight. He would return, likely with more men, more machines, and a renewed determination to claim the forest for his own. Silvara stood at the edge of the glade, her hand resting on the trunk of her ancient oak. Her connection to the forest ran deep, and she could feel its unease. The trees whispered warnings, the roots trembled, and the streams carried messages of the coming storm. "They're coming back, aren't they?" Aaron asked, standing beside Silvara. Her small face was set with determination, though fear flickered in her eyes. Silvara nodded. "Yes, they will return, and this time they will not stop until the forest is gone." Aaron clenched her fists. "Then we have to stop them. For real this time." Silvara turned to the child who had become her unlikely ally. "We will, but it will take everything we have. Every ounce of courage, every drop of magic, every creature willing to fight for this forest. Are you ready for that, Aaron?" Aaron swallowed hard, then nodded. "I'm ready." The days leading up to the climactic confrontation were filled with feverish activity. Silvara and Aaron worked tirelessly alongside the forest's inhabitants, preparing for what they knew would be the fight of their lives. Silvara called upon the ancient magic of the forest to fortify its defenses. She wove enchantments into the roots and branches, creating barriers that would slow the loggers' advance. Trees were infused with a protective energy, their bark hardening to withstand the saws. The forest seemed to come alive in ways it never had before, its magic humming with a fierce resolve. Aaron took charge of organizing the smaller, more tactical defenses. With the help of Zyric the fox and a group of resourceful squirrels, she set up traps along the paths the loggers were likely to take. Pits were dug and covered with leaves. Vines were woven into tripwires, and piles of loose stones were arranged to topple onto unwary intruders. "This will slow them down," Erin said, as she tightened a vine around a tree trunk, "and maybe scare them enough to think twice." Zyric grinned, his sharp teeth glinting. "Humans are clumsy. They won't know what hit them." Silvara held a final council under the light of a full moon. Every creature, from the smallest mouse to the largest bear, was present. She addressed them with a voice that carried both authority and compassion. "This is our home," she said, "our sanctuary. The humans seek to destroy it for their own gain, but we will not let them. Together, we are stronger than they can ever imagine. Tonight, we fight not with hatred, but with the fierce love we have for this forest. Stand with me, and we will protect what is ours." The animals responded with a roar of approval, their cries echoing through the forest. Even the usually stoic Bran the bear raised his mighty paw and growled, "For the forest." At dawn, the first rumble of machinery shattered the morning stillness. Silvara and Erin stood at the edge of the glade, watching as the loggers emerged from the tree line. This time, they had brought reinforcements. More men, larger machines, and even armed guards to protect their operation. Victor Grimes strode at the head of the group, his sharp features set in a determined scowl. "No more games," he barked to his men. "We're clearing this forest today, no matter what." The machines roared to life, their saws spinning and engines belching black smoke into the air. The ground trembled as the mechanical beasts advanced, cutting through the outer edge of the forest with brutal efficiency. The forest responded with fury. As the loggers pushed forward, they encountered Silvara's magical barriers. Vines lashed out like living snakes, wrapping around the wheels of machines and grinding them to a halt. Roots erupted from the ground, tripping the loggers and sending them sprawling. The air itself seemed to resist their presence, growing thick and heavy, making it hard to breathe. Erin and Zyric's traps proved equally effective. Several loggers fell into hidden pits, their cries of alarm echoing through the trees. Others stumbled over tripwires, their tools clattering to the ground. One machine toppled over entirely when a pile of stones cascaded onto its treads. Despite these early successes, the loggers pressed on, their sheer numbers and the power of their machines making it difficult to hold them back. Silvara fought at the forefront, her hands glowing with magic as she summoned the full might of the forest. Trees bent and twisted at her command, forming barricades to block the machines. Streams rose in sudden floods, washing away equipment and scattering the loggers. But the humans were relentless. The armed guards began firing into the forest, their bullets shattering branches and sending animals fleeing in terror. Silvara cried out as one bullet grazed her shoulder, a thin line of golden light seeping from the wound. "Stay back!" Erin shouted, her voice breaking with fear as she pulled Silvara behind a tree. "You can't let them hurt you." "I'll be fine," Silvara said, though her face was pale. "The forest needs me." As the battle raged on, Erin realized that the forest's magic alone wouldn't be enough to stop the loggers. The humans needed to see the forest not as an obstacle, but as something worth protecting. Summoning her courage, she stepped into the clearing, her small figure dwarfed by the chaos around her. "Stop!" she shouted, her voice ringing out over the noise. The loggers hesitated, their movements faltering as they turned to look at her. Even Victor Grimes paused, his eyes narrowing as he took in the sight of the child standing alone. "This forest isn't just trees," Erin cried, her voice trembling but strong. "It's a home for animals, for magic, for everything that makes this world beautiful. If you destroy it, you're destroying something you can never get back." Victor sneered. "And what does a little girl know about the world? This forest is a resource, nothing more." "It's not just a resource," Erin said, her eyes blazing with emotion. "It's alive, and if you destroy it, you'll never understand what you've lost." Behind her, Silvara stepped into the clearing, her presence commanding. Her injuries did nothing to diminish her power as she raised her hands, causing the ground to tremble and the air to shimmer with magic. "You were warned, Victor Grimes," she said, her voice echoing like thunder. "Leave this place or face the wrath of the forest." Victor hesitated, his bravado faltering under Silvara's gaze. But before he could respond, a sudden roar shook the air. Bran the bear charged into the clearing, followed by a wave of forest creatures. Deer, wolves, birds, and even insects swarmed the loggers, overwhelming them with sheer numbers. The guards fired their weapons, but the animals moved with a coordination that was almost supernatural, evading the bullets and disarming the humans with precision. The loggers, panicked and outmatched, began to retreat. As the tide turned in the forest's favor, Victor Grimes stood his ground, his face twisted with rage. "This isn't over," he shouted. "You think you can stop me? I'll burn this forest to the ground if I have to." Erin stepped forward, her small frame radiating defiance. "No, you won't," she said, "because you're afraid. You're afraid of what people will think if they find out what you've done here. You can hide behind your machines and your money, but you can't hide from the truth." Victor's eyes flickered with uncertainty, and for the first time he looked vulnerable. Silvara seized the moment, her voice calm but firm. "You have a choice, Victor Grimes. Leave this place and let the forest heal, or stay and face the consequences of your greed." Victor's shoulders slumped, the weight of his defeat finally sinking in. He turned to his men, his voice hollow. "We're leaving." As the loggers retreated, the forest seemed to sigh with relief. The creatures returned to the glade, their spirits lifted by the victory. Silvara knelt by her ancient oak, her hands pressed against its trunk as she whispered a prayer of gratitude. Erin stood beside her, her face streaked with dirt but glowing with triumph. "We did it," she said softly. Silvara looked at her and smiled. "No, Erin, you did it. Your courage gave the forest a voice." Together they watched as the forest began to heal, the scars left by the loggers slowly fading under Silvara's care. The trees stood taller, the streams ran clearer, and the animals returned to their homes. The battle was over, but the bond between Silvara, Erin, and the forest would endure forever. The forest was quiet again, the machines silenced and the men gone. The scars left by the loggers, uprooted trees, broken branches, and churned soil, remained as painful reminders of what had been lost. But within the silence was a sense of hope. Nature had an incredible ability to heal, and with Silvara's magic and the dedication of the forest's inhabitants, life would soon flourish anew. Silvara stood in the glade, her hands resting on the bark of her ancient oak. Her connection to the forest pulsed stronger than ever, and she could feel its relief as clearly as her own emotions. The animals, her constant companions, roamed the forest with renewed energy. their movements joyful yet deliberate as they set about rebuilding their homes. Aaron sat cross-legged near the stream, watching a pair of squirrels chase each other up and down a tree. Her face, though smeared with dirt, radiated pride. She had played a crucial role in saving the forest, and while she was tired, she also felt a deep sense of accomplishment. Silvara approached and crouched beside her, her green hair shimmering in the afternoon light. "You've done well, Aaron," she said softly. "The forest owes you its life." Aaron looked up, her eyes filled with wonder and curiosity. "I didn't do it alone," she replied. "You, the animals, the trees, everyone helped. We all fought together." Silvara smiled, her heart swelling with pride. "You're right, and that unity is what saved us. But it was your courage that made it possible. Without you, this forest might have fallen." In the days following the climactic battle, the forest began to heal. Silvara poured her energy into restoring the land, weaving spells of growth and renewal that encouraged the trees to sprout new leaves and the streams to run clear again. She tended to the animals that had been injured in the fight, using her magic to mend broken wings and heal deep gashes. Aaron helped wherever she could. She carried water to the roots of saplings, cleared debris from paths, and even used her small hands to help birds rebuild their nests. The animals, who had initially viewed her with suspicion, now welcomed her as one of their own. Birds perched on her shoulders, foxes playfully nipped at her heels, and even the gruff bear Bran offered a grumbled word of approval as he passed her by. One morning, Aaron and Silvara stood together on a ridge overlooking the forest. The sun was just beginning to rise, casting a golden glow over the treetops. The damage caused by the loggers was still visible, but new growth had already begun to soften the edges of the destruction. Shoots of green pushed through the soil, and the sounds of life, the chirping of birds, the rustling of leaves, the hum of insects, filled the air. "It's amazing," Aaron said, her voice tinged with awe. "Even after everything that happened, the forest is still alive. It's still beautiful." Silvara nodded, her gaze distant. Nature is resilient, but it needs time and care to heal. The scars may never fully disappear, but they will become part of the forest's story, a reminder of what was lost and what was saved. Aaron turned to Silvara, a question lingering in her eyes. "What about the loggers? Do you think they'll ever come back?" Silvara's expression darkened for a moment, but then she shook her head. "I don't believe so. Victor Grimes may have been driven by greed, but even he saw the power of this forest. And with you carrying its story back to your world, others will know as well. Awareness is a powerful shield." As much as Aaron loved the forest and the life she had built within it, she knew she couldn't stay forever. Her heart ached for her family, and she felt a growing responsibility to share what she had learned with the human world. The forest had given her so much: courage, purpose, and a sense of belonging, and now she wanted to give something back. One evening, as the sky turned shades of orange and pink, Aaron approached Silvara with her decision. I think I need to go home," she said, her voice trembling with emotion. "I need to find my family and tell people about the forest. If they understand how important it is, maybe they'll help protect it." Silvara's gaze softened, and she placed a hand on Aaron's shoulder. "I knew this day would come," she said. "You have grown so much, Aaron. You are no longer the frightened child I found in the woods. You are strong, brave, and wise beyond your years. The forest will always be a part of you, and you will always be a part of it. Erin felt tears welling in her eyes. I'll come back, she promised. I'll visit as often as I can, and I'll make sure people know how special this place is. Silvara smiled, though her own eyes shimmered with unshed tears. You will always have a home here, Erin, and the forest will remember you. On the morning of Erin's departure, Silvara prepared a special gift for her, a pendant crafted from a single glowing leaf taken from her ancient ode. The leaf shimmered with an otherworldly light, a symbol of the forest's magic and Silvara's bond with Erin. This will remind you of the forest, Silvara said as she fastened the pendant around Erin's neck. And it will protect you, no matter where you go. If you ever need me, or if the forest needs you, this pendant will guide you back. Erin clutched the pendant, her heart swelling with gratitude. Thank you, she whispered, for everything. The animals gathered to bid Erin farewell, their voices rising in a chorus of chirps, growls, and howls. Even Bran the bear, who rarely showed emotion, gave her a solemn nod of approval. As Erin made her way through the forest, retracing the steps that had brought her there, she felt a mixture of sadness and hope. She knew she was leaving behind something extraordinary, but she also knew that her journey was far from over. The lessons she had learned, and the bond she had forged with Silvara, would guide her as she returned to the human world. When Erin finally emerged from the forest, she found herself at the edge of her village. The sight of familiar rooftops and bustling streets filled her with a strange mix of relief and apprehension. She wasn't sure how her family would react, or if they had even continued to search for her. But as she stepped into the village square, a voice called out her name, a voice filled with disbelief and joy. Erin turned to see her parents running toward her, their faces streaked with tears. They embraced her tightly, their relief palpable. "Where have you been?" her mother asked, her voice trembling. We thought we'd lost you." Erin hesitated, unsure how to explain. "I was in the forest," she said simply, "and I met someone who taught me how to be brave." Her parents exchanged a confused glance but chose not to press her. For now, they were content just to have her back. In the weeks that followed, Erin began to share her experiences with others in the village. She told stories of the magical forest and its guardian, Silvara, describing the beauty and fragility of the natural world. Though some dismissed her tales as the fanciful imagination of a child, others listened with wide eyes and open hearts. Erin also began small acts of conservation in her village, planting trees, organizing cleanup efforts, and teaching her peers about the importance of preserving nature. Slowly but surely, her message began to spread, and the forest's story reached beyond its borders. Years later, when Erin was no longer a child but a young woman, she returned to the forest. This time, she came not as a frightened girl, but as an advocate for the natural world. The pendant Silvara had given her still hung around her neck, its light as bright as ever. As she stepped into the familiar glade, a sense of peace washed over her. The forest had healed, its scars now hidden beneath layers of new growth. Silvara emerged from the shadows, her presence as radiant as ever. "Welcome home, Erin," she said, her voice warm with affection. Erin smiled, tears streaming down her face. "I've missed you." "And I you," Silvara replied. "The forest remembers you, always." Together, they walked through the vibrant, thriving forest, their bond stronger than ever. Though they came from different worlds, they were united by their love for the land and their shared commitment to protecting it. The story of the forest was far from over, and together they would ensure that it was never forgotten. Years had passed since the day Erin left the forest to return to her family and the human world. The village where she had grown up remained much the same, its cobbled streets lined with modest homes and bustling with the familiar rhythms of life. Yet for Erin, everything had changed. The time she had spent with Silvara in the heart of the forest had shaped her into someone entirely new, someone who understood the fragile beauty of the natural world and the importance of protecting it. Now, a young woman, Erin had become a passionate advocate for conservation. Her experiences had given her a unique voice, and she used it to inspire others to care for the world around them. What had once been a frightened child's wish to save the forest had grown into a powerful mission that reached far beyond the trees. Erin's work began in her village, where she encouraged her neighbors to plant trees and adopt sustainable practices. At first, her efforts were met with skepticism. People questioned why they should care about a forest miles away when their own lives were filled with immediate concerns. But Erin was persistent. She spoke with passion, weaving tales of the magical forest and its guardian, Silvara, into her arguments. Her stories captured the imaginations of children, who begged their parents to help plant saplings and clean the streams. Slowly, the village began to change. People began to see nature not as something distant and separate, but as an integral part of their lives. Word of Erin's work spread, and soon she was invited to neighboring towns and cities to share her message. She traveled far and wide, carrying the memory of the forest with her. She spoke of the interconnectedness of all living things, of the balance that nature required to thrive, and of the destruction caused by greed and ignorance. In every place she visited, Erin wore the glowing leaf pendant Silvara had given her. It became a symbol of her connection to the forest and a reminder of the magic she had once known. When people asked about the pendant, she told them of Silvara and the ancient oak, of the animals that had fought alongside her, and of the lessons she had learned in the heart of the woods. Back in the forest, Silvara watched over her home with the quiet pride of a guardian who had seen her efforts bear fruit. The trees had grown tall and strong, their leaves whispering songs of gratitude. The creatures of the forest thrived, their lives untroubled by the threat of human encroachment. The forest itself had become a sanctuary, not just for its native inhabitants, but for those who sought refuge from the chaos of the outside world. Travelers who stumbled upon its borders often left with a sense of peace they couldn't explain, their hearts touched by the subtle magic that lingered in the air. Silvara's connection to the forest remained as deep as ever, but she often found herself thinking of Erin. Though the Dryad had lived through centuries of change, her time with the human child had been unlike anything she had experienced before. Erin had brought a spark of humanity to the forest, a reminder that even those who came from outside could love and protect it. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest basked in the golden light of the season, Silvara sensed a familiar presence. She turned to see a figure stepping cautiously through the trees. Though the years had transformed her, Silvara recognized Erin immediately. Her hair was longer, her frame taller, but her eyes still held the same spark of determination and kindness. "Erin," Silvara said, her voice a mix of joy and wonder. "You've returned." Erin smiled. her eyes misting with emotion. I promised I would. The two embraced, their bond as strong as it had ever been. For a moment, they simply stood together, letting the sounds of the forest wash over them. The trees seemed to hum with approval, their leaves rustling in gentle applause. "I've missed this place," Aaron said, looking around at the familiar sights. "It's even more beautiful than I remembered." "The forest has missed you too," Silvara replied. "Your presence here was a gift, Aaron. It always will be." As they walked through the forest, Aaron shared stories of her work in the human world. She spoke of the people she had inspired, the forests she had helped to protect, and the challenges she continued to face. Silvara listened with pride, her heart swelling at the impact Aaron had made. "You've carried the forest's message far beyond its borders," Silvara said. "You've done more than I could have ever imagined." Aaron shook her head. "I couldn't have done any of it without you. You taught me what it means to care for something bigger than myself." They reached the glade where Silvara's ancient oak stood, its branches reaching high into the sky. Aaron placed a hand on the tree's trunk, feeling the familiar warmth of its magic. "I want to do more," she said. "I want to make sure that this forest, and others like it, are protected for generations to come." Silvara placed a hand on Aaron's shoulder. "Then you will. The strength you carry within you is greater than any magic I could bestow. Trust in it, and you will accomplish great things." As the sun began to set, casting the forest in shades of amber and crimson, Aaron and Silvara sat together beneath the ancient oak. They spoke of the past, of the battles they had fought and the lessons they had learned, but they also spoke of the future. Aaron shared her plans to create a network of sanctuaries where nature could thrive, and Silvara offered her guidance and wisdom. "I'll always carry the forest with me," Aaron said, her hand resting on the glowing leaf pendant. "But knowing you're here, watching over it, makes me feel like I'm never really leaving." Silvara smiled, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "You will never be far from my heart, Aaron. No matter where your path takes you, the forest will always be with you." As night fell, the stars began to appear, their light twinkling through the canopy. Aaron leaned back against the oak, her eyes fixed on the sky. For the first time in a long while, she felt truly at peace. The forest had given her so much: love, purpose, and the courage to make a difference. And in return, she had given the forest her heart. Though Aaron eventually returned to the human world, she visited the forest whenever she could. Each time, she and Silvara would walk through the trees, sharing stories and strengthening the bond that had brought them together. And though the years continued to pass, the legacy of their shared journey endured. The forest stood as a testament to their efforts, a living symbol of resilience and unity. And in the hearts of those who heard Aaron's stories, the magic of the forest lived on, inspiring a new generation to cherish and protect the natural world. Aaron and Silvara had proven that even the smallest actions, born from love and courage, could ripple outward to create profound change. Their bond was unbreakable, their story eternal, a reminder that, in the end, the greatest magic of all was the connection between hearts. The sun dipped low over Prince Edward Island, casting its warm, golden hues across the rolling hills and fields that surrounded the charming village of Avonlea. A gentle breeze stirred the tall grasses, which swayed in rhythmic waves, their emerald green blades shimmering in the fading light. Among the scattered farmhouses nestled in the valley, Green Gables stood as a beacon of tranquility, a modest yet picturesque home with its whitewashed walls and green shutters that gleamed in the soft glow of the evening. The house was surrounded by flourishing gardens, where blossoms of every shade competed for attention, their sweet perfume wafting through the air. Matthew Cuthbert, a quiet and unassuming man with a kind heart and a gentle demeanor, set off from Green Gables on his journey to the train station. He was a man of few words, preferring the companionship of the land and the animals to the bustle of human conversation. The thought of venturing into the busier world beyond his farm was an unsettling one, but duty called. He and his sister, Marilla, had made the decision to adopt a boy from the orphanage to help with the labor on their farm, a sensible solution to the challenges of aging. The road to the station wound its way through a series of enchanting landscapes. Matthew's horse trotted steadily along the path, flanked by towering maple trees whose branches intertwined overhead, creating a natural cathedral of green. The leaves whispered secrets to one another, their soft rustling a soothing accompaniment to the clip-clop of the horse's hooves. The air was alive with the hum of insects and the occasional burst of birdsong, a gentle reminder of the vibrancy of the world around him. As he neared the station, Matthew's apprehension grew. He was not accustomed to dealing with strangers, let alone young boys, but he reassured himself that this was the right decision for Green Gables. The station came into view, a simple building with a wooden platform, its paint weathered by years of salt-laden breezes from the nearby sea. Smoke from an approaching train curled into the sky, its plume a ribbon of gray against the deepening blue. When the train finally screeched to a halt, Matthew dismounted and approached the platform, his heart thudding uncomfortably in his chest. He scanned the passengers disembarking, searching for a boy of about 11 or 12. Instead, his gaze landed on a thin, freckled girl with fiery red hair tied back in two unruly braids. She wore a faded, ill-fitting dress that spoke of her modest circumstances, but her eyes, a vivid, luminous green, sparkled with a mixture of curiosity and hope. Before Matthew could fully process the sight of her, she darted forward, her small frame exuding an unexpected energy. "Are you Mr. Matthew Cuthbert of Green Gables?" she asked, her voice bright and lilting. Matthew nodded, his surprise rendering him temporarily speechless. The girl, undeterred, clasped her hands in front of her chest and sighed with what seemed like genuine relief. "Oh, I'm so glad. I just knew you'd come. Isn't it splendid to think that I'll have a home of my own? A real home, with people who care about me and a room all to myself. And trees. Do you have trees at Green Gables? I've always dreamed of living among trees." Matthew, still bewildered, managed a faint smile. He wasn't quite sure what to make of this exuberant creature who spoke so freely and with such vivid imagination. "Yes," he replied softly, "we've plenty of trees." As they climbed into the carriage, Anne continued to chatter, her words tumbling out in an unbroken stream of observations and musings. "I've never seen such a lovely evening. Look at the sky. It's as though someone spilled pink and gold paint across a great canvas, don't you think? And those clouds, they're like puffs of cotton candy. Oh, I do hope Green Gables is as beautiful as I've imagined. Is it near water? I adore the sound of waves." Matthew, who had spent a lifetime avoiding small talk, found himself oddly charmed by Anne's enthusiasm. Her voice, though incessant, was melodious, and there was a poetic quality to her words that painted vivid pictures in his mind. He began to see the familiar landscape through her eyes. The White Way of Delight, a stretch of road canopied by flowering apple trees. Lover's Lane, a winding path bordered by willows whose branches seemed to embrace one another. And the Lake of Shining Waters, a serene pond that reflected the surrounding trees like a mirror. For Anne, every turn of the road revealed new wonders. She marveled at the fields, aglow with the last light of day, and the gentle hills that seemed to roll on forever. "It's like stepping into a storybook," she said, her voice softening with reverence. "I can't believe I'm part of it." By the time they arrived at Green Gables, the sky had deepened into a tapestry of indigo and silver, with stars beginning to prick through the twilight. Anne's chatter had slowed as she took in the sight of her new home. The farmhouse, with its welcoming glow of lamplight spilling from the windows, stood nestled among gardens that seemed to bloom just for her arrival. The scent of lilacs and roses filled the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of freshly tilled soil. Matthew helped Anne down from the carriage, and for a moment she stood still, her eyes wide as she absorbed the beauty of the place. "Oh, it's even more wonderful than I imagined," she breathed. "I feel as though I've stepped into a dream." Inside, Marilla awaited them, her stern expression softening only slightly at the sight of the girl. Anne's greeting was as effervescent as ever, but Marilla's response was tempered with reserve. It wasn't long before Anne realized that there had been a mistake. She was not the boy they had expected. The realization struck her like a physical blow, and for a brief moment, the light in her eyes dimmed. But Anne, ever resilient, quickly rallied. "I suppose it's too much to hope that you might keep me, even though I'm not a boy," she said with a tremulous smile. "But if you could find it in your hearts to let me stay, I promise to work hard and be ever so good." Marilla, torn between practicality and an unexpected stirring of compassion, exchanged a glance with Matthew. Though no words were spoken, an understanding passed between them. Anne Shirley, with her boundless imagination and irrepressible spirit, had already begun to weave herself into the fabric of their lives. As Anne climbed into bed that night, gazing out at the moonlit garden through her window, she whispered a silent prayer of gratitude. For the first time in her young life, she felt a glimmer of hope. Hope that Green Gables might truly become her home. As the early morning sun began to rise over Green Gables, its golden light spilled across the dewy fields, turning each blade of grass into a sparkling gem. The faint call of birds echoed from the trees surrounding the house, and the air was filled with the rich scent of damp earth and blooming lilacs. Anne Shirley woke in her small room under the eaves, her eyes wide with wonder as she gazed at the patterns of light and shadow playing on the walls. For Anne, this was no ordinary morning. She sat up, her fiery red hair a wild halo around her freckled face, and marveled at the fact that she had a room of her own. The previous night had been a whirlwind of emotions, from the elation of arriving at such a beautiful home to the crushing realization that she had been brought here by mistake. But as Anne surveyed her cozy room with its slanted ceiling, the simple white bedspread, and the view of the garden from the small window, her spirits lifted. "I shall call this room my ivory tower," she murmured to herself. "It's a perfect place for a princess in exile, and if I must be sent away, at least I'll have the memory of one night spent here." Anne dressed quickly in her plain, ill-fitting dress and made her way downstairs. The kitchen at Green Gables was a warm and welcoming place, with its polished wooden floors, a large table in the center, and shelves lined with shining pots and pans. The aroma of freshly baked bread filled the room, mingling with the faint tang of wood smoke from the stove. Marilla Cuthbert stood at the counter, her no-nonsense demeanor softened by the peaceful rhythm of morning chores. Anne hesitated at the door, her green eyes darting around the room as though trying to memorize every detail. "Good morning, Miss Cuthbert," she said brightly, her voice trembling slightly. "Isn't it a wonderful morning? The sun is so golden, and the trees look like they're wearing crowns of light." Marilla turned, her lips twitching in what might have been the beginnings of a smile. "Good morning, Anne," she replied briskly. "Sit down and have some breakfast. Matthew will be in shortly." Anne took her seat, folding her hands primly in her lap as she gazed around the room. "I've never seen such a cozy kitchen," she said, her voice filled with admiration. "I imagine that everything here has a story. Do you think the table ever dreams of being a grand dining table in a castle?" Marilla raised an eyebrow, her practical nature struggling to reconcile with Anne's flights of fancy. "Tables don't dream," she said firmly, though not unkindly. "And you'll have to learn to keep your feet on the ground if you're to get along here." Before Anne could respond, Matthew entered the kitchen, his quiet presence filling the room like the gentle hum of a well-tuned fiddle. He greeted Anne with a small smile, and she beamed back at him, grateful for his unspoken kindness. After breakfast, Marilla instructed Anne to help with some chores around the house. As they worked together, Anne's enthusiasm bubbled over in a constant stream of chatter. She spoke of her dreams and fears, her love for poetry and nature, and her deep longing for a place to belong. Marilla listened with half an ear, occasionally interjecting with practical advice, but she couldn't entirely ignore the girl's infectious energy. When the chores were finished, Marilla announced that they would visit Rachel Lynde, the Cuthberts' nosy but well-meaning neighbor. Anne's excitement was palpable as they walked along the lane, the dappled sunlight filtering through the trees and the scent of wildflowers filling the air. She clung to every detail, marveling at the beauty of Avonlea and imagining herself as the heroine of a grand adventure. Rachel Lynde's house was a tidy, well-kept home, surrounded by neat flower beds and a picket fence. As they entered, Anne was immediately struck by the sheer orderliness of the place. Rachel herself was a stout woman with a sharp tongue and a keen eye for detail. Her initial reaction to Anne was one of thinly veiled disapproval. "Well, Marilla, this is certainly a surprise," Rachel said, her tone heavy with skepticism. "I must say, I never expected you to bring home a slip of a girl with hair the color of a carrot." Anne's eyes widened, and a flush crept up her cheeks. "It's not polite to criticize a person's looks," she said, her voice trembling with indignation. "I may not be beautiful, but I have an imagination, and that's worth something, isn't it?" Marilla's sharp intake of breath signaled her disapproval of Anne's outburst, but Rachel, to her credit, seemed more amused than offended. "Well, you certainly have a tongue in your head," she said with a chuckle. "You'll need to learn some manners, though, if you're going to stay at Green Gables." The visit concluded with an apology from Anne, coaxed out by Marilla's firm insistence and a reluctant acceptance from Rachel. As they walked back to Green Gables, Anne's mood swung from indignation to despair. "I've made such a dreadful impression," she wailed. "Mrs. Lynde will think I'm an ungrateful, ill-mannered orphan." Marilla sighed, her patience wearing thin. "You'll have to learn to control that temper of yours," she said. "But Mrs. Lynde isn't one to hold a grudge. you'll have another chance to make things right. Back at Green Gables, Anne retreated to her ivory tower to reflect on the day's events. She sat by the window, her chin resting on her hands as she gazed out at the garden. The late afternoon light bathed the flowers in a warm glow, and the gentle rustle of leaves seemed to whisper words of comfort. "I suppose I must be brave," she said aloud, her voice tinged with determination. "Green Gables is the most beautiful place I've ever seen, and I won't let one mistake ruin my chance to stay here." Anne's first impressions of Avonlea were a mix of wonder and trepidation, shaped by her boundless imagination and her deep-seated fear of rejection. She saw beauty in every corner of the world around her, from the towering trees to the smallest wildflower. But she also struggled to navigate the expectations and judgments of those around her, her fiery spirit often clashing with the more reserved sensibilities of the community. As the sun set over Green Gables, casting long shadows across the fields, Anne made a silent promise to herself. She would do whatever it took to prove that she belonged. With her vivid imagination and her unyielding determination, she was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Anne Shirley's first weeks at Green Gables were a whirlwind of discovery, joy, and the occasional misstep. For the first time in her life, she had a place to call home, and she threw herself into the rhythms of farm life with boundless enthusiasm. Every corner of Green Gables seemed to hold a secret waiting to be uncovered, and every task, no matter how mundane, became an adventure in Anne's vivid imagination. The mornings at Green Gables were a symphony of soft sounds, the gentle cooing of doves in the eaves, the rustling of leaves in the orchard, and the faint hum of bees flitting from flower to flower. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the earthy scent of freshly tilled soil mingled with the faint sweetness of dew-kissed grass. Anne would wake early, her heart light with the promise of a new day, and gaze out the window at the garden bathed in the golden light of dawn. She loved to imagine herself as a character in a grand novel, living in an enchanted realm where every flower and tree was alive with magic. Marilla Cuthbert, ever practical, had little patience for Anne's flights of fancy, but even she couldn't deny the girl's eagerness to help. "There's work to be done," Marilla would say, her tone brisk but not unkind. "Daydreaming won't get the dishes washed or the cows milked." Anne would nod solemnly, her eyes sparkling with determination. "Oh, I'll do my very best, Miss Cuthbert. But do you think I might name the cows? They deserve to be more than just cows. They should have identities, don't you think?" Marilla's lips twitched as though suppressing a smile. "As long as you get the milking done, you can call them whatever you like." And so, the cows of Green Gables became Bessie, Clarabelle, and Millicent, each with a personality crafted by Anne's fertile imagination. She would speak to them as she worked, weaving stories about their lives and adventures, much to Matthew's quiet amusement. He often lingered in the barn longer than necessary, listening to Anne's animated monologues and marveling at the life she breathed into everything she touched. The days at Green Gables were filled with chores, but Anne approached each task with a sense of wonder. Whether she was gathering eggs from the chicken coop, scrubbing the kitchen floor until it gleamed, or hanging freshly laundered linens on the line, she found beauty in the simplicity of the work. The smell of sun-warmed fabric and the sight of sheets billowing in the breeze were, to Anne, poetry in motion. Despite her enthusiasm, Anne's penchant for distraction often led to mishaps. There was the time she attempted to bake a cake for Marilla's Ladies' Aid Society meeting and mistook liniment for vanilla, resulting in a confection so pungent that it left the kitchen reeking for days. Then there was the unfortunate incident with the currant wine, which Anne innocently served to Diana Barry during a tea party, not realizing it was alcoholic. The aftermath, Diana's intoxication and her mother's outrage, was mortifying for Anne. But even in the face of such disasters, her indomitable spirit refused to waver. Marilla, though exasperated by these episodes, couldn't help but admire Anne's willingness to take responsibility for her mistakes. "You'll learn," she would say, her voice softening. "But for heaven's sake, think before you act." Anne would nod earnestly, her face a picture of contrition. "Oh, I will, Miss Cuthbert. But it's so hard to remember to be sensible when there's so much beauty and excitement in the world." The landscape of Green Gables and its surroundings provided endless inspiration for Anne's imagination. The orchard, with its gnarled apple trees and carpet of soft grass, became her private sanctuary. She loved to lie beneath the branches, watching the sunlight filter through the leaves and listening to the gentle rustle of the wind. "It's like the trees are whispering secrets to me," she told Diana one afternoon as they sprawled on the grass, their heads close together. "I wish I could understand their language." Diana Barry, Anne's bosom friend and kindred spirit, was a steadying presence in Anne's life. Her calm, practical nature balanced Anne's wild flights of fancy, and together they shared countless adventures. They explored the haunted wood, a patch of forest that Anne had imbued with a thrilling sense of mystery, and floated on the lake of shining waters, which glimmered like a sapphire beneath the summer sun. To Anne, every moment spent with Diana was a treasure, and she vowed that their friendship would last forever. Yet, for all her joy, Anne's adjustment to life at Green Gables wasn't without its challenges. Her temper, quick to flare, often landed her in trouble. She struggled to forgive Gilbert Blythe, the boy who had dared to call her carrots in front of the entire school, and she refused to acknowledge his repeated attempts at apology. Her rivalry with Gilbert fueled her determination to excel in her studies, and she poured herself into her lessons with a single-minded intensity that impressed even Marilla. Anne's fiery spirit was both her greatest strength and her greatest weakness. She was fiercely loyal, deeply empathetic, and unafraid to stand up for what she believed in. But her passion sometimes blinded her to the consequences of her actions. Marilla, recognizing the girl's potential, worked to instill in her a sense of balance and discipline. Slowly but surely, Anne began to learn the value of patience and self-control, though she never lost the spark that made her so unique. As summer gave way to autumn, the landscape around Green Gables transformed into a riot of color. The trees blazed with shades of red, orange, and gold, their leaves carpeting the ground in a patchwork quilt of warmth. Anne reveled in the beauty of the season, her heart swelling with gratitude for the life she had found at Green Gables. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Anne stood at the edge of the garden, her arms wrapped around herself as she gazed at the sky. The first stars began to appear, their silvery light twinkling against the deep indigo backdrop. She closed her eyes and breathed in the cool, crisp air, her heart brimming with contentment. "I think I'm the luckiest girl in the world," she whispered. "Green Gables isn't just a place. It's a part of me now." Marilla, watching from the porch, felt a pang of unexpected emotion. She had taken in Anne out of a sense of duty, but over the months the girl had worked her way into her heart. Though she would never admit it aloud, Marilla knew that Green Gables was richer for Anne's presence, and she couldn't imagine life without her. As the night deepened and the farm settled into quiet, Anne climbed the stairs to her room, her mind filled with dreams of the adventures yet to come. For all her trials and tribulations, she knew that Green Gables was her haven, a place where she could grow and thrive. And as she drifted off to sleep, the soft rustle of the trees outside her window seemed to sing a lullaby just for her, promising that she was, at last, home. The first morning Anne Shirley attended school in Avonlea dawned crisp and clear, the sky painted in shades of soft lavender and gold. The world seemed fresh and full of promise, and Anne, with her books clutched tightly to her chest, felt a mixture of nervous excitement and boundless anticipation. Marilla had braided her hair neatly and pressed her pinafore until it gleamed, but Anne couldn't help wishing she had something more romantic to wear. Perhaps a dress with puffed sleeves, like the ones Diana Barry often wore. Still, as she walked along the red dirt road, the beauty of the world around her soon distracted her from her sartorial woes. The trees lining the path stretched their branches overhead, forming a cathedral of amber and scarlet leaves, while the air carried the faint scent of ripening apples from a nearby orchard. Diana Barry waited for her at the gate to the schoolyard, her round face glowing with warmth and excitement. "Oh, Anne," she exclaimed, "you'll love school. Miss Stacy is the nicest teacher we've ever had, and the other students are mostly friendly, except for Josie Pye, but you'll learn to ignore her." Anne beamed, her nervousness easing under Diana's cheerful chatter. "It all sounds perfectly splendid," she said, her green eyes sparkling. "I do hope I'll be able to impress Miss Stacy. I want her to see that I'm serious about my education." The schoolhouse, nestled at the edge of the village, was a modest building with whitewashed walls and a pitched roof. A bell hung in the belfry, and its cheerful chime echoed across the fields as students gathered in clusters outside, their laughter and chatter filling the air. Anne paused for a moment, taking it all in. To her, the schoolyard seemed like a vibrant tapestry of life, each child a brightly colored thread. As Anne and Diana approached the entrance, a boy with dark, mischievous eyes and an easy smile caught sight of them. He nudged the boy next to him and said something that made both of them laugh. Anne noticed, but she refused to let it dampen her spirits. She lifted her chin and followed Diana into the classroom, where the scent of chalk and polished wood greeted her like an old friend. Miss Stacy, a tall woman with kind eyes and a commanding presence, greeted Anne warmly. "You must be Anne Shirley," she said, her voice melodic and reassuring. "I've heard wonderful things about your love of reading and learning. I think you'll do very well here." Anne blushed deeply, her heart swelling with pride. She took her seat near the window, where she could glance outside and daydream about the trees and sky during the lulls in the day. Diana sat beside her, offering a steady presence that Anne was grateful for. The first lesson passed smoothly, though Anne found herself struggling not to lose herself in the rhythm of Miss Stacy's voice and the soft scratching of chalk against the board. She was determined to prove herself, answering questions eagerly and taking careful notes. But as the morning wore on, she became aware of a persistent whispering behind her. Turning slightly, she caught the dark-eyed boy who had laughed earlier grinning at her. Before she could react, he leaned forward and whispered, "Carrots." The word hit Anne like a slap. Her face turned scarlet as the rest of the class erupted into laughter. Gilbert Blythe, the boy in question, looked triumphant for a moment, but quickly faltered as he saw the tears welling in Anne's eyes. Without a word, she seized her slate and brought it down with a sharp crack across his head. The laughter stopped instantly. Gilbert, stunned, stared at her in disbelief. Miss Stacy, though surprised, quickly restored order, sending Anne to the corner and reprimanding Gilbert for his unkindness. Anne, trembling with anger and humiliation, vowed then and there never to speak to Gilbert Blythe again. Despite the rocky start, Anne soon found herself thriving at school. She adored the challenge of lessons and the satisfaction of mastering new concepts. Miss Stacy's innovative teaching methods made learning an adventure, and Anne often stayed after class to ask questions or discuss books. Miss Stacy, recognizing Anne's potential, encouraged her to aim high, even suggesting she prepare for the entrance exams to Queen's Academy. Anne's relationship with her classmates was more complex. While she quickly became popular for her lively personality and dramatic storytelling, she also faced moments of jealousy and rivalry. Josie Pye, with her sharp tongue and constant need to compete, often found ways to needle Anne, particularly about her humble background and vivid imagination. But Anne, though hurt by Josie's remarks, refused to let them diminish her spirit. Diana remained Anne's closest ally, her steady friendship a source of constant comfort. The two girls spent countless afternoons together, exploring Avonlea and sharing their hopes and dreams. They established a secret society under the willow tree by the Lake of Shining Waters, where they would recite poetry, make solemn oaths, and dream of their future lives as great women of the world. Anne also forged friendships with other students, though none quite as deep as her bond with Diana. Ruby Gillis, with her fascination for romance and giggles over boys, often amused Anne with her dramatics. Jane Andrews, practical and kind, became another close companion, offering a quiet but dependable presence in Anne's life. Yet, no matter how much time passed, Anne could not forgive Gilbert Blythe. Though he apologized repeatedly, even going so far as to write her a heartfelt note, she rebuffed him at every turn. She could not bring herself to forget the humiliation of that first day, even as Diana and others urged her to let it go. "It isn't just about the name," Anne explained to Diana one afternoon as they sat by the brook, their bare feet dangling in the cool water. "It's the principle of the thing. He thought he could mock me and get away with it, and I won't allow it." Diana sighed. "But Anne, he seems truly sorry, and he's always so kind to everyone else. Maybe you could give him another chance." Anne shook her head, her fiery hair catching the sunlight like a halo. "Perhaps one day, but not yet." As the seasons changed, so did Anne's experiences at school. Winter brought the challenge of trudging through snow-covered fields to reach the schoolhouse, but it also brought the joy of sleigh rides and the warmth of the wood stove in the classroom. Spring transformed the world into a riot of blossoms, and Anne often found herself distracted by the beauty of the world outside the window. By the time summer returned, Anne had fully established herself as one of the brightest students in the class. Miss Stacy often praised her creativity and determination, and even the other students, including Gilbert, grudgingly admired her intellect. Despite her rocky beginning, Anne's time at school became one of the most enriching experiences of her young life. She discovered not only her love of learning, but also the value of true friendship and the strength to overcome challenges. Though her relationship with Gilbert remained strained, she couldn't deny the sense of satisfaction she felt when they were named the top students in their class. As Anne walked home on the last day of term, the sun dipping low over the fields and the scent of wildflowers filling the air, she couldn't help but feel a deep sense of gratitude. Life at Green Gables had given her a home, but school had given her a purpose. And though the path ahead was still uncertain, Anne surely knew that she was ready to face whatever challenges lay in wait. Anne Shirley's boundless imagination wove an enchanting tapestry over her life at Green Gables. To Anne, the world was far more than it appeared on the surface. It was a living, breathing storybook waiting to be explored and embellished. Every tree, stream, and path and avenue held a secret, and every day brimmed with the promise of new adventures. The mornings at Green Gables were Anne's favorite time. The air was crisp and fresh, carrying the mingled scents of wildflowers and damp earth. Dew clung to the blades of grass like tiny diamonds, and the early sunlight bathed the landscape in a golden glow. Anne often stood at her window, gazing out at the fields that stretched toward the horizon, her heart swelling with the thrill of endless possibility. It's a shame the world can't always look like this, she mused aloud one morning, her voice tinged with longing. Everything seems so new and full of hope. To Anne, the ordinary was never ordinary. The orchard behind Green Gables became the Garden of Hesperides, a mythical realm where golden apples hung heavy on the boughs. Lover's Lane, a winding path flanked by whispering willows, was transformed into a magical corridor where fairies danced in the moonlight. Even the bubbling brook near the house was imbued with mystery. Anne imagined it as the resting place of a tragic water spirit, her sorrowful songs hidden in the gurgling flow of water over stones. Diana Barry, Anne's bosom friend, shared many of these fantastical adventures, though she didn't always share Anne's flair for dramatics. Together, they roamed the countryside, turning every outing into an epic quest. On one particularly fine afternoon, they set out to explore the Haunted Wood, a dense grove of fir trees that loomed like silent sentinels on the edge of the village. It's the perfect place for a ghost story, Anne declared, her voice low and conspiratorial. I can just imagine a forlorn maiden wandering these woods, searching for her lost love. Diana shivered, more from excitement than fear. Do you think there really could be ghosts here? She asked, clutching Anne's arm. Anne paused dramatically, her eyes wide. Who knows? The world is full of mysteries, Diana. Perhaps we'll uncover one today. The girls tiptoed through the trees, their laughter muffled by the soft carpet of pine needles underfoot. The air was cool and still, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of a bird. Anne's vivid descriptions painted the woods as a place of both beauty and danger, and Diana found herself caught up in the magic of it all. Another favorite haunt was the Lake of Shining Waters, a serene pond that glimmered like polished silver in the sunlight. To Anne, the lake was more than just a body of water. It was a portal to other worlds. She and Diana would sit on its grassy banks, their reflections wavering on the surface as they plotted their next adventure. Let's pretend we're mermaids, Anne suggested one day, her green eyes alight with excitement. We can dive into the lake and swim to a hidden underwater kingdom. Diana laughed. But Anne, we can't actually go underwater. What if we get wet? Anne waved her hand dismissively. Details, Diana, details. Imagination isn't about what you can or can't do. It's about what you can dream. Not all of Anne's adventures were confined to the great outdoors. The cozy kitchen at Green Gables, with its cheery curtains and the ever-present aroma of freshly baked bread, often served as the backdrop for her imaginative escapades. One rainy afternoon, Anne decided to reenact the tragic poem, The Lady of Shalott. She fashioned a makeshift boat out of an old wooden skiff and draped herself in a white sheet to resemble the ill-fated maiden. "I shall float down the river like Elaine of Astolat," she proclaimed to a dubious Marilla. "It will be the most romantic thing I've ever done." The river, of course, was merely the brook near Green Gables, and Anne's plan went predictably awry. The skiff capsized halfway through her journey, leaving her drenched and bedraggled, but still clinging to her dramatic vision. "At least it was a memorable death," she quipped to Diana later, wringing out her sopping hair. Anne's imagination wasn't limited to play. She often used it as a refuge during difficult times. When Josie Pye's sharp remarks stung, or when Marilla scolded her for some well-meaning blunder, Anne retreated into her private world, where she could be anyone she wanted to be. She imagined herself as a princess, a heroine, or a great writer whose words would one day inspire the world. Her creativity also found an outlet in storytelling. Anne loved to gather her friends and weave elaborate tales of romance, mystery, and adventure. These stories often took on a life of their own, growing more complex with each retelling. Ruby Gillis, Jane Andrews, and Diana listened raptly, their eyes wide as Anne brought her characters to life with vivid descriptions and dramatic gestures. Despite her love for imagination, Anne wasn't immune to the consequences of letting her flights of fancy run wild. There was the time she convinced herself that a dark, shadowy figure in the haunted wood was a ghost, only to discover it was Matthew returning home late. And who could forget the infamous plum pudding incident, where Anne accidentally served Diana currant wine instead of raspberry cordial during a pretend Queen's feast. The fallout from that particular adventure was swift and mortifying, but even then, Anne couldn't help but see the humor in it. "I suppose it's all part of growing up," she told Diana afterward, her tone philosophical. "Mistakes are just adventures with unexpected endings." As the seasons changed, so did Anne's adventures. In the winter, the fields around Green Gables transformed into a sparkling wonderland, and Anne spent hours skating on the frozen pond or building snow forts with Diana. Spring brought the thrill of discovery, as crocuses and daffodils pushed through the melting snow, and the world seemed to come alive once more. Through it all, Anne's imagination remained her constant companion. It was the lens through which she viewed the world, turning the ordinary into the extraordinary, and infusing every moment with magic. To Anne, life was a story waiting to be written, and she was determined to make it the most beautiful story she could. On a quiet evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky turned shades of rose and indigo, Anne stood by her window and gazed out at the familiar landscape. The trees whispered in the breeze, and the brook murmured softly, as though sharing secrets with the stars. "I think the world is more wonderful than anyone realizes," Anne whispered, "and I'm going to spend my whole life discovering its secrets." With that, she climbed into bed, her heart full of dreams and her mind already plotting her next adventure. For Anne Shirley, imagination wasn't just a pastime. It was a way of life, a gift that turned the smallest moments into treasures and made the world a place of endless wonder. The seasons at Green Gables flowed like chapters in a book, each one bringing new lessons, trials, and triumphs for Anne Shirley. By the time her first year in Avonlea drew to a close, Anne had grown in ways she couldn't have imagined. Yet, her path was far from smooth. and every step of her journey was marked by challenges that tested her resolve and shaped her character. The warm days of early summer saw Anne standing on the threshold of new ambitions. Miss Stacy, ever perceptive and encouraging, had recognized Anne's potential and urged her to prepare for the entrance exams to Queen's Academy. The idea of attending such a prestigious school filled Anne with both excitement and trepidation. She pictured herself in a grand lecture hall, surrounded by the brightest minds, her heart set on proving herself. "Do you really think I can do it, Miss Stacy?" she asked one day after class, her green eyes wide with hope. Miss Stacy smiled, her voice gentle but firm. "Anne, you're capable of anything you set your mind to. The question is whether you're willing to work hard enough to achieve it." And work hard she did. Anne poured herself into her studies with a fervor that surprised even Marilla. Her desk in the cozy corner of her room became a battlefield, where she waged war against algebra, Latin, and history. The pages of her notebooks were filled with meticulous notes, underlined with careful precision, while the margins were adorned with doodles of flowers and stars. Anne's way of adding beauty to the most mundane of subjects. But the road to success was not without its hurdles. The long hours of study left Anne weary, and there were moments when self-doubt crept into her mind. On particularly difficult days, when the words in her books blurred together and frustration bubbled up like an untamed tide, Anne found solace in the natural world around her. The orchard at Green Gables became her sanctuary. She would sit beneath the apple trees, their blossoms casting a delicate pink glow, and listen to the soothing hum of bees. The gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze seemed to whisper words of encouragement, reminding her of the beauty and resilience of life. Nature never hurries, yet everything is accomplished. Anne mused one afternoon, repeating a phrase Miss Stacy had shared with the class. "Perhaps I should be more like the trees, patient and steady." Anne's academic pursuits also deepened her rivalry with Gilbert Blythe. Though she had resolved never to speak to him after the carrots incident, their silent competition in the classroom became a source of motivation for both. Gilbert matched her score for score, and though Anne would never admit it, his presence pushed her to strive for greater heights. One particularly memorable challenge came during the school's annual recitation contest. Each student was required to memorize and perform a poem, and the winner would earn a small scholarship, a tantalizing prize for Anne. She chose Alfred Tennyson's The Lady of Shalott, her favorite poem, and threw herself into practicing with the same fervor she applied to her studies. The night of the contest was one Anne would never forget. The schoolhouse was transformed into a scene of quiet elegance, with lanterns casting a warm glow over the polished wooden floors. The air buzzed with anticipation as students and families filled the room, their murmured conversations creating a symphony of excitement. When Anne's name was called, she stepped onto the small stage, her heart pounding in her chest. She closed her eyes for a moment, imagining herself as the Lady of Shalott, trapped in her tower and longing for freedom. As she began to recite, her voice steady and clear, the audience was drawn into the vivid world she painted with her words. By the time she finished, the room was silent, the spell of her performance lingering in the air. Anne won the contest that night, and the scholarship that came with it. The applause and congratulations filled her with a deep sense of accomplishment, but it was the look of quiet pride on Marilla's face that meant the most to her. "You did well, Anne," Marilla said later that evening, her tone as measured as ever, though her eyes shone with emotion. "You've earned every bit of this." But not all of Anne's growth came from her successes. There were moments of heartbreak and lessons learned the hard way. One such moment came during the summer picnic, a much-anticipated event that brought the entire village together for an afternoon of games, food, and laughter. Anne, swept up in the excitement, volunteered to help organize the festivities. In her eagerness, she took on more responsibilities than she could manage, and the result was chaos. The lemonade ran out halfway through the event. The games were poorly timed, and the sandwiches she had prepared were accidentally mixed with Marilla's pickled onions, a combination that proved disastrous. Though the villagers were kind and understanding, Anne was mortified. "I've ruined everything," she cried to Diana afterward, tears streaming down her freckled cheeks. "I should never have thought I could handle so much." Diana, ever loyal, placed a comforting arm around her friend. "It wasn't as bad as you think, Anne. And even if it was, you'll do better next time. Everyone makes mistakes." Anne's humility in the face of failure became one of her most endearing qualities. She learned to laugh at herself and to see mistakes as opportunities for growth. Over time, her confidence grew, not because she stopped failing, but because she learned to rise each time she fell. As autumn arrived and the leaves turned fiery shades of red and gold, Anne reflected on how much she had changed since her arrival at Green Gables. The girl, who had once been ruled by her temper and prone to dramatic outbursts, was now learning the value of balance and perseverance. She still dreamed as vividly as ever, but her dreams were tempered with a newfound sense of purpose. One evening, as she walked home from school, the setting sun bathed the fields in a golden light that seemed almost otherworldly. The trees along the path were ablaze with color, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. Anne paused to take it all in, her heart full of gratitude for the journey that had brought her here. "I think I'm finally learning what it means to grow," she said softly, her voice carrying on the breeze. "It's not about becoming someone else. It's about becoming the best version of yourself." At Green Gables, Marilla watched from the porch as Anne approached, her figure silhouetted against the twilight sky. Though she would never admit it aloud, Marilla felt a deep sense of pride in the young woman Anne was becoming. The challenges Anne faced had shaped her in ways neither of them could have anticipated, and Marilla knew that the future held even greater things for her. For Anne, every challenge was a stepping stone, every mistake a lesson, and every success a testament to the strength she had found within herself. Green Gables had given her a home, but it was the trials and triumphs of her journey that had given her a sense of belonging and purpose. And as the stars began to appear in the deepening sky, Anne Shirley walked into the next chapter of her life, ready for whatever came next. Anne Shirley's life at Green Gables continued to be a tapestry of triumphs and trials, woven with threads of joy, sorrow, and hard-earned wisdom. Each experience, no matter how small, left its mark on her growing character, teaching her resilience and enriching her spirit. As spring blossomed in Avonlea, the landscape was awash with life and color. The fields rippled with fresh green shoots. The apple trees in the orchard wore crowns of snowy blossoms, and the brook babbled with renewed vigor. Anne's days were filled with the gentle rhythms of farm life, her schoolwork, and her cherished friendship with Diana Barry. Yet, amid these idyllic scenes, Anne faced challenges that tested her determination and revealed her growing maturity. One such trial came in the form of her ongoing rivalry with Gilbert Blythe. Though their academic competition pushed Anne to excel, It also stoked the embers of her lingering resentment. Gilbert's consistent kindness and attempts to reconcile only seemed to irritate her further, and Anne stubbornly clung to her grudge. It was during one of the school's group projects, a performance for the Avonlea Improvement Society, that Anne's feelings toward Gilbert were forced to confront a crossroads. Miss Stacy had assigned each student a role in planning and executing the event, and to Anne's dismay, she was paired with Gilbert to create the stage decorations. "I don't see why Miss Stacy couldn't have chosen anyone else," Anne grumbled to Diana as they walked home from school one afternoon. The road dappled with sunlight filtering through the trees. "Well, you'll just have to make the best of it," Diana replied gently. "Gilbert isn't so bad, Anne. In fact, I think he rather admires you." Anne flushed at the suggestion. "That doesn't excuse his behavior. I'll be polite, of course, but I won't let him think he's forgiven." The days of preparation that followed were marked by a mix of awkward silences and hesitant collaboration. Gilbert, ever patient, worked alongside Anne without complaint, his easygoing nature diffusing the tension between them. Slowly, Anne began to see past her resentment and acknowledge Gilbert's genuine efforts. By the time the event arrived, a resounding success, thanks in part to their teamwork, Anne felt the first stirrings of reconciliation. Another trial came in the form of Anne's impulsive nature, which often led to unintended consequences. One summer afternoon, Anne and Diana decided to recreate the story of Romeo and Juliet, with Anne playing the doomed heroine. Climbing onto the roof of the Barrys' barn, Anne prepared to deliver her dramatic monologue before pretending to fall to her death. The performance went well, until the ladder she used to descend slipped, leaving Anne stranded. "I'm perfectly fine up here," Anne called down to Diana, trying to sound brave. "But I suppose someone will have to fetch a ladder." Mr. Barry, hearing the commotion, arrived to rescue Anne, his gruff demeanor softened by amusement. "You've got quite the flair for drama, young lady," he remarked as he helped her down. Though the incident ended without injury, Anne's mortification served as a reminder to temper her adventurous spirit with caution. Yet, it was not all trials for Anne. The triumphs in her life were no less memorable, each one a testament to her hard work and growing sense of responsibility. One such moment came during the annual Avonlea School exhibition, where Anne was selected to deliver a speech on the importance of education. The honor filled her with both pride and nervous anticipation. On the day of the exhibition, the schoolhouse was packed with parents, friends, and neighbors, their faces lit with expectation. Anne stood at the front of the room, her heart pounding as she scanned the crowd. She drew a deep breath and began her speech, her voice trembling at first, but gaining strength as she continued. Her words painted vivid pictures of the transformative power of learning, capturing the audience's attention and earning her a standing ovation. Marilla, seated in the back row, felt a swell of pride as she watched Anne accept her applause. Though she would never admit it aloud, Marilla knew that Anne's triumph was as much a victory for Green Gables as it was for the girl herself. Perhaps the most poignant trial Anne faced during this period was the illness of Minnie May Barry, Diana's younger sister. Late one winter evening, a frantic Diana arrived at Green Gables, her face pale with worry. "Minnie May is very sick," she told Marilla, her voice trembling. "Mother sent for the doctor, but he's away, and Minnie May is getting worse." Without hesitation, Anne volunteered to help. Armed with her knowledge of treating croup, a skill she had learned during her time at the orphanage. She accompanied Diana back to the Barry home. The night was a blur of anxious moments and careful attention as Anne worked tirelessly to ease Minnie May's breathing. When the morning light finally broke through the curtains, Minnie May's fever had subsided, and her breathing had steadied. Diana hugged Anne tightly, tears streaming down her face. "You saved her, Anne. I don't know how to thank you." Anne, exhausted but relieved, managed a faint smile. "I'm just glad I could help." The incident strengthened the bond between Anne and the Barry family, and even Mrs. Barry, who had previously viewed Anne with skepticism, came to admire her resourcefulness and courage. As the months turned to years, Anne continued to grow, her trials shaping her into a young woman of strength and compassion. Her successes, whether academic or personal, were a source of pride, but it was her ability to learn from her mistakes that truly set her apart. She discovered the importance of humility, the value of forgiveness, and the joy of giving herself fully to the people and places she loved. On one particularly fine summer evening, Anne sat on the porch at Green Gables, the twilight casting a soft glow over the fields. The air was warm and still, filled with the hum of crickets and the faint perfume of wildflowers. Marilla and Matthew joined her, their quiet presence a comforting reminder of the family she had found. "I think I'm beginning to understand what it means to grow up," Anne said softly, her gaze fixed on the horizon. "It's not just about getting older. It's about learning to see the beauty in the challenges and finding the strength to face them." Matthew nodded, his face lit with a gentle smile. "You've come a long way, Anne, and I reckon you've got a lot more adventures ahead." Anne smiled, her heart full of gratitude for the journey that had brought her to this moment. Trials and triumphs alike had shaped her, and though she didn't know what the future held, she was ready to embrace it with the same boundless imagination and unyielding determination that had carried her this far. As the first stars appeared in the deepening sky, Anne felt a quiet sense of contentment. Green Gables had given her a home, but it was the trials she had faced and the triumphs she had earned that had truly made her who she was. And as the night settled over the farm, Anne Shirley knew that her story was only just beginning. The seasons had always been Anne Shirley's companions at Green Gables, each one ushering in its own palette of colors, scents, and emotions. But as the summer waned and autumn's fiery hues gave way to the somber gray of late November, Anne felt an unshakable weight settle over her heart. Change was in the air, and with it came the whispers of sorrow she couldn't yet name. The mornings at Green Gables had turned colder, the fields shrouded in delicate veils of mist that clung to the trees and softened the edges of the landscape. The once vibrant garden now stood bare, its flowers long faded, and its earth resting for the winter. Even the cheerful brook seemed subdued, its gentle murmurs muffled by the chill in the air. Anne, ever attuned to the emotions of the world around her, felt the stillness like a lingering shadow. Life at Green Gables had settled into a comfortable rhythm. Anne's studies consumed much of her time as she prepared for her entrance exams to Queen's Academy. But she always found moments to pause and cherish the simple joys of home. Marilla's steady presence, Matthew's quiet kindness, and the familiar creak of the wooden floorboards beneath her feet were the foundations of her world. But even the strongest foundations can tremble under the weight of unforeseen events. It began with Matthew. Always a man of quiet habits, he had taken to spending more time in his chair by the fire. His shoulders hunched slightly as though carrying an invisible burden. At first, Anne dismissed it as the natural fatigue of someone who had worked hard his entire life. But as the days passed, she noticed the way his hands trembled when he poured his tea, and how he paused to catch his breath after walking up the stairs. "Matthew, are you feeling quite well?" Anne asked one evening, her voice tinged with concern as she knelt beside his chair. Matthew smiled gently, his face lined with both age and affection. "I'm just a little tired. That's all, Anne girl. Nothing to worry about." But Anne did worry. She mentioned her concerns to Marilla, who dismissed them with a brusque wave of her hand. "Matthew's always been strong," Marilla said. "He's just slowing down a bit, like we all do. Don't go imagining trouble where there isn't any." Yet trouble had a way of creeping in unbidden. It came one crisp December morning, the ground dusted with a thin layer of frost that sparkled like shattered glass under the pale winter sun. Anne was in the kitchen, helping Marilla knead dough for the day's bread, when the sound of hurried footsteps on the porch interrupted their quiet work. Diana burst through the door, her face pale and her breath coming in sharp gasps. "It's Matthew," she said, her voice trembling. "He's collapsed in the field." The world seemed to tilt beneath Anne's feet. The dough slipped from her hands as she ran past Diana and out the door, her heart pounding in her chest. She found Matthew lying in the frost-covered grass, his face pale and still, the familiar kindness in his eyes replaced by a distant gaze that struck Anne with a chill deeper than the winter air. He was gone. The days that followed passed in a blur of grief and disbelief. Green Gables, once so full of life, seemed hollow without Matthew's quiet presence. His absence was a wound that cut deep, leaving Anne and Marilla struggling to navigate a world that felt irrevocably changed. For Marilla, the loss was a silent ache she carried with stoic resolve. She busied herself with the practicalities of running the farm, her hands steady even as her heart trembled. Anne, however, found herself adrift in a sea of emotions she couldn't fully articulate. She wandered the familiar paths around Green Gables, seeking solace in the places that had once brought her joy. The orchard, now stripped bare of its blossoms, stood like a skeletal remnant of what it had been. The brook, though still flowing, seemed darker and more somber, its song tinged with melancholy. Even the stars, which Anne had always found so comforting, seemed distant and cold. One evening, as Anne sat by the window in her room, staring out at the moonlit fields, Marilla came to her. The older woman's face was lined with exhaustion, but her eyes held a rare softness. "Anne," Marilla said quietly, taking a seat beside her. "We've been through hard times before, and we'll get through this too. Matthew wouldn't want us to stop living." Anne nodded, her throat tight with emotion. "I know, Marilla, but it's so hard to imagine Green Gables without him. He was the heart of this place." Marilla reached out and placed a hand on Anne's shoulder, her grip firm but comforting. "You're part of the heart now, Anne. Green Gables is as much yours as it was his, and it's up to us to keep it alive." Those words stayed with Anne, a quiet spark of hope in the darkness of her grief. She threw herself into her studies with renewed determination, finding purpose in the dream of earning her place at Queen's Academy. The work was a balm, giving her a sense of direction even as she continued to grapple with the weight of loss. As winter deepened, so did Anne's bond with Marilla. The two women, so different in temperament, found strength in their shared sorrow and grew closer in ways neither had anticipated. Marilla, though still reserved, began to show more of the warmth that had always lingered beneath her stern exterior. She listened more patiently to Anne's stories, and even offered gentle encouragement when Anne doubted herself. "You've got a good head on your shoulders, Anne," Marilla said one evening as they sat by the fire. "Matthew always believed in you, and so do I." Anne smiled through her tears, her heart swelling with gratitude. "Thank you, Marilla. I promise I'll do my best to make you both proud." The winter passed slowly, the days lengthening as the promise of spring began to stir in the air. By the time the first crocuses pushed through the snow, Anne felt a sense of renewal taking root within her. She began to see the world not as it had been, but as it could be, still full of beauty, even amid the sorrow. One particularly fine morning, Anne stood on the porch of Green Gables, the sun warm on her face and the sound of birdsong filling the air. She took a deep breath, the crisp scent of new growth filling her lungs, and closed her eyes. For the first time in months, she felt a glimmer of peace. Matthew's loss had left a void that could never be filled, but it had also taught Anne the resilience of the human spirit. She had learned that love, even in its absence, could be a source of strength. And as she gazed out at the fields and trees that had become her home, Anne surely knew that she would carry Matthew's memory with her always. Life at Green Gables would never be the same, but Anne's heart, shaped by both tragedy and change, had grown larger and more compassionate. The trials she had faced had prepared her for the future, and though she didn't know what lay ahead, she was ready to embrace it with the same unyielding spirit that had brought her this far. As the morning sun climbed higher, Anne stepped off the porch and into the bright new day, her head held high and her heart filled with quiet resolve. The road ahead was long, but it was hers to walk, and she would walk it with love, courage, and the enduring memory of the man who had shown her what it meant to be truly home. The air in Avonlea had shifted as spring ripened into early summer, carrying the sweet perfume of blooming lilacs and the earthy promise of fields ready for planting. Green Gables, nestled among its vibrant orchards and gently rolling hills, seemed to hum with life. Yet for Anne Shirley, the beauty of her surroundings was tinged with the bittersweet realization that her time at Green Gables as a carefree girl was drawing to a close. Change was no longer a whisper on the horizon. It was a presence that filled every corner of her heart. In the months since Matthew's passing, Anne had grown in ways she never imagined. His absence had left a scar, but it also became a source of strength. She had learned to lean on Marilla, to trust herself, and to find joy in the small, steady rhythms of life at Green Gables. As Anne prepared for the next chapter in her journey, she felt a deep sense of gratitude for the home that had shaped her and the people who had filled it with love. One morning, Anne stood at the kitchen window, watching the sunlight spill over the garden like liquid gold. Marilla moved about the room with her usual efficiency, the quiet clatter of dishes and the hum of the kettle punctuating the stillness. "Marilla," Anne said softly, her voice breaking the peace of the moment. "Do you think Green Gables will be the same after I leave for Queen's Academy?" Marilla paused, her hands resting on the edge of the sink. She turned to Anne, her expression thoughtful. "Green Gables will always be here, Anne, but it won't be the same without you. Still, I don't want you worrying about that. You've earned this opportunity, and Matthew would have wanted you to take it." Anne's heart swelled at the mention of Matthew. "I wish he could see it, Marilla. I wish he could know how much his belief in me meant." Marilla nodded, her gaze softening. He knew Anne. Don't doubt that for a moment. As the day of Anne's departure for Queen's Academy drew closer, she found herself cherishing every detail of life at Green Gables. She spent hours wandering the orchard, the air filled with the hum of bees and the rustling of leaves. The apple trees were in full bloom, their branches heavy with delicate pink blossoms that seemed to bow under the weight of their beauty. Anne loved to sit beneath them, her books spread out on the soft grass, and lose herself in dreams of the future. Despite her excitement for what lay ahead, Anne couldn't ignore the pangs of sorrow that came with leaving. Saying goodbye to Diana Barry, her bosom friend and kindred spirit, was particularly difficult. The two girls sat by the Lake of Shining Waters on Anne's final afternoon in Avonlea, their reflections wavering on the surface like ghostly echoes of their childhood. "I can't believe you're leaving," Diana said, her voice tinged with sadness. "It feels like the end of everything." Anne reached for Diana's hand, her own trembling slightly. "It's not the end, Diana. It's just the beginning of something new. And no matter where I go, you'll always be my dearest friend. Kindred spirits can't be separated by distance." Diana smiled through her tears. "Promise me you'll write, Anne. Tell me everything about Queens and the people you meet, and the things you learn." "I promise," Anne said, her voice firm. "And you must tell me everything about Avonlea, about your family, and the adventures you have here." The next morning, the entire village seemed to gather to see Anne off. Marilla stood at her side, her face set in its usual stern expression, though her eyes betrayed the depth of her emotions. As the carriage pulled away, Anne looked back at Green Gables, the house framed by the rising sun and the fields stretching endlessly beyond. She knew she would carry this moment with her always, a memory etched into her heart like the lines of her favorite poems. Arriving at Queen's Academy was like stepping into another world. The bustling streets of Charlottetown were a far cry from the quiet serenity of Avonlea, and the grand stone buildings of the Academy filled Anne with awe. She felt a surge of both excitement and trepidation as she walked through the arched gates, her suitcase in hand, and her heart racing with anticipation. The days at Queen's were filled with challenges and discoveries. Anne threw herself into her studies with the same passion she had shown in Avonlea, her love of learning driving her to excel. She quickly earned the respect of her professors and the admiration of her peers, though she never allowed herself to grow complacent. Anne's letters to Marilla were filled with vivid descriptions of her life at Queen's, the lectures that inspired her, the friendships she formed, and the moments of self-doubt that spurred her to work harder. She wrote of Gilbert Blythe, who had also come to Queen's, and the tentative friendship that began to blossom between them. "I think I'm finally ready to forgive him," Anne wrote in one letter. "He's shown me nothing but kindness since that day in the classroom, and I've realized that holding on to old grudges only keeps me from growing." Anne's friendship with Gilbert became a source of strength as they competed side by side for academic honors. Though their rivalry remained, it was tempered with mutual respect and a shared determination to succeed. When the results of their final exams were announced, Anne and Gilbert stood at the top of their class, their accomplishments a testament to their hard work and perseverance. When Anne returned to Green Gables at the end of the term, it was with a heart full of hope and a mind brimming with ideas for the future. Yet she was also keenly aware of the responsibilities that awaited her. Marilla's vision had been deteriorating, and the demands of running the farm had grown heavier in Anne's absence. One evening, as the two of them sat on the porch, the sun dipping low over the fields, Anne broached the subject that had been weighing on her mind. "Marilla," she began hesitantly, "I've been thinking about what's next for me. Queens has offered me so much, but I can't ignore what's needed here." Marilla looked at her sharply. "Anne, don't you dare give up your dreams for my sake. I can manage." Anne reached for Marilla's hand, her grip firm but gentle. "You've always put me first, Marilla. Now it's my turn to do the same for you. I'll find a way to balance both, I promise." The decision to stay at Green Gables while pursuing her studies through correspondence was not an easy one, but it was a choice that filled Anne with peace. She knew that her aspirations didn't have to come at the expense of her family, and she was determined to build a future that honored both. As summer deepened and the fields around Green Gables grew golden with ripening crops, Anne found herself more content than she had ever been. She spent her mornings helping Marilla with the farm work, and her evenings writing essays and stories by lamplight. The desk in her room became a sanctuary once again, a place where she could dream and create. One night, as Anne stood at the window and gazed out at the moonlit fields, she whispered a quiet promise to herself. "I'll build a life that's as beautiful as Green Gables. A life filled with love, purpose, and the courage to embrace every challenge." The stars above seemed to shimmer in agreement, their light spilling down like blessings on the girl who had come so far and still had so much ahead of her. The summer sun hung low over the rolling hills of Avonlea, casting long shadows across the fields of Green Gables. A soft breeze stirred the tall grasses, their tips swaying gently like a sea of green and gold. Anne Shirley stood at the edge of the orchard, her hands clasped loosely in front of her, gazing out over the land that had come to mean so much to her. The day was warm, and the air carried the mingled scents of wildflowers and ripened apples, a quiet symphony of life's simplest pleasures. As Anne stood there, she reflected on how far she had come since that fateful day when she first arrived at Green Gables. She had been an uncertain girl then, full of dreams but unsure of her place in the world. Now, she stood as a young woman on the cusp of adulthood, her heart full of gratitude for the trials and triumphs that had shaped her. "I've learned so much here," Anne thought, her gaze sweeping across the familiar landscape. About love, about loss, and about the beauty of living with an open heart. Anne's eyes lingered on the farmhouse, its white walls glowing softly in the late afternoon light. It was more than just a house. It was a place that had given her stability and a sense of belonging. Within those walls, Marilla's quiet wisdom and Matthew's steadfast kindness had nurtured her, even when she didn't realize it. She thought of Matthew, whose absence was still a tender ache in her heart. His gentle encouragement and unwavering belief in her potential had left an indelible mark on her. Anne could almost hear his voice now, urging her to keep dreaming, to keep striving. Marilla, too, had been a cornerstone of Anne's growth. Though her demeanor was often stern, Anne had come to see the deep love and care that lay beneath Marilla's pragmatic exterior. Their bond had grown stronger through shared struggles and quiet moments of understanding, and Anne knew that Marilla's influence would stay with her always. Anne's reflections turned to the village of Avonlea, a community that had embraced her despite her quirks and fiery temper. Its winding roads, quaint houses, and vibrant gardens had become a part of her soul. The people of Avonlea, kind and meddling, wise and flawed, had taught her lessons in resilience, humility, and forgiveness. She smiled as she thought of Rachel Lynde, whose sharp tongue often hid a generous heart, and of Diana Barry, her beloved kindred spirit, who had shared in her joys and sorrows with unwavering loyalty. Even Gilbert Blythe, whose teasing had once kindled a grudge, had become a friend and partner in ambition. Their rivalry had transformed into mutual respect, a foundation Anne knew would grow stronger in the years to come. As Anne walked along the path that led to the Lake of Shining Waters, she felt the pull of her dreams tugging at her heart. She had always been a dreamer, spinning worlds out of words and imagination, but her time at Green Gables had taught her the importance of grounding those dreams in reality. Her dreams now were not only for herself, but for the people she loved and the community that had shaped her. She hoped to become a teacher, to inspire others as Miss Stacy had inspired her. She imagined herself standing in front of a classroom, guiding eager young minds and encouraging them to see the world with curiosity and wonder. But Anne's aspirations were not limited to career ambitions. She longed to live a life of purpose and beauty, to create a home as warm and welcoming as Green Gables, and to remain open to the simple joys of nature, friendship, and love. The lake shimmered in the golden light of the setting sun, its surface reflecting the sky's fiery hues. Anne knelt by the water's edge, her heart swelling with a sense of gratitude so profound it brought tears to her eyes. She thought of all the people who had believed in her, of the mistakes that had taught her humility, and of the moments of joy that had filled her heart to bursting. "Thank you," Anne whispered, her voice barely audible above the gentle lapping of the water. For Green Gables, for Marilla and Matthew, for everything. As Anne rose and turned back toward Green Gables, she felt a quiet resolve settle over her. The path ahead was uncertain, but she was no longer afraid. She had learned to embrace change, to find strength in her struggles, and to trust in the beauty of life's unfolding. The stars began to prick through the twilight sky as Anne reached the porch of Green Gables. Marilla was there, sitting in her rocking chair, her knitting resting in her lap. She looked up as Anne approached, her face softening into a rare smile. "You've been out a long time," Marilla said. "I was starting to wonder if you'd gotten lost in your thoughts again." Anne laughed, her voice light and free. "Oh, Marilla, I've been thinking about everything, about how much Green Gables has given me and how much I want to give back." Marilla nodded, her eyes glinting with quiet pride. "You've grown into a fine young woman, Anne. I'm proud of you. Matthew would be, too." Anne leaned against the porch railing, her heart full. "I'll never forget this place, Marilla. No matter where I go, Green Gables will always be home." As the moon rose high over Green Gables, casting its silvery light across the fields, Anne felt a profound sense of peace. She was no longer the lonely orphan who had arrived here by mistake. She was Anne of Green Gables, an ambitious young woman, a devoted friend, and a dreamer with roots as deep as the trees that surrounded her. The future stretched before her like a blank page, waiting to be filled with adventures, achievements, and stories yet untold. And Anne, with her boundless imagination and open heart, was ready to write the next chapter of her life, knowing that Green Gables would always be her foundation and her inspiration. The stars above seemed to shimmer in agreement, their light a reminder that even the smallest spark could illuminate the darkest night. And, as Anne Shirley stood on the threshold of her future, she carried with her the lessons of love, loss, and the enduring power of hope. The city hummed with life, a symphony of neon lights and faint whispers of bottled emotions. In this world, emotions weren't just intangible feelings. They were currency, energy, and power. Along the main thoroughfares, sleek vending machines gleamed in the artificial glow, each stocked with neatly labeled bottles. The labels promised happiness, confidence, serenity, and, for the daring, passion. Lines of people stretched before these machines, their faces weary and drawn, desperate for a taste of what they no longer naturally produced. This was the reality Kale knew too well, a society where emotions were extracted, refined, and consumed like any other commodity. The government regulated the industry under the guise of fairness, ensuring every citizen had access to a limited supply of basic feelings. But not all emotions were equal. A bottle of joy might cost a week's wages, while sorrow was practically free, a dark indulgence for the melancholic. Kyle stood in the shadow of a towering advertisement, its holographic display featuring a polished bottle of genuine happiness T&M. The model's glowing smile was a stark contrast to the dull, vacant expressions of those around him. He glanced at the people trudging by, clutching their precious bottles like lifelines. Some sipped sparingly, savoring each drop, while others downed their emotions in one reckless gulp, their pupils dilating as the chemical surge overwhelmed them. The city wasn't just divided by wealth, it was split by emotional access. In the affluent Sky District, where the elite lived in glittering towers, emotions flowed freely. These people radiated artificial joy, their laughter echoing from penthouse balconies. Meanwhile, in the shadow boroughs, where Kyle spent most of his time, desperation lingered in the air. The streets were grimy, and every corner housed someone looking to sell or steal their next dose. Kyle's gaze fell to a shivering woman huddled against a wall, cradling a small bottle of peace. Her fingers trembled as she unscrewed the cap and inhaled deeply. The tension in her face softened, her body relaxing against the concrete. But the relief was temporary. Within minutes, the peace would fade, and the desperation would return. That was the curse of bottled emotions. No matter how pure or potent, they were fleeting, leaving emptiness in their wake. Kyle shoved his hands into his jacket pockets and kept walking. He couldn't afford to linger. As an extractor, he was part of the system, the invisible cog that kept the machine running. It was his job to harvest raw emotions from donors, people who sold their feelings to survive. Some came willingly, trading memories of love or moments of pride for cash. Others had no choice, their emotions forcibly drained in government facilities or on the black market. The process was clinical, almost whole. Kyle's workplace, Emotion Works, was a sterile labyrinth of glass and steel. Each donor was strapped into a sleek chair, electrodes attached to their temples. A holographic display mapped their emotional reservoirs, showing which feelings were ripe for extraction. The technology was precise, targeting specific memories and siphoning the emotions attached to them. Kyle often wondered what it felt like to lose a piece of oneself like that. Did the donor notice an emptiness afterward, or was it subtle, a quiet absence they couldn't quite place? Despite his role in the system, Kyle hated it. He hated the blank stares of the donors, the way their faces twisted in pain as their most cherished memories were plucked away. He hated the way his superiors talked about emotions as though they were mere products, something to be quantified and sold. Most of all, he hated himself for being complicit. But he had no choice. The pay was decent, and he needed every credit to care for his younger sister, Lyra. Lyra had always been fragile, her emotional reserves unnaturally low. She relied on bottled emotions to get through the day, her favorites being courage and serenity. Kyle often brought home bottles from the facility, slipping them into her drawer before she woke. It was a small act of rebellion, a way to balance the scales in his mind. But it wasn't enough. Lyra's condition was worsening, and the doctors insisted she needed a rare, high-grade emotion to stabilize her system. Something he couldn't afford. Not legally, at least. The thought of Lyra brought Kale's steps to a halt. He found himself in front of an illegal dealer's stand, a ramshackle setup of crates and tarps tucked into the shadows of an alley. The dealer, a wiry man with a face like a hawk, eyed him warily. Bottles of every shape and color lined the table, their contents swirling with vibrant energy. Kyle's gaze lingered on a small vial labeled Unfiltered Joy. It shimmered like liquid gold, almost hypnotic in its allure. Looking for something special? The dealer asked, his voice low and gravelly. Kyle shook his head and walked away. He couldn't risk it. The government enforcers were everywhere, their dark uniforms blending into the city's shadows. They didn't just arrest illegal dealers, they hunted anyone caught in possession of unregulated emotions. The punishment was severe: imprisonment, emotional draining, or worse. The thought sent a shiver down Kyle's spine. He quickened his pace, weaving through the crowd until he reached his apartment building. The structure was old and crumbling, its facade scarred by years of neglect. Inside, the air was thick with dampness, the flickering lights casting eerie shadows on the walls. Kyle climbed the stairs to his unit, the weight of the day pressing down on him. In his small, cluttered apartment, Lyra was asleep on the couch, her chest rising and falling softly. Empty bottles littered the coffee table. Courage, serenity, and a half-finished vial of contentment. Kyle sighed and gathered the bottles, placing them in the recycling chute. He stood for a moment, watching his sister's peaceful face. She deserved more than this life, more than a world where emotions were a luxury. As Kale leaned against the window, staring at the city below, he felt the familiar knot of frustration tighten in his chest. He longed for a way out, a chance to escape the suffocating grip of the emotion industry. But deep down, he knew there was no escape. Not for people like him. Outside, the neon lights pulsed rhythmically, a heartbeat for a city addicted to feeling. Somewhere in the distance, a siren wailed, a reminder of the chaos lurking beneath the surface. Kyle clenched his fists, his reflection in the glass mirroring his determination. If the world was going to keep taking, he would find a way to take back. He didn't know how yet, but one thing was certain. Change was coming. In a world where feelings were extracted, refined, and consumed like any other commodity, the science behind bottling emotions was both a marvel and a menace. At its core, the process was deceptively simple. Emotions were harvested from individuals, processed into their purest forms, and sealed into glass vials. But beneath the sterile facade of laboratories and machines lay a labyrinth of ethical dilemmas, technological innovation, and corporate greed. Kale often described his job as an extractor as pulling the soul from the cracks in someone's mind. It wasn't far from the truth. The technology, known as emotive resonance harvesting, ERH, was developed decades ago when scientists discovered that emotions had a measurable physical presence, a unique energy signature tied to specific memories. This energy, when extracted, could be distilled and preserved. The breakthrough promised solutions to mental health crises, emotional imbalances, and even productivity in a fast-paced society. The bottling process began with a donor, an individual whose emotions were ripe for extraction. Each donor underwent a series of evaluations to determine their emotional richness. Memories and experiences formed the foundation of this richness, with events tied to love, joy, and pride, yielding the highest quality emotions. Conversely, anger, sorrow, and fear were easier to extract but less valuable. The donor was seated in a sleek, ergonomic chair surrounded by a web of glowing wires. Sensors were attached to their temples, wrists, and heart to measure emotional resonance. A holographic display projected their memories, mapped out like constellations of light. A technician, often someone like Kale, used the ERH interface to identify key memories tied to the desired emotion. The system highlighted memories with the strongest emotional energy, offering a detailed preview of the donor's experiences. The decision of which memory to extract was both a science and an art. Too weak, and the yield was low. Too strong, and the donor might be left with permanent emotional scars. Once a memory was selected, the machine initiated a gentle but relentless siphoning process. The donor's body trembled as the machine pulled threads of glowing energy from their mind, the memory unraveling like a spool of golden thread. The energy was funneled into a cylindrical chamber, where it coalesced into a shimmering liquid. The raw emotional energy was then passed through a series of filters to remove impurities, fragments of unrelated feelings, residual memories, or traces of trauma. What emerged was a distilled essence, vibrant and alive, ready to be bottled. The final product was sealed in small glass vials, each labeled with the emotion's name, grade, and potency. The vials were designed to preserve the energy indefinitely, preventing degradation over time. The emotions were then distributed to consumers through tightly controlled channels. The government's Emotion Regulatory Agency, ERA, maintained strict oversight, dictating pricing, availability, and legality. Happiness, for instance, was a premium emotion, often out of reach for the average citizen. In contrast, sorrow and guilt were cheap and abundant, often marketed as cathartic indulgences. Emotions were categorized by their purity and potency. Tier 1 contained common emotions like sorrow, mild happiness, and anxiety, affordable but fleeting. Tier 2 was intermediate emotions, confidence, pride, serenity, moderately priced with stronger effects. Tier 3 had the rare emotions, true love, euphoria, passion, expensive and highly coveted, often reserved for the wealthy. Then there were the illegal emotions. These included dangerous or unregulated feelings, such as rage, unfiltered joy, or the mysterious euphoria absolute. The system was designed to perpetuate dependence. Consumers were never allowed more than a temporary escape, ensuring they returned for their next dose. The wealthy, however, could afford a constant supply, basking in a never-ending stream of curated feelings. Despite the industry's outward glamour, bottled emotions were not without consequences. Prolonged use led to a phenomenon known as emotional erosion. a condition where the brain's natural ability to generate feelings diminished over time. People who relied too heavily on bottled emotions found themselves hollow, unable to experience anything without artificial aid. Kyle had seen it firsthand. At Emotion Works, longtime customers would shuffle in, their faces gaunt and lifeless. They spoke in monotones, their eyes devoid of spark. Some begged for stronger emotions, hoping to reignite the fading flame within. Others simply surrendered, their emotional reserves drained beyond recovery. Another danger was the echo effect, where residual fragments of extracted emotions lingered in the donor's mind. These echoes could manifest as intrusive thoughts, sudden mood swings, or, in extreme cases, personality changes. The government assured the public that such cases were rare, but Kyle knew better. He had seen too many donors leave the facility looking like shells of their former selves. For all its regulation, the emotion industry was rife with corruption. The black market thrived, offering emotions the government deemed too dangerous or valuable for public consumption. Illegal dealers often cut their products with impurities, leading to unpredictable and sometimes catastrophic effects. Stories circulated of people losing their minds after consuming tainted emotions, their psyches splintered into chaos. Kyle had heard whispers about emotion farms, underground facilities where people were kept in perpetual states of heightened emotion to maximize extraction yields. These farms were said to be run by shadowy organizations, their locations hidden from even the government. The thought sickened him, though he couldn't deny the allure of their products. Black market emotions were potent and untamed, carrying a rawness that legal vials lacked. To Kale, the science of bottling emotions was a double-edged sword. On one hand, it was an incredible feat of human ingenuity, capable of alleviating suffering and enhancing lives. On the other, it was a parasitic industry, preying on people's vulnerabilities and exploiting their deepest experiences. He often wondered about the ethical implications of his work. Did donors truly consent, or were they coerced by poverty and desperation? Was it right to turn something as sacred as love or joy into a commodity? These questions haunted him, but he pushed them aside. He had no choice. Without this job, Lyra wouldn't survive. As he sat at his workstation, calibrating the ERH machine for another extraction, Kyle's thoughts drifted to the rare emotion he'd heard whispered about. Euphoria absolute. It was said to be the purest, most intense feeling ever extracted, capable of altering a person's very soul. The government denied its existence, claiming it was a myth. But Kale wasn't so sure. If it was real, it could change everything, for better or worse. The machine beeped, signaling the next donor's arrival. Kyle sighed and prepared for the extraction. Another memory to steal, another emotion to bottle. It was just another day in a world fueled by feelings, where science and ethics were as tangled as the emotions they harvested. Kyle sat hunched over his workstation, staring at the swirling vial of freshly extracted serenity in his hands. The liquid glowed faintly, a pale blue light that pulsed rhythmically, almost like a heartbeat. It was a high-purity batch, the kind that would fetch top credits if sold to the right buyer. But Kale knew better than to think about selling it himself. The government's enforcers were ruthless, and the black market was a maze of treachery. Yet, as he gazed at the vial, Kale couldn't help but wonder if there was another way. Some way to break free from the suffocating grip of the industry and save his sister. Kyle! A low, sharp voice called from behind him. Startled, he turned quickly, his fingers instinctively curling around the vial. A woman stood in the doorway of the extraction lab, her figure obscured by the shadows. The overhead lights flickered, briefly illuminating her face. She was striking. Sharp cheekbones, dark eyes that glinted like polished obsidian, and lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. Her black leather coat gleamed under the dim light, hinting at an air of danger. "Who the hell are you?" Kyle asked, his voice low and wary. He glanced at the lab's security console, but the usual hum of surveillance cameras was suspiciously absent. The woman stepped forward, her boots clicking against the tiled floor. "A friend," she said, her tone dripping with something between amusement and menace. "Though I imagine you don't have many of those these days." Kyle narrowed his eyes. "You didn't answer my question." She smiled wider, stopping a few feet from him. "Call me Nix. I represent an alternative market." Kyle's chest tightened. The black market. Of course. He'd heard of people like Nix, dealers and brokers who operated outside the government's iron grip, trafficking in unregulated emotions and rare vials that could make or break a person's life. They were dangerous, untouchable, and always looking for a way to exploit someone like him. "You've got the wrong guy," Kyle said, setting the vial down and turning back to his console. "I'm not interested." Nix chuckled, the sound low and smooth like silk sliding over steel. "Oh, I think you are. You just don't know it yet." Kyle ignored her, but his hands trembled slightly as he adjusted the calibration settings on the machine. Nix took another step closer, her voice softening to a near whisper. "I know about Lyra," she said. Kyle froze. Slowly, he turned to face her, his jaw tightening. "What do you know about my sister?" "I know she's running out of time," Nix replied, her tone measured. "And I know that the treatment she needs isn't something you can afford, not through the legal channels anyway." Kale's fists clenched at his sides. "If you're trying to blackmail me..." "I'm offering you a way out," Nix interrupted, her voice sharp. She reached into her coat and pulled out a small black case. Setting it on the workstation, she flipped it open to reveal a vial unlike anything Kale had ever seen. The liquid inside shimmered with an iridescent glow, shifting colors as if it were alive. "Euphoria absolute," Nix said, watching his reaction closely. "The rarest, most potent emotion ever extracted. One drop of this could rewrite someone's life." Kyle stared at the vial, his breath catching. He'd heard the rumors, stories of an emotion so pure and overwhelming that it could grant the consumer a transcendent experience, unlike anything they'd ever known. The government had officially denied its existence, labeling it a myth. But here it was, right in front of him. "It's real," Kyle murmured, barely audible. Nix smirked. "Oh, it's very real. And it's worth more than you could possibly imagine." Kyle tore his gaze away from the vial, his mind racing. "What do you want from me?" Nix leaned against the workstation, her expression turning serious. "I need you to extract more of it. The process is delicate, and only someone with your skill set can handle it." Kyle shook his head. "If it's that rare, how do you even know I can extract it?" "We've been watching you, Kale," Nix said, her voice lowering. "Your extraction records are impressive. You've managed to pull emotions from donors that others would have written off as dry. And you've done it without leaving a trace. That's exactly what I need." Kyle's stomach churned. The idea of being watched, of his every move scrutinized, sent a cold shiver down his spine. And if I say no? Nix's smile returned, but this time it didn't reach her eyes. You won't, because if you do, Lyra doesn't make it. Kyle's anger flared. He stepped closer to her, his voice a harsh whisper. If you think threatening my sister will... Relax, Nix said, raising a hand. This isn't a threat. It's an opportunity. Help me extract Euphoria Absolute, and I'll make sure Lyra gets everything she needs. The best emotions, the best care. She'll never have to worry again. Kyle's mind raced, the weight of her words pressing down on him. The promise of saving Lyra was almost too much to resist, but the cost, working with Nix, meant crossing a line he wasn't sure he could come back from. How do I know I can trust you? He asked, his voice laced with suspicion. Nix tilted her head, her dark eyes gleaming. You don't. But think about this, Kale. What other choice do you have? The government doesn't care about people like you or your sister. They'll bleed you dry and leave you with nothing. I'm offering you a way to take control. Kyle turned away, staring at the swirling vial of serenity on his workstation. The words, "take control," echoed in his mind, a bitter reminder of how little control he truly had. He thought about Lyra, her frail body curled up on their threadbare couch, her life slipping away bit by bit with every passing day. Could he really afford to say no? After a long silence, Kyle spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. What's the catch? Nix's smile widened. No catch. Just one rule. You don't ask questions. You do the job, you get paid, and your sister gets what she needs. Simple. Kyle turned to face her, his expression unreadable. And if something goes wrong? Then it's on me, Nix said, her tone firm. You're just the extractor. Leave the rest to me. Kyle hesitated, his instincts screaming at him to walk away. But deep down, he knew the decision had already been made. He couldn't let Lyra suffer, not when there was even the slightest chance to save her. Fine, he said finally. I'll do it. Nix's smile turned predatory. Good choice. Meet me tomorrow night at the Crimson Veil. We'll finalize the details there. With that, she turned and walked out of the lab, her coat billowing behind her. Kyle stood frozen, his mind a whirlwind of doubt and fear. He'd made his choice, but at what cost? As the door clicked shut behind her, Kale's gaze fell to the shimmering vial of Euphoria Absolute still sitting on his workstation. It seemed to pulse faintly, as if alive, as if it could sense the chaos it would bring. And for the first time in a long while, Kale felt the sting of true fear. The Crimson Veil was everything Kale imagined the underground market would be. Dark, chaotic, and alive with a dangerous kind of energy. Nestled beneath the crumbling ruins of an abandoned factory, it was a labyrinth of shadowed corridors and cavernous rooms lit by flickering neon signs. The air was thick with the mingling scents of smoke, sweat, and the faintly metallic tang of bottled emotions. To Kyle, it felt like stepping into the beating heart of the city's darkest secrets. Nix had given him directions to meet her at the market's core, a place known simply as the Abyss. It was where the most exclusive deals were made, the rarest emotions traded, and the most dangerous players gathered. As Kale descended the final flight of stairs into the underground, he pulled his jacket tighter around him, his every sense on high alert. The main hall of the market sprawled before him, a chaotic maze of stalls and makeshift booths. Vendors hawked their wares in hushed but urgent tones, their voices barely audible over the hum of the crowd. Bottles of every size and color were displayed like precious jewels, each one glowing faintly with the emotions trapped inside. Kyle's eyes roamed the offerings as he moved through the market, his curiosity battling with his unease. There were vials of passion that swirled with deep crimson hues, grief bottled in stormy shades of gray, and courage gleaming like liquid gold. One vendor held up a particularly vibrant vial of rage, the liquid inside crackling with faint sparks of energy. "Pure anger," the vendor murmured to a prospective buyer. "Extracted during a bar brawl last week, guaranteed to fuel you for days." Nearby, a woman in a tattered coat clutched a small bottle of solace, her trembling hands betraying her desperation. She glanced around nervously before slipping a few crumpled bills into the vendor's hand and disappearing into the crowd. Kyle swallowed hard. The desperation in her eyes was all too familiar. For many who came here, the market wasn't a choice. It was a last resort. The government's restrictions and exorbitant pricing pushed people into the shadows, forcing them to gamble on unregulated emotions. It was a cruel irony. In a world where emotions were a commodity, the poorest were left to scavenge for scraps. The further Kyle ventured, the more he realized how varied the clientele was. There were hardened criminals, their faces etched with scars and suspicion, bartering over rare vials with black market dealers. Wealthy elites, their features hidden behind ornate masks, browsed the stalls with detached curiosity, their bodyguards standing close by. And then there were the scavengers, street urchins and desperate souls who lingered at the edges of the crowd, hoping to snatch an unattended bottle or beg for a dealer's pity. Kyle's attention was drawn to a commotion near one of the larger booths. A man, wiry and wild-eyed, was shouting at a vendor, his voice cracking with panic. "This isn't pure," the man yelled, shaking a half-empty vial of joy. "You cut it with something. I can feel it. This isn't right." The vendor, a burly figure with a face like a bulldog, crossed his arms. "You get what you pay for, pal. You want premium, go find someone else. But I don't do refunds." The man's fury boiled over, and he lunged at the vendor, only to be intercepted by a pair of enforcers dressed in black leather. They hauled him away, his protests fading into the din of the market. The vendor shook his head, muttering under his breath, and returned to his stall as if nothing had happened. Kyle quickened his pace, his unease growing. This wasn't a place for second chances. One wrong move, one misplaced word, and you could disappear without a trace. After weaving through the crowded halls for what felt like hours, Kyle finally arrived at the abyss. The space was unlike the rest of the market, spacious and eerily quiet, illuminated by a massive, glowing chandelier made of broken emotion vials. The liquid inside them shimmered and swirled, casting ghostly patterns of light across the walls. Nyx was waiting for him near the center of the room, leaning casually against a sleek black table. Beside her stood a tall, broad-shouldered man with sharp features and a scar that ran from his temple to his jawline. His presence was imposing, his expression unreadable. "You're late," Nyx said, her voice cutting through the silence like a blade. "I got lost," Cale replied, his tone flat. He glanced at the scarred man, who was watching him with an intensity that made his skin crawl. "Who's this?" "Jareth," Nix said, gesturing to the man. "He handles logistics. Don't worry, he's on our side." Jareth didn't smile, but he offered a curt nod. Kyle wasn't reassured. "Let's get to it," Nix continued, pulling a black case from beneath the table. She opened it to reveal 6 empty vials, their glass surfaces etched with intricate patterns. "These are reinforced containment units. You'll need them for the extraction." Kyle frowned. "What's so special about these?" Nix's lips curved into a faint smile. "Euphoria Absolute is volatile. A standard vial can't handle it. These, however, are custom-made. They'll keep the emotion stable." Kyle picked up one of the vials, examining the delicate craftsmanship. "And the donor." "Already arranged," Nix said, her tone brisk. "A retired artist. His mind is a treasure trove of pure emotion. He doesn't know it yet, but he's agreed to the extraction." Kyle's stomach twisted. Agreed was a loose term in this world. Donors were often coerced, their desperation exploited by people like Nix. "What happens to him afterward?" Kyle asked, his voice tinged with suspicion. Nix's smile didn't falter. "That's none of your concern. Your job is to extract the emotion. Nothing more." Kyle hesitated, the weight of his decision pressing down on him. He glanced around the abyss at the dealers and buyers making their quiet transactions. This place thrived on moral compromises. It was a world where survival meant turning a blind eye to the cost of your actions. Kyle hated it, but what choice did he have? Lyra's life depended on him. "Fine," he said finally, setting the vial back in the case. "When do we start?" Before Nix could answer, a voice echoed across the room. "Well, well, if it isn't the infamous Nix." Kyle turned to see a man stride into the abyss, flanked by a pair of heavily armed guards. He was tall and lean, dressed in an immaculate suit that seemed out of place in the grimy underground. His dark hair was slicked back and his smile was sharp enough to cut glass. "Jareth," the man said, nodding in mock respect. "Still running errands for your mistress, I see." Jareth stiffened, his hand twitching toward the weapon at his side. Nix, however, remained calm. "Jareth," she said quietly, "stand down." The man turned his attention to Kale, his gaze appraising. "And you must be the extractor I've heard so much about. You don't look like much, but I suppose that's the point." "Who are you?" Kale demanded, his voice steady despite the tension crackling in the air. "Jareth didn't tell you?" Nix said, her tone icy. "Meet Cyrus, the self-proclaimed king of the black market. He thinks he runs this place." Cyrus chuckled. "I don't think, Nix. I know. And I know what you're planning. Euphoria Absolute is too dangerous to be in your hands. Hand it over, and I might let you walk out of here alive." Nix's smile turned razor sharp. "You're welcome to try and take it." The room fell silent, the tension so thick it was suffocating. Kyle's heart pounded as he realized he'd just stepped into a war far bigger than himself. This was the underground market, a place where power, greed, and desperation collided. And Kale was caught in the middle, his every step pulling him deeper into the shadows. The extraction room was nothing like the clinical, government-regulated labs Kale was used to. This one, deep within the underbelly of the Crimson Veil, felt like a hybrid of arcane mysticism and cutting-edge technology. The walls were lined with blackened steel, pulsing faintly with veins of glowing circuitry that cast an eerie blue hue across the space. A circular extraction platform dominated the center of the room, its surface covered with etched runes and intricate patterns that looked more at home in a medieval manuscript than a laboratory. Kyle stood at the edge of the platform, his chest tight with unease. The reinforced containment vials Nyx had provided were arranged neatly on a nearby table, their etched glass reflecting the faint, otherworldly glow of the room. Beside them sat an array of tools, needles, syringes, and sleek, tubular devices, all designed for one purpose: to extract the rarest and most potent emotions without destabilizing the donor or the energy itself. At the heart of the platform sat the donor, a man in his late 50s named Ewan. His face was lined with the kind of weariness that only years of struggle could etch, but his eyes held a quiet intensity. Nyx had introduced him as a retired artist, someone whose life had been a tapestry of passion, heartbreak, and triumph. Ewan had agreed to the extraction, though Kale suspected he didn't fully understand what he'd signed up for. Few donors ever did. "Do you know why you're here, Ewan?" Kyle asked, his voice calm but laced with a hint of apprehension. Ewan nodded, his expression unreadable. "Nyx said you need me, said I've got something special." Kyle glanced at Nyx, who stood in the shadows near the door, her arms crossed. Her presence was a constant reminder of the stakes. If this went wrong, Kyle wouldn't just be risking Ewan's life, he'd be risking his own. "That's right," Kale said, turning back to Ewan. "Your memories hold a specific emotion, something rare and powerful. My job is to extract it." Ewan chuckled, a low, bitter sound. "Rare and powerful, huh? Never thought my misery would be worth anything." "It's not misery," Kale said quickly. "It's something far more unique, something few people ever experience. We call it euphoria absolute." Ewan's brow furrowed, and for a moment he looked almost afraid. "Euphoria? You're joking. My life's been nothing but struggle. How could I have... whatever that is?" Kyle hesitated, searching for the right words. "Sometimes the most extraordinary emotions come from the deepest pain. Joy, forged in the fires of hardship, is purer, more intense. That's what we're looking for." Ewan didn't respond, but his hands tightened on the armrests of the chair. Kyle took a deep breath and moved to the control console, his fingers hovering over the holographic interface. The room's lights dimmed as the platform powered up, the etched patterns glowing brighter in response. A low hum filled the air, vibrating in Kale's chest like a second heartbeat. Kale initiated the first phase of the process, a preliminary scan to map Ewan's emotional resonance. A thin beam of light swept over the man's body, creating a three-dimensional projection of his neural and emotional pathways. The hologram flickered and stabilized, revealing a dense web of golden threads. Each one a memory, each one tied to a specific feeling. "Good," Kale murmured, his focus sharpening. "The resonance is strong." He tapped a few commands, isolating the threads that glowed brightest. These were the memories tied to the deepest, most intense emotions. As the machine worked, Ewan's holographic projection began to shift, replaying fragments of his life. Kale saw flashes of a young Ewan painting furiously in a dimly lit studio, his face streaked with tears and paint. He saw Ewan holding a woman's hand, their laughter echoing in a sunlit field. He saw Ewan standing alone in the rain, his shoulders hunched as he stared at a gravestone. "These memories," Kyle whispered, his voice tinged with awe. "They're incredible." Nyx stepped closer, her dark eyes fixed on the projection. "Can you isolate the euphoria?" Kyle nodded, though his hands trembled slightly as he worked. Extracting a specific emotion was always delicate, but Euphoria Absolute was unlike anything he'd ever encountered. The emotion was volatile, its resonance so intense that even the smallest mistake could cause a catastrophic feedback loop. He pinpointed the source, a memory buried deep within Ewan's mind, glowing with an almost blinding intensity. It was tied to a single moment, one that seemed to encapsulate both the greatest joy and the deepest sorrow of his life. "Found it," Kyle said, his voice barely audible. The machine projected the memory onto the room's central display, and Kale felt his breath catch. The scene unfolded like a vivid dream. Ewan was standing on a stage, a gallery of his paintings displayed behind him. The room was filled with people, their applause thunderous as they rose to their feet. Ewan's face was alight with joy, his eyes glistening with tears. But there was something else, a shadow of pain that lingered beneath the surface. As the memory continued, the applause faded, replaced by a quieter moment. Ewan stood alone in the gallery, staring at a single painting, a portrait of the woman he had loved and lost. The euphoria of his triumph mingled with the ache of her absence, creating an emotion so profound it defied description. "That's it," Hale said, his voice trembling. "That's the source." He activated the extraction module, and the machine's hum deepened. A series of thin, glowing filaments extended from the platform, connecting to Ewan's temples. The man winced, but didn't cry out, his hands gripping the armrests tightly. "Hold still," Kyle instructed, his eyes locked on the console. The extraction began, the glowing threads of memory unraveling and spiraling toward the containment chamber. The liquid inside swirled violently, its colors shifting and pulsing with a life of their own. Ewan's breathing grew ragged, his face contorted with pain. "What's happening?" he gasped. "You're reliving the memory," Kale said, his tone steady despite the tension in his chest. "It's part of the process. Just hold on." The machine's readings spiked, warning lights flashing across the console. Kyle's heart pounded as he scrambled to stabilize the extraction. The emotion was stronger than anticipated, its intensity threatening to overload the system. "This is too much," he muttered, his fingers flying across the interface. "Nyx, we need to stop." "No," Nyx snapped, her voice cutting through his protests. "We can't stop now. Keep going." Kyle gritted his teeth, sweat dripping down his brow. The containment vial began to glow brighter, the liquid inside thrashing against the glass. It was like trying to cage a storm. "Ewan, hold on," Kyle shouted, his voice strained. The man let out a strangled cry, his body convulsing as the final threads of the memory were pulled free. The containment vial sealed with a sharp hiss, the liquid inside settling into a luminous, shimmering gold. The machine powered down, the hum fading into silence. Kyle rushed to Ewan's side, his heart racing. The man was pale, his breathing shallow, but his eyes fluttered open. "Ewan?" Kyle said, his voice soft. "Can you hear me?" Ewan nodded weakly, his lips curling into a faint smile. "Did you get it?" Kyle glanced at the vial, still glowing with an otherworldly light. He got it. Nyx stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the vial. She picked it up carefully, her expression a mixture of triumph and reverence. "Beautiful," she murmured. "Absolutely beautiful." Kyle didn't share her elation. His hands trembled as he checked Ewan's vitals, the weight of what they'd just done pressing down on him. "Is he going to be okay?" Kyle asked, his voice edged with anger. Nyx shrugged. "He's alive. That's what matters." Kyle clenched his fists, but he held his tongue. Ewan had survived, but at what cost? The man's eyes were distant, his expression hollow. It was as if the extraction had taken more than just a memory. It had taken a piece of his soul. As Nyx turned to leave, the vial clutched tightly in her hand. Kyle felt a surge of unease. This wasn't just about saving Lyra anymore. He'd seen the power of Euphoria Absolute, and he knew it was a weapon in the wrong hands. And Nyx's hands, he realized, were as wrong as they came. Kyle stood in the dim light of the extraction chamber, his mind swirling as he replayed the events of the night. Ewan was resting, his breathing shallow, and Nyx had disappeared with the vial of Euphoria Absolute, leaving Kale with only questions and a heavy sense of foreboding. The extraction had been more volatile than anything he'd ever encountered. But it wasn't just the process that unsettled him. It was the feeling that he'd unleashed something far beyond his control. As Kale exited the chamber, the air in the Crimson Veil felt heavier, more oppressive. The usual chaos of the underground market seemed muted, its vibrant energy replaced with whispers and furtive glances. Something was wrong. Kyle pulled his hood over his head and moved quickly through the winding corridors, his thoughts racing. Nyx had promised answers, but her abrupt departure left him with nothing but unease. He arrived at the rendezvous point she'd mentioned earlier, a secluded back room lit by a single hanging bulb. Nyx was already there, sitting at a metal table with the vial of Euphoria Absolute placed carefully before her. Beside her stood Jareth, his hulking frame casting a long shadow across the room. "You took your time," Nyx said, her tone sharp but laced with amusement. Kyle ignored her jab and pointed to the vial. "What happens now? You said we'd talk." Nyx smirked and leaned back in her chair. "Patience, Kyle. All in good time." Nyx gestured for him to sit, and reluctantly he did. The vial gleamed between them, its golden contents shifting and swirling as if alive. Kyle couldn't tear his eyes away from it. "That," Nyx said, nodding toward the vial, "is more than just an emotion. It's power." "Power to do what?" Kyle asked, his voice tight. "To change everything," Nyx replied. "The government has controlled emotions for too long. They decide who gets to feel joy, who gets to feel courage, who gets to feel anything at all. But with this, we can rewrite the rules." Kyle frowned, suspicion creeping into his voice. "And by we, you mean you?" Nyx's smile widened, but it didn't reach her eyes. "I mean all of us who've been crushed under their boot. You're smarter than you look, Kale. Surely you've seen it. The way they manipulate people, the way they strip us of our humanity and sell it back to us in bottles." Kyle clenched his fists. He had seen it. He'd lived it. But there was something in Nyx's tone, something calculating that made him uneasy. "And what's your plan?" he asked, his voice low. "You think one vial is going to topple the entire system?" Nyx leaned forward, her dark eyes glinting. "This isn't just any vial. Euphoria Absolute isn't an emotion. It's an awakening. One drop of this and people won't just feel. They'll see. They'll understand what's been taken from them. It's the spark that will ignite the fire. Kyle stared at her, his unease growing. It sounded too good to be true, too simple. And what happens when the fire burns out of control? Nix's smile faltered, and for a moment her expression turned cold. That's not your concern. You did your job, Kale. Now let me do mine. Before Kale could respond, the door to the room burst open, and Cyrus strode in, his presence as commanding as ever. 2 armed guards flanked him, their weapons gleaming in the dim light. "Well, well," Cyrus said, his voice dripping with mockery. "I wondered where you'd scurried off to, Nix. And here you are, plotting revolution like a proper cliché." Nix's eyes narrowed, and Jareth stepped forward, his hand resting on the hilt of a blade at his side. "You're out of your depth, Cyrus," she said coolly. "This doesn't concern you." "Oh, but it does," Cyrus replied, his gaze shifting to the vial on the table. "You see, I can't let you unleash that chaos into my market. I have a delicate ecosystem here, and your little plan threatens to upset the balance." Kyle's heart raced as he realized the gravity of the situation. He was caught between 2 powerful figures, each with their own agenda, and the vial of Euphoria Absolute was the prize. "Nix," Kyle said, his voice firm, "you said this was about breaking the government's control, but now it sounds like you just want to replace it." Nix shot him a sharp look. "Don't be naive, Kyle. Change requires sacrifice. If a few systems fall, so be it." Cyrus chuckled. "Listen to her, Kyle. She's not a savior. She's just another tyrant in the making." "And you're any better?" Kale shot back, his frustration boiling over. Cyrus's smile didn't waver. "I don't pretend to be anything I'm not. I run a business. I deal in emotions, and I keep the chaos contained. People like Nix? They'd burn the whole world down just to watch it burn." Before anyone could react, Jareth drew his blade and lunged at Cyrus. The room erupted into chaos as Cyrus's guards opened fire, the deafening crack of gunshots reverberating off the steel walls. Kale dove for cover, his heart pounding as bullets ricocheted around him. Nix snatched the vial from the table and slipped it into her coat, her movements swift and calculated. "Kale!" she shouted over the noise. "Stay with me." But Kale didn't move. Something inside him had shifted, a realization that he couldn't trust Nix any more than he could trust Cyrus. Both of them were playing a game, and he was just a pawn. As the gunfire subsided, Kale saw Jareth standing over one of Cyrus's guards, his blade dripping with blood. Cyrus had retreated toward the door, his face a mask of fury. "This isn't over," Cyrus snarled. "You've made a powerful enemy, Nix." "Get in line," Nix shot back, her tone icy. Cyrus disappeared into the shadows, leaving behind a room littered with broken furniture and bodies. Nix turned to Kyle, her expression unreadable. "Are you coming or not?" she asked. Kyle hesitated, his mind racing. He thought of Lyra, of the promise Nix had made, and of the vial now hidden in her coat. Could he really trust her to keep her word? Or was she just another manipulator, using him to further her own agenda? "No," Kale said finally, his voice steady. "I'm not coming with you." Nix's eyes widened in surprise, but only for a moment. Her expression quickly hardened. "Don't be stupid, Kale. You're in this whether you like it or not." "Maybe," Kale said, taking a step back. but I won't be your pawn." Nyx's gaze turned cold, and she shook her head. "You'll regret this." She turned and disappeared into the shadows, Jareth following close behind. Hale stood alone in the wreckage, his heart pounding. The vial was gone, and with it, any chance of undoing what he'd set in motion. But as Cale stared at the empty table, a spark of determination flared within him. He didn't need Nyx or Cyrus to make things right. If the vial was as powerful as they claimed, he couldn't let it fall into the wrong hands. Any hands. Kyle stepped out of the room and into the chaotic corridors of the Crimson Veil, his mind set. He had no plan, no allies, and no idea where to start. But one thing was clear. The game wasn't over yet, and for the first time, Kyle was ready to play. Kyle stepped out of the Crimson Veil and into a city teetering on the edge of pandemonium. The air was electric with tension, the streets abuzz with whispers about the vial of Euphoria Absolute. Rumors had spread like wildfire, carried by the same black market channels that Nyx had navigated so skillfully. Everyone wanted it. Criminals, collectors, rebels, and even the government. The chaos Nyx had promised was no longer a future threat. It had already begun. The first sign of trouble came as Cale turned onto a main thoroughfare. A group of enforcers, clad in their black uniforms and glowing helmets, had cordoned off a section of the street. They were searching people at random, their harsh voices cutting through the crowd. Nearby, a young woman was pleading with one of them, clutching a small vial of bottled confidence as though her life depended on it. "It's legal," she cried, her voice trembling. "I bought it from a licensed vendor." The enforcer didn't respond. He grabbed the vial from her hand, examined it briefly, and then smashed it against the ground. The woman dropped to her knees, her sobs drowned out by the noise of the crowd. Kyle clenched his fists and turned away, his pace quickening. The government's presence in the streets had grown more aggressive since Nyx's plan had come to light. They weren't just searching for the vial, they were using the chaos as an excuse to tighten their grip on the city. Every shadow seemed to hold a pair of watchful eyes, and every corner felt like a trap. As Cale moved deeper into the city, the chaos became impossible to ignore. Fires burned in the distance, their orange glow painting the skyline with ominous flickers. Protesters clashed with enforcers in the central square, their shouts of defiance echoing through the air. Bottled emotions had become both weapons and shields. Vials of rage hurled like Molotov cocktails, courage consumed to stand against the batons and tear gas of the enforcers. Kyle passed a group of masked figures huddled around a makeshift table in an alley. They were dealing unregulated emotions, their voices hushed but urgent. One of them held up a vial of grief, its stormy contents swirling violently. "This one's pure," the dealer said, his tone insistent. "Pulled from a funeral, right at the peak of mourning, perfect for numbing the pain." Kyle didn't stop to watch the transaction. He had no time to dwell on the desperation that surrounded him. He needed to find Nyx and the vial. His earlier resolve to stay out of her war had crumbled as he witnessed the chaos she had unleashed. If Euphoria Absolute fell into the wrong hands, or if Nyx used it the way she intended, the city wouldn't just descend into disorder. It would burn. Kyle's search led him to a small tavern tucked away in the Shadow Burrows, a place he and Nyx had used as a meeting point in the past. The atmosphere inside was tense, the usual din of laughter and conversation replaced by quiet murmurs. Patrons sat hunched over their drinks, their eyes darting nervously toward the door with every creak of the hinges. Kyle approached the bartender, a grizzled man with a scar running down his cheek. "I'm looking for Nix," he said, keeping his voice low. The bartender's gaze flicked to Kale, his expression unreadable. "You're not the first one asking about her." "What do you mean?" Kyle demanded. "She's got half the city chasing her," the bartender replied, leaning in closer. "Word is, she's holed up near the old docks. But be careful. Cyrus has people everywhere. They're hunting her, and anyone caught in the middle won't live to see tomorrow." Kyle nodded and slid a few credits across the counter. The bartender pocketed the money without another word, and Kale turned to leave. As he reached the door, a voice called out behind him, "You won't make it." Kyle turned to see a figure sitting in the shadows, their face obscured by a hood. "What's that supposed to mean?" he asked. "She'll betray you," the figure said, their tone calm but chilling. "Nix isn't fighting for anyone but herself. Whatever promises she made to you, they're lies." Kyle's jaw tightened. He didn't need the warning. Deep down, he already knew. The docks were a desolate stretch of crumbling warehouses and rusted shipping containers, their once bustling activity now a distant memory. Kyle moved cautiously, his footsteps muffled by the damp, uneven ground. The air was thick with the smell of salt and decay, the distant sound of waves breaking against the shore the only sign of life. He found Nix in an abandoned warehouse, surrounded by a small group of loyalists. The vial of Euphoria Absolute rested on a makeshift altar, its golden glow casting long shadows across the room. Nix stood at the center, her presence commanding despite the tension in the air. "You're persistent," she said as Kale approached. Her tone was casual, but her eyes were sharp, watching him carefully. Kyle didn't mince words. "This has to stop, Nix. Look outside. This city is falling apart. You said this was about breaking the government's control, but all you've done is create chaos." Nix's expression darkened. "Chaos is necessary, Kale. You can't build something new without tearing down the old." "And what happens when there's nothing left to build on?" Kale shot back. "People are dying, Nix. You've turned this city into a battlefield." Nix stepped closer, her voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "Don't lecture me, Kale. You've seen what they've done to us, what they've done to your sister. This is the only way to make them pay." Kyle shook his head. "This isn't justice. It's revenge." Before Nix could respond, the sound of footsteps echoed through the warehouse. Kyle turned to see Cyrus and his men entering, their weapons drawn. The air grew heavy with tension, the room crackling with the anticipation of violence. "End of the line, Nix," Cyrus said, his voice smooth but menacing. "Hand over the vial, and I might let you live." Nix's loyalists raised their weapons, but she held up a hand, stopping them. "You think I'm afraid of you, Cyrus?" she said, her tone defiant. "You're nothing but a parasite, feeding off the scraps of a broken system." "And you're a delusional fool," Cyrus retorted. "You think that vial is the answer? It's a ticking time bomb, and you're too blind to see it." Kale's gaze flicked between them, his mind racing. The vial sat unguarded on the altar, its glow mesmerizing. It was the key to everything: the chaos, the conflict, and the potential for something far worse. If it fell into Cyrus's hands, the city would spiral further into darkness. But if Nix used it, there might not be a city left to save. As the standoff escalated, Kyle made his move. He sprinted toward the altar, his heart pounding as he reached for the vial. A shot rang out, the sound deafening in the enclosed space. Pain exploded in Kale's shoulder, but he ignored it, his fingers closing around the vial just as Cyrus and Nyx lunged for him. Kale didn't stop to think. With every ounce of strength he had left, he smashed the vial against the ground. The golden liquid erupted into a blinding light, a wave of energy that rippled outward and engulfed the room. For a moment, everything was silent. Then came the screams. Kyle fell to his knees, his vision swimming as the energy washed over him. It was overwhelming, a flood of emotions so intense that it felt like his mind was being torn apart. He saw flashes of memories that weren't his own, felt joy, sorrow, love, and despair all at once. And then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. The warehouse was in ruins, its walls scorched and crumbling. Nyx and Cyrus were gone, their fates unknown. The city outside was eerily quiet, the chaos momentarily stilled by the shockwave of Euphoria Absolute's release. Kyle sat in the wreckage, his body battered and his mind reeling. He had destroyed the vial, but at what cost? The city was forever changed, and so was he. As he stumbled to his feet, one thought echoed in his mind. The fight wasn't over. It had only just begun. Kyle staggered through the ruined warehouse, his head pounding from the aftershocks of Euphoria Absolute's release. The golden explosion had left him dazed, his senses overwhelmed by a flood of emotions that weren't entirely his own. For a moment, he had felt everything. The raw, unfiltered experiences of countless lives tangled with his own memories. The beauty and agony of it all still clung to him like a phantom, an unshakable weight. The city outside was eerily quiet. The riotous chaos that had engulfed it hours earlier seemed to have vanished, replaced by an unnatural stillness. Kyle stumbled to the shattered remains of the warehouse doors, his footsteps crunching against shards of glass and debris. When he stepped into the street, the eerie silence gave way to distant murmurs, a city holding its breath. The scene before him was surreal. The once crowded streets were nearly deserted, save for scattered groups of people huddled together, their faces pale and drawn. Some sat on the ground, clutching their heads as though trying to process what had just happened. Others stared at Kale as he passed, their eyes wide with fear or awe. Kyle overheard snippets of conversations as he moved through the city. Did you feel that? It was like I was someone else. It wasn't just me, right? I saw things that weren't mine. I think I felt her pain, my sister's pain from years ago. The wave of Euphoria Absolute had connected them all in a way they couldn't fully comprehend. It had torn down the barriers between people, exposing them to the raw essence of humanity. For some, it was a revelation. For others, it was a nightmare. Kyle's shoulder throbbed where the bullet had grazed him, but he pressed on. His mind was racing, torn between conflicting thoughts. He had destroyed the vial, but the fallout was far greater than he'd anticipated. Nyx's plan to incite rebellion had been set in motion, but in a way neither she nor Cyrus could have predicted. The people weren't rioting anymore. They were questioning, searching, desperate to understand what they had felt. And Kale wasn't sure what to do next. He didn't have to wonder for long. As he turned a corner, he found Nyx waiting for him in the shadows of a crumbling building. Her coat was torn, her hair disheveled, but her eyes burned with the same fierce determination he had seen before. She stepped into his path, her presence as commanding as ever. You couldn't leave it alone, could you? She said, her voice sharp but tinged with something else, an emotion Kyle couldn't quite place. Kyle stopped, his breathing ragged. I had to. You saw what it was doing, Nix. If I hadn't destroyed it, the city would have... Would have what? She snapped, cutting him off. Burned? Fallen apart? Open your eyes, Kyle. The city's already broken. All I did was show people the truth. The truth? Kale barked out a bitter laugh. You think this is truth? People are lost, Nix. They don't know what to do with what they've felt. You've made them pawns in your war. Nix's expression hardened. This isn't about me. It's about tearing down the system that's kept us chained. Euphoria Absolute was the key, and you... She jabbed a finger at his chest, her voice rising. You destroyed it. Kale met her gaze, unflinching. Because you didn't care what it would cost. People aren't tools, Nix. You can't just use them and throw them away when they've served their purpose. For a moment, they stood in tense silence, the weight of their shared anger and frustration hanging in the air. Then Nix's expression shifted, the fire in her eyes dimming slightly. You don't get it, do you? She said softly. This isn't about power. It's about survival. People like us, people like your sister, we don't get to live in their world. We scrape by while they bottle the things that make us human and sell them to the highest bidder. Kyle's jaw tightened. He couldn't argue with her on that point. He had seen the system's cruelty firsthand. But he couldn't shake the feeling that Nix's methods were just as dangerous as the system she claimed to fight. Before Kale could respond, another voice cut through the silence. She's right about one thing. Kyle and Nix turned to see Cyrus emerging from the shadows, flanked by two of his enforcers. His suit was immaculate despite the chaos, and his smile was as sharp as ever. This city's a mess, Cyrus said, his tone smooth and confident. But chaos is opportunity, and you, Kale, have just handed me the biggest opportunity of all. Kyle tensed, his hand instinctively moving to the blade at his side. What are you talking about? Cyrus's smile widened. That little explosion of yours? It changed the game. The people aren't just questioning the system now. They're questioning everything. And they're scared. Scared people are easy to control. You're disgusting, Nix spat, her voice dripping with venom. Cyrus ignored her, his focus locked on Kyle. You're the one they're talking about, Kyle. The extractor who destroyed Euphoria Absolute. The man who felt it all. That makes you valuable. Join me, and we can shape this chaos into something profitable. Something sustainable. Kyle stared at him, his stomach twisting with revulsion. You want to keep exploiting them, just like always. Cyrus shrugged. Exploitation is inevitable. The only question is who profits from it. Kale's hands clenched into fists as he looked between Nix and Cyrus. Both of them wanted to use the chaos for their own ends. Nix to fuel her revolution, Cyrus to solidify his control. Neither path felt right. Both would leave the city in ruins, its people caught in an endless cycle of suffering. He thought of Lyra, of the quiet moments they shared in their tiny apartment. He thought of the people he had seen on the streets, their faces etched with desperation and hope. And he thought of the wave of emotions that had swept through him when Euphoria Absolute exploded. The shared humanity that connected them all, even in their brokenness. Kyle took a deep breath and stepped back, his voice steady but resolute. No, I'm not choosing either of you. Nyx's eyes widened in shock. Kale, don't. I've seen what your plans lead to, Kyle said, cutting her off. He turned to Cyrus. And I know what yours will do. You're both wrong. Cyrus's smile faltered, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. Be careful, Kale. You're making enemies you can't afford to have. I've already made them, Kyle said. But I'm done being a pawn. He turned and walked away, his heart pounding as he left them behind. Nyx called after him, her voice tinged with desperation. You can't fix this alone, Kyle. You'll need help. Kyle didn't stop. He didn't have a plan, but he knew one thing. The city didn't need another tyrant or another savior. It needed something different, something better. And Kyle was determined to find it. Kyle lingered in the aftermath of Euphoria Absolute's release, staring at the city he had just unwittingly transformed. The streets outside the warehouse had gone eerily silent in the moments after the explosion, as though the entire city had drawn a collective breath. He knew the light he had unleashed had swept far beyond the immediate vicinity. It had reached deep into the veins of the city, tearing through barriers both physical and emotional, and leaving its mark on every soul it touched. But Kale had no illusions about the weight of what he had done. The vial's destruction had not brought peace, nor had it resolved the injustices that had plagued the city for decades. It had fractured something deep within its foundations, leaving the people exposed to the raw, unfiltered truth of themselves and each other. That exposure had ignited something powerful, but whether it was hope or despair, Kyle couldn't yet tell. In the days following the explosion, the city seemed suspended between two extremes. On one side, people had been invigorated by the flood of shared humanity, their newfound understanding sparking acts of solidarity and compassion. On the other, many had been broken by the intensity of the emotions they had experienced, unable to process the overwhelming deluge of feelings that weren't entirely their own. Kyle saw the effects firsthand as he moved through the city. A man stood on a corner, speaking fervently to a small crowd about the connections they had all felt during the explosion. "We've been divided for too long," he shouted. "That feeling, it showed us what they've taken from us. We can be more than this." Not far from him, a woman sat alone, clutching her knees and rocking back and forth, tears streaming down her face. Kyle recognized the signs. Someone who had been overwhelmed by the memories they had absorbed during the event. The light of Euphoria Absolute had illuminated the truth of their existence, but for some, it was too much to bear. The government responded predictably, cracking down harder than ever. Enforcers swept through the streets, detaining anyone who spoke too loudly about the explosion or the emotions it had unleashed. Vendors dealing unregulated emotions were arrested en masse, their products confiscated and destroyed in public burnings meant to serve as warnings. But the crackdown only fueled the simmering unrest. The more the government tightened its grip, the more people began to push back. Kyle knew he couldn't simply disappear into the background. The explosion had made him a central figure in the city's turmoil, whether he wanted it or not. People began whispering his name, their stories of him growing with each retelling. Some called him a hero, the man who had freed them from the chains of emotional oppression. Others called him a fool, accusing him of breaking the fragile balance that had kept the city from falling into chaos. Kyle hated both labels. He wasn't a savior, nor was he the cause of all the city's ills. He was just a man who had made a choice. a choice that had spiraled beyond his control. One evening, a group of protesters stopped him as he made his way through a crowded street. Their leader, a wiry man with piercing eyes, grabbed Kale's arm. "You did this," the man said, his voice a mixture of anger and desperation. "You showed us what they've been hiding. But what are you going to do about it?" Kyle stared at the man, his heart sinking. He didn't have an answer. "You can't leave us like this," the man pressed. "We've seen the truth now. We can't go back." Kyle pulled his arm free and walked away, the man's words ringing in his ears. He had unleashed something far bigger than himself, and now the city was looking to him for guidance he didn't know how to provide. Kyle's first instinct was to retreat, to return to Lyra and shield himself from the chaos. But he quickly realized that hiding wasn't an option. The city was unraveling, and the people needed someone who could bridge the gap between the old world and whatever came next. Kyle didn't want to leave, but he could help them understand what had happened and why it mattered. He began speaking to small groups, sharing his story and explaining what Euphoria Absolute had been. It wasn't a weapon, he told them. It wasn't something to be used against each other. It was a reminder, a glimpse of what we could be if we stopped letting them control us. Some people listened, others didn't. But Kyle kept talking, moving from one corner of the city to the next, planting seeds of understanding wherever he could. He wasn't a revolutionary like Nyx, nor was he a manipulator like Cyrus. He was simply a witness, and that was enough. Nyx and Cyrus, meanwhile, had vanished from the public eye, their war put on hold by the fallout of Euphoria Absolute. Rumors abounded that Nyx was rallying her loyalists for another strike, that Cyrus was consolidating his resources to crush any opposition. Kale didn't care. They had both played their parts in the city's descent into chaos, and he wanted nothing to do with them. But their absence left a void, and Kale knew it was only a matter of time before someone tried to fill it. He saw signs of power struggles brewing in the shadows, smaller factions rising to stake their claims, opportunists looking to capitalize on the uncertainty. The city's future was a fragile thing, and it would take more than words to hold it together. The price of Kyle's actions weighed heavily on him. He often thought of Ewan, the artist who had unknowingly provided the essence of Euphoria Absolute. Kale visited him one last time in the clinic, bringing a sketch pad and a set of pencils as a small gesture of gratitude. Ewan's eyes were distant, his spirit a shadow of what it had once been. But when Kale handed him the sketch pad, a flicker of recognition crossed his face. Slowly, Ewan began to draw, his movements hesitant but deliberate. Kyle watched in silence, hoping that the act of creation might help the man reclaim a piece of himself. Kyle's nights were haunted by echoes of the explosion, the memories and emotions that had coursed through him replaying in his dreams. But amidst the pain, there were moments of clarity. Visions of a city where people no longer relied on bottled emotions to survive, where they could feel freely and fully without fear or oppression. As the weeks turned into months, the city began to find its footing. The scars of the explosion remained, but so did the connections it had forged. People began to rebuild, not just their homes and businesses, but their relationships with one another. They started sharing their stories, their fears, their hopes. The bottled emotions that had once defined their lives became less central, their allure fading in the light of something more profound. Kyle watched this transformation with cautious hope. He didn't know what the future held, but he knew he had done the right thing. The price of emotions had been steep, but the reward was worth it. A city where people could begin to reclaim what had been taken from them. One evening, Kyle and Lyra sat on the rooftop of their apartment, watching the city lights flicker in the distance. "Do you think it's over?" Lyra asked, her voice soft. Kyle shook his head. "It's not over," he said, "but it's a start." The festive air was palpable. Carolers sang in harmonious voices, their melodies weaving through the streets, and the windows of shops glimmered with ornaments, ribbons, and vibrant displays of seasonal cheer. Amid this cacophony of joy and celebration, the little match girl moved silently, a fragile figure barely noticed by the throngs of well-dressed townsfolk. Her bare feet, already reddened and swollen from the cold, left faint traces of blood on the snowy ground. She wore no coat, only a threadbare dress and a shawl so thin it seemed more suited to a summer breeze than the biting frost. Her small hands clutched a bundle of matches, her last hope of earning enough to bring something, anything, home for the night. "Matches! Matches for sale!" she called out, her voice trembling as much from the cold as from desperation. Her words were drowned out by the laughter and chatter of those who hurried past her, too preoccupied with their own merriment to notice the tiny girl standing in the snow. She tried again, stepping into the path of a gentleman in a tall hat and an elegant overcoat. "Please, sir, would you like to buy some matches?" The man barely glanced at her before brushing past, muttering something under his breath about beggars cluttering the streets. The little match girl stood there for a moment, her shoulders drooping under the weight of his indifference. She tightened her grip on the matches, as if holding them closer might somehow shield her from the harshness of the world. All around her, the city pulsed with life. Horse-drawn carriages clattered over the icy streets, their drivers wrapped in thick woolen cloaks. Children with rosy cheeks and laughter spilling from their lips ran past her, their arms laden with presents tied with bright ribbons. She watched them wistfully, her heart aching not with envy but with longing, a deep yearning for the warmth, the laughter, and the love that seemed to radiate from every corner except her own. The aromas of Christmas wafted through the air, teasing her empty stomach. From the bakeries came the rich scent of fresh bread and sugary confections, their windows displaying cakes adorned with marzipan holly leaves and towers of glazed pastries. Somewhere nearby, the smoky aroma of roasted chestnuts mingled with the scent of spiced cider, warming the hearts of those fortunate enough to afford such indulgences. The little match girl's mouth watered, but she dared not linger too close to the food stalls. The vendors were quick to chase away anyone who couldn't pay. As she made her way through the crowded square, she passed a group of carolers singing by the towering Christmas tree that stood in the center of the plaza. Its branches were heavy with ornaments, strings of golden beads, and candles that flickered like tiny stars. The sight was mesmerizing, and for a moment, the little match girl forgot the cold biting at her toes. She closed her eyes and let the music wash over her, imagining what it might feel like to be one of the children gathered there, wrapped in thick scarves and holding steaming mugs of cocoa. "Move along, girl," barked a gruff voice, jolting her from her daydream. A shopkeeper shooed her away from the entrance of his store, where she had stopped to escape the icy wind. "You're scaring off my customers." She nodded silently and shuffled away, her heart sinking further with each step. The wind seemed to grow colder as night fell, its icy tendrils snaking through the alleys and seeping into her very bones. Her small feet, raw and numb, barely registered the pain anymore. she found herself drawn to the glow of a nearby window, where a family sat around a grand table laden with food. A golden roast goose took center stage, surrounded by bowls of steaming vegetables and platters of glistening fruit. Laughter filled the room, and the faces of the children glowed with happiness as they eagerly unwrapped gifts. The little match girl pressed her nose against the frosted glass, her breath fogging the pain as she stared at the scene with wide, wistful eyes. She could almost feel the warmth of the room, hear the crackle of the fire in the hearth, and taste the richness of the feast. But the glass was an impenetrable barrier, a reminder of the distance between her world and theirs. She stepped back, blinking away the tears that threatened to spill, and continued on her way. As the evening deepened, the streets began to empty. The bustle of the marketplace faded into a quiet stillness, broken only by the occasional jingle of sleigh bells or the soft crunch of snow underfoot. The little match girl wandered aimlessly, her tiny frame growing weaker with each passing moment. She tried to summon the courage to knock on a door, to ask for shelter or a scrap of food, but the fear of rejection held her back. She had grown too accustomed to the cold stares and curt dismissals of strangers. Her fingers, now stiff and purple with cold, clutched the matches more tightly. They were her only possession, her only chance to prove to her father that she was not a failure. The thought of returning home empty-handed filled her with dread. She could already hear his angry voice, feel the sting of his words, and, perhaps worse, his silence. She found herself at the edge of the square, where a narrow alley offered a brief respite from the biting wind. She sank down onto the frozen ground, tucking her legs beneath her and drawing her shawl tightly around her shoulders. The snow fell softly around her, blanketing the world in a deceptive serenity. Her body trembled with cold, and her breath came in shallow, visible puffs. As she sat there, her mind wandered to memories of her mother. She could still recall the softness of her touch, the way her voice had a calming melody that seemed to make the world less frightening. Her mother had always made Christmas special, even when they had little. She would sing carols, bake small treats from whatever ingredients they could afford, and tell stories by the fire. The warmth of those moments felt like a distant dream now, a fragile thread connecting her to a time when life had held more promise. Her stomach growled, the emptiness gnawing at her like a living thing. The matches in her hand felt heavier than ever, their potential warmth and light just out of reach. She stared at them, her mind swirling with conflicting thoughts. Should she strike one, just to feel the heat for a moment? Or would that be a waste, another failure in a day full of them? The cold pressed in around her, unrelenting and merciless. Her vision blurred, and her small frame seemed to fold in on itself as she curled up against the wall. The world around her grew quieter still, as though the city itself were holding its breath. She was just a small, forgotten figure in the vastness of the winter night, her struggle unseen and unheard by those who passed her by. But even in the depths of her despair, the little match girl clung to the faintest glimmer of hope. She had faced countless hardships before, and though the night was cruel and unyielding, she would endure it as she always had. The matches in her hand, small and fragile as they were, held the promise of light, of warmth, and of something more, a spark of life in a world that had grown so unbearably cold. The night deepened, and the cold grew sharper, slicing through the little match girl's tattered shawl as if it weren't there at all. She sat huddled in the shadow of a building, her frail body trembling from the icy air that seemed to seep into her very bones. Around her, the city was quiet now, the festive bustle of the day giving way to the stillness of a snow-covered night. The only sounds were the occasional creak of a carriage wheel in the distance, and the muffled whispers of the wind as it swirled around her. Her small hands, nearly frozen stiff, clutched the matches tightly. The thought of striking one lingered in her mind, a temptation born not of indulgence, but of sheer necessity. Her father's stern voice echoed in her thoughts. Don't waste them. Every match counts. But the cold was unbearable, an unrelenting force that gnawed at her resolve. She could feel it draining the life from her, sapping her strength with every passing moment. At last, desperation overruled caution. She hesitated for only a moment before carefully pulling a match from the bundle. Her fingers, purple and clumsy from the cold, fumbled with the tiny stick. The thought of the warmth it might bring filled her with a fleeting sense of hope. Holding it against the rough wall beside her, she struck it with trembling hands. With a hiss and a spark, the match flared to life, its small flame dancing like a living thing. The sudden burst of light startled her, and she instinctively cupped her hands around it, shielding the fragile glow from the biting wind. In that moment, the warmth bloomed in her palms, spreading across her skin like a comforting embrace. It was as though the match were alive, a tiny sun radiating hope and solace in the middle of a frozen night. As the flame steadied, its golden glow transformed the darkness around her. The dim, desolate alley faded away, and in its place appeared a vision so vivid, so beautiful, that she could scarcely believe her eyes. Before her, a crackling hearth blazed with life, its orange and red flames leaping and dancing in a comforting rhythm. She could feel the heat radiating from it, warming her cheeks and easing the stiffness in her fingers. The fire seemed almost magical, its warmth seeping into her soul, melting away the icy grip of the night. The room around the hearth began to take shape in her mind's eye. She found herself in a cozy parlor, its walls lined with bookshelves and adorned with cheerful paintings. A thick rug lay on the floor, its intricate patterns illuminated by the flickering firelight. Beside the hearth stood a plush armchair, its cushions invitingly soft, draped with a blanket that seemed to radiate warmth even from a distance. She could almost feel the fabric beneath her fingers, the texture of it a stark contrast to the cold, hard reality of her surroundings. The little match girl's heart swelled with longing as she imagined herself sitting by the fire, her feet tucked beneath her, her hands wrapped around a steaming mug of cocoa. She could see herself laughing, her cheeks glowing with warmth and happiness, as though the hardships of her life had melted away like snow under the sun. In this vision, she was no longer the frail, shivering child on the streets, but a beloved guest in a home filled with comfort and love. The match burned brighter still, casting long shadows that danced across the walls of her imagined haven. She leaned closer to the flame, her eyes wide with wonder, as if by sheer willpower she could step into the world it had created. The vision seemed so real, so tangible, that she almost forgot the bitter cold that surrounded her. For a fleeting moment, she felt safe, secure, and loved. But all too soon, the match burned down to her fingertips, its tiny flame flickering and sputtering before vanishing into a wisp of smoke. The warm light was gone, and the vision dissolved into darkness, leaving her once again alone in the cold, unforgiving night. The hearth, the parlor, the armchair, everything had been a mirage, a fleeting dream conjured by the fragile glow of a single match. The sudden return to reality hit her like a wave, the cold rushing back in with merciless force. Her hands, now trembling more violently than before, clutched at the empty matchstick, as if holding on to it could somehow bring back the warmth and light. The bitter wind howled through the alley, mocking her moment of respite with its icy touch. The little match girl closed her eyes, her tears freezing against her cheeks. For a brief, wondrous moment, she had escaped her reality, and though it had been short-lived, it had given her something she had almost forgotten, a sense of hope. The memory of the warmth lingered in her mind, a fragile ember that refused to be extinguished. She clung to it, replaying the vision in her thoughts as though it could sustain her through the long, cold night. She looked down at the bundle of matches in her lap, their potential untapped and waiting. She knew they wouldn't last forever. Each one was precious, a fleeting moment of light in a sea of darkness. But the memory of that first match, of the warmth and beauty it had shown her, gave her the courage to strike another. It was a small act of defiance against the cold, a spark of light against the overwhelming darkness. The little match girl took a deep breath and reached for another match, her fingers steady despite the cold. In her heart, she knew that the warmth of the flame, however brief, was worth the cost. For in that fragile light, she had found something no one could take from her, a glimpse of a world where hope, love, and warmth still existed. And in her frozen, trembling hands, she held the power to summon it once more. The little match girl sat in the cold alleyway, her frail body trembling from the relentless chill. Her cheeks were flushed red, not from warmth, but from the bitter frost that gnawed at her skin. Above her, the stars glittered in the clear night sky, their light distant and indifferent. She held her matches tightly, the bundle a lifeline in a world that seemed intent on forgetting her existence. The first match she struck had offered a fleeting moment of warmth and light, a vision so vivid it lingered in her mind even now. She could still feel the imagined heat of the fire, the soft embrace of the chair, the comfort of a world that had melted away as quickly as it had appeared. It was the promise of something more, something better, and though it had vanished, it left her with a yearning that burned brighter than the flame itself. She stared at the bundle of matches in her lap, the urge to strike another building within her like a rising tide. Each match was precious, a lifeline against the cold, and yet the memory of the first vision urged her forward. What harm could it do, she thought, to seek another moment of light in this endless darkness? With trembling hands, she pulled out another match and struck it against the wall. The tiny spark flared to life, and as the flame steadied, the world around her transformed once more. The alley disappeared, and she found herself standing in a grand dining hall. The room was bathed in a warm golden light that seemed to emanate from the very walls, which were adorned with intricate carvings and tapestries depicting scenes of joy and celebration. A long table stretched before her, its surface laden with a feast so magnificent it took her breath away. There were roasted meats glistening with juices, bowls of steaming vegetables, and freshly baked bread that filled the air with its comforting aroma. Platters of fruit, apples, oranges, grapes, shone like jewels under the light of a glittering chandelier. Cakes and pastries were arranged in towering tiers, their frosting swirled into delicate patterns, and pitchers of cider and wine gleamed like liquid gold. The little match girl stepped forward, her eyes wide with wonder. She could almost taste the richness of the food, feel the warmth of the room enveloping her like a protective cocoon. She imagined herself seated at the table, her plate heaped high with delicacies she had only ever dreamed of. The thought filled her with a happiness so profound it brought tears to her eyes. But as she reached out to touch the table, the flame of the match burned down to her fingertips. The vision wavered, the golden light fading into the harsh darkness of the alley. She was once again cold and hungry, the magnificent feast nothing more than a fleeting dream. Determined to recapture the magic, she struck another match. The flame leapt to life, and with it came a new vision. This time, she stood before a towering Christmas tree that seemed to touch the heavens. Its branches were heavy with ornaments of every shape and color. Glass baubles that sparkled like diamonds. Tiny figurines carved with exquisite detail, and garlands of golden ribbon that shimmered in the light. Candles adorned the tree, their flames steady and bright, casting a warm glow that filled the room with a sense of peace and wonder. Beneath the tree were piles of presents wrapped in vibrant paper and tied with satin bows. She could almost hear the rustle of the paper, feel the smoothness of the ribbons under her fingers. Children danced around the tree, their laughter ringing like the sweetest music. They held hands and spun in circles, their faces alight with joy. The little match girl watched them, a smile spreading across her face as she imagined herself among them, her small hands clutching a gift of her own. For a moment, she was no longer an outsider looking in. She was part of the celebration, wrapped in its warmth and love. But just as she began to feel the joy seep into her soul, the match burned out. The tree, the children, the gifts, all vanished, leaving her once again in the cold, empty alley. The next match she struck revealed a vision of a grand cathedral, its soaring arches and stained glass windows illuminated by hundreds of flickering candles. The air was filled with the soft strains of a choir, their voices blending in perfect harmony as they sang hymns of hope and salvation. The sound was so pure, so beautiful, that it brought a lump to her throat. She found herself seated on a wooden pew near the front, the warm glow of the candles bathing her in a light that felt almost holy. The scent of frankincense filled the air, mingling with the faint aroma of wax and pine. Around her, people knelt in prayer, their faces serene and radiant, as if the very presence of the divine filled the room. For the first time in as long as she could remember, the little match girl felt a sense of peace. She closed her eyes and let the music wash over her, the notes wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. In that moment, she felt no hunger, no cold, no pain, only the quiet reassurance that she was not alone, that someone, somewhere, was watching over her. But the match could not burn forever. The vision dissolved, leaving her once again in the harsh reality of the frozen night. The warmth and peace she had felt were gone, replaced by the biting cold and the emptiness of her surroundings. Her fingers, now numb and trembling, fumbled for another match. She struck it quickly, desperate to hold on to the light for just a little longer. This time, the vision that appeared before her was not of a place or a thing, but of a person, a figure she recognized instantly. "Grandmother," she cried, her voice filled with a mixture of joy and disbelief. Her grandmother stood before her, as radiant and kind as she remembered. Her silver hair gleamed in the soft light, and her eyes, so full of love, seemed to see straight into the little match girl's soul. She wore a dress of shimmering fabric, that seemed to catch the light in a way that made her glow from within. The little match girl ran to her, throwing her arms around her waist and burying her face in her grandmother's skirts. The warmth of her grandmother's embrace was unlike anything she had ever felt. A deep, unconditional love that seemed to banish all the cold and sorrow from her heart. "My sweet child," her grandmother said, her voice as gentle as a lullaby, "I've been watching over you." The little match girl looked up at her, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Don't leave me, grandmother," she pleaded. "I don't want to be alone." Her grandmother knelt down, cupping the little girl's face in her hands. "You are never alone, my dear. I am always with you, in your heart." The match burned lower, and the little match girl felt a pang of fear. "Don't go," she whispered, her voice trembling. Her grandmother smiled, her expression filled with infinite tenderness. "Light another match," she said softly, "and you will see." The flame flickered and died, and the vision faded. But this time, the little match girl didn't feel the cold quite as sharply. Her grandmother's words echoed in her mind, giving her the courage to strike another match. When the next match flared to life, the little match girl found herself bathed in a radiant light that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. She was no longer in the alley, no longer bound by the cold and the darkness. Instead, she was surrounded by a warmth so profound it felt like being cradled by the very essence of love. Her grandmother stood beside her, holding her hand. Together, they walked toward the light, its brilliance growing brighter with each step. She felt no fear, no hesitation, only an overwhelming sense of peace and belonging. In the distance, she could hear the faint strains of music, a melody so beautiful it brought tears to her eyes. The light enveloped her, filling her with a warmth that erased every trace of the cold she had known. It was as though she had been lifted into a realm beyond pain, beyond hunger, beyond sorrow, a place where she was finally free. As the last match burned out, the visions faded, leaving only the memory of their beauty and the hope they had inspired. The little match girl sat quietly in the snow, her eyes gazing upward at the stars. Though the world around her was dark and cold, she no longer felt alone. She clung to the warmth of her memories, each vision a reminder that there was light even in the darkest of nights. The little match girl sat curled in the snow-covered alley, her small, frail body trembling with the effort of keeping herself upright. The cold had numbed her limbs completely, and the biting wind seemed to have seeped into her very soul. Around her, the city lay silent, its once bustling streets now devoid of life. Only the occasional flicker of a gas lamp and the distant toll of a church bell gave any indication that the world still turned. Her fingers, stiff and purple from the frost, clutched the remaining matches in her lap. Each one represented a fleeting moment of light and warmth, an escape from the darkness and cold that surrounded her. She had struck several already, and each had brought with it visions so vivid, so filled with beauty and love, that they almost felt real. But the cold always returned, harsher and more relentless than before, and the visions faded into the night like dreams upon waking. Now, with only a few matches left, the little match girl hesitated. The cold was pressing in on her, an unrelenting force that seemed intent on snuffing out the fragile spark of life she still clung to. She was so tired of fighting, of hoping, of holding on to a world that had shown her so little kindness. But in the midst of her despair, a small voice within her whispered, light another match. There is still warmth, still light, still hope. With trembling hands, she struck the next match. As the match flared to life, the darkness around her was banished, replaced by a radiant glow that seemed to emanate from everywhere at once. The light was warm and golden, and it enveloped her like a tender embrace. It was not like the harsh, flickering flames of the street lamps or the fleeting glow of the matches she had struck before. This light was alive, pulsating with an energy that filled her heart with a sense of peace and belonging. The alley vanished, and she found herself standing in an open meadow bathed in sunlight. The snow was gone, replaced by soft grass that tickled her bare feet. Flowers of every color bloomed around her, their petals glistening as if they had been kissed by morning dew. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms and the gentle hum of birdsong. A soft breeze brushed against her cheeks, warm and soothing, carrying with it the promise of something more, a world beyond pain and sorrow. Before her, a figure appeared, stepping out of the light with a grace that took her breath away. It was her grandmother. "Grandmother," the little match girl cried, her voice filled with a mixture of joy and disbelief. Her grandmother smiled, her face radiant with love. She looked exactly as the little girl remembered, kind eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of the ages, a warm smile that could light up even the darkest room, and hands that had once cradled her so gently. But there was something more now, an ethereal glow that surrounded her, as though she were part of the light itself. "My sweet child," her grandmother said, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "I've been waiting for you." The little match girl ran to her, throwing her arms around her grandmother's waist. She buried her face in the soft fabric of her gown, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, she felt truly safe. Her grandmother's arms wrapped around her, warm and strong, and the little girl felt all the fear, all the pain, all the cold melt away in her embrace. "Don't leave me," she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. "Please don't leave me." Her grandmother knelt down, cupping the little girl's face in her hands. "I am here now, and I will never leave you again," she said softly. "You are safe with me." The little match girl looked into her grandmother's eyes and saw a depth of love and understanding that filled her with a peace she had never known. It was as though all the hurt and hardship of her life had been washed away, replaced by the warmth and light of her grandmother's presence. Hand in hand, they began to walk through the meadow. The little match girl's bare feet no longer ached. Instead, they felt light and strong, as though the burdens of her earthly life had been left behind. The light ahead of them grew brighter and warmer, and the air was filled with a melody so beautiful it brought tears to her eyes. It was a song without words, a harmony of voices and instruments that seemed to resonate with the very fabric of her soul. As they walked, the little match girl noticed others joining them. Figures emerged from the light, each one radiating a love and peace that matched her grandmother's. They smiled at her, their faces kind and welcoming, as though they had been waiting just for her. Among them, she recognized people she had loved and lost. Her mother, whose gentle touch she still remembered, and even her baby brother, whom she had never met but had heard stories about. He reached for her hand, his tiny fingers curling around hers, and she felt her heart swell with a love so pure it was almost overwhelming. They walked together toward the source of the light, which now filled the entire horizon. The closer they got, the more the little match girl felt the warmth and peace seep into every corner of her being. She was no longer cold, no longer hungry, no longer alone. The pain and suffering of her earthly life seemed like a distant memory, replaced by a joy so profound it felt as though her heart might burst. At last, they reached the gates. They were not gates in the traditional sense. There was no iron, no stone, no imposing structure. Instead, the gates were made of light, their form shifting and shimmering like the surface of a still pond kissed by the sun. Beyond them lay a realm so beautiful, so filled with love and wonder, that it defied description. The little Mac